Chapter 37 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 37. Led by simplicity divine, she pleased, and never tried to shine. Hannah More. From Catskill, Dr. Jeremy proceeded directly to Saratoga. The place was crowded with visitors, for the season was at its height, and the improvident traveler having neglected to secure rooms, they had no right to expect any accommodation. "Where do you propose stopping?" inquired an acquaintance of the doctor's, whom they accidentally encountered in the cars. "At Congress Hall," was the reply. "It will be a quiet place for us old folks, and more agreeable than any other house to Miss Graham, who is an invalid." "You are expected, I conclude." "Expected? No, who should be expecting us?" "Your landlord. If you have not engaged rooms, you will fare badly, for every hotel is crowded to overflowing." "We must take our chance, then," said the doctor, with an indifference of manner which wholly forsook him upon his fairly arriving at his destination, and learning that his friend's words were true. "I don't know what we are going to do," said he, as he joined the ladies, whom he had left for a few moments while he made inquiries. "They say every house is full, and if so, we'd better take the next train of cars and be off, for we can't sleep in the street." "Carriage, sir?" shouted a hackman, leaning over a railing a few steps distant, and beckoning to the doctor with all his might, while another, and still bolder aspirant for employment, tapped his shoulder and made a similar suggestion, in a most insinuating tone of voice. "Carriage?" repeated the doctor angrily. "What for? Where would you carry us, for mercy's sake? There isn't a garret to be had in your town, for love or money." "Well, sir," said the last mentioned petitioner, a sort of omnibus attaché, taking off his cap as he spoke, and wiping his forehead with a torn and soiled pocket handkerchief, "the houses is pretty considerable full just now, to be sure, but maybe you can get colonized out." "Colonized out?" said the doctor, still in a tone of extreme vexation. "That's what I think we are already. What I want is to get in somewhere. Where do you usually drive your coach?" "To Congress Hall." "Drive up, then, and let us get in; and mind, if they don't take us at Congress Hall, we shall expect you to keep us until we find better accommodations." Mrs. Jeremy, Emily, and Gertrude were consequently assisted into a small omnibus, and closely packed away among half a dozen ladies and children, who, tired, dusty, and anxious, were schooling themselves to patience, or encouraging themselves with hope. The doctor took a seat upon the outside, and the moment the vehicle stopped, hastened to present himself to the landlord. As he had anticipated, there was not a vacant corner in the house. Wishing to accommodate him, however, the office keeper announced the possibility that he might be able before night to furnish him with one room in a house in the next street. "One room in the next street?" cried the doctor. "Ah, that's being colonized out, is it? Well, sir, it won't do for me. I must have a place to put my ladies in at once. Why, in conscience, don't you have hotels enough for your visitors?" "It is the height of the season, sir, and "Why, Dr. Jeremy!" exclaimed the youthful voice of Netta Grisworth, who was passing through the hall with her grandmother. "How do you do, sir? Are Miss Graham and Miss Flint with you? Have you come to stay?" Before the doctor could answer her questions and pay his respects to Madam Grisworth, a venerable old lady, whom he had known 30 years before, the landlord of the hotel accosted him. "Dr. Jeremy?" said he. "Excuse me, I did not know you. Dr. Jeremy, of Boston?" "The same," said the doctor, bowing. "Ah, we are all right, then. Your rooms are reserved, and will be made ready in a few minutes. They were vacated 2 days ago, and have not been occupied since." "What is all this?" exclaimed the honest doctor. "I engaged no rooms." "A friend did it for you, then, sir. A fortunate circumstance, especially as you have ladies with you. Saratoga is very crowded at this season. There were 7,000 strangers in the town yesterday." The doctor thanked his stars and his unknown friend, and summoned the ladies to enjoy their good fortune. "Why, now, ain't we lucky?" said Mrs. Jeremy, as she glanced round the comfortable room allotted to herself, and then, crossing the narrow entry, took a similar survey of Emily's and Gertrude's apartment. "After all the talk everybody made, too, about the crowd of folks there were here scrambling for places." The doctor, who had just come upstairs, having waited to give directions concerning his baggage, approached the door in time to hear his wife's last remark, and entering with his finger upon his lip, and a mock air of mystery, exclaimed, in a low voice, "Hush, hush! Don't say too much about it. We are profiting by a glorious mistake on the part of our good landlord. These rooms were engaged for somebody, that's certain, but not for us. However, they can't do more than turn us out when the right folks come, and until then we have a prospect, I see, of very good lodgings." But if the Jermys were not the right folks never came, and in the course of a week our party not only ceased to be conscious of their precarious footing in the house, but even had the presumption to propose, and the good fortune to obtain, a favourable exchange for Emily to a bedroom upon the first floor, which opened directly into the drawing room, and saved her the necessity of passing up and down the often crowded staircases. It was nearly tea time on the day of their arrival, and Emily and Gertrude had just completed their toilet, when there was a light rap upon their door. Gertrude hastened to open it and to admit Ellen Grisworth, who, while she saluted her with southern warmth of manner, hesitated at the threshold, saying, "I am afraid you will think me an intruder, but Netta told me you had arrived, and hearing accidentally from the chambermaid that you had the next room to mine, I could not forbear stopping a moment as I passed to tell you how very glad I am to see you again." Gertrude and Emily expressed their pleasure at the meeting, thanked her for her want of ceremony, and urged her to come in and remain with them until the gong sounded for tea. She availed herself of the invitation, and taking a seat upon the nearest trunk, proceeded to inquire concerning their travels and Emily's health since they parted at West Point. Among other adventures, Gertrude mentioned their having again encountered Mr. Phillips. "Indeed," said Miss Grisworth, "he seems to be a ubiquitous individual. He was in Saratoga a day or two ago, and sat opposite to me at our dinner table, but I have not seen him since. Did you become acquainted with him, Miss Graham?" "I am sorry to say I did not," replied Emily. Then, looking smilingly at Gertrude, she added, "Gertie was so anxious for an opportunity to introduce me that I was quite grieved for her disappointment." "Then you liked him?" said Miss Grisworth, addressing herself to Gertrude, and speaking with great earnestness. "I knew you would." "He interested me very much," replied Gertrude. "He is very agreeable, very peculiar, and to me rather incomprehensible." "Non-committal, I see," said Miss Grisworth, archly. "I hope you will have a chance to make up your mind. It is more than I can do, I confess, for every time I am in his company I recognize some new and unexpected trait of character. He got so angry with one of the waiters, the day he dined with us in New York, that I was actually frightened. However, I believe my fears were groundless, for he is too much of a gentleman to bandy words with an inferior; and though his eyes flashed like coals of fire, he kept his temper from blazing forth. I will do him the justice to say that this great indignation did not spring from any neglect he had himself received, but from the man's gross inattention to two dowdy-looking women from the country, who had never thought of such a thing as feeing him, and therefore got nothing to eat until everybody else had finished, and looked all the time as disappointed and ashamed as if they were just out of the state prison. "Too bad!" exclaimed Gertrude, energetically. "I don't wonder Mr. Phillips felt provoked with the mercenary fellow. I like him for that." "It was too bad," said Miss Grisworth. "I couldn't help pitying them myself. One of them, a young girl, fresh from the churn, who had worn her best white gown on purpose to make a figure in the city, looked just ready to burst out crying." "I hope such instances of neglect are not very common," said Gertrude. "I am afraid, if they are, Emily and I shall be on the crying list, for Dr. Jeremy never will fee the waiters beforehand. He says it is a mean thing, and he should scorn to command attention in that way." "Oh, you need have no such fear," said Miss Grisworth. "Persons in the least accustomed to hotel life can always command a moderate share of attention, especially in so well regulated an establishment as this. Grandmamma shares the doctor's views with regard to bargaining for it beforehand, but no one ever sees her neglected here. The case which occurred in New York was a gross instance of that partiality for which the public are partly to blame. The waiters can tell easily enough who will endure to be imposed upon, and the embarrassed faces of the two country ladies, who found so fierce an advocate in Mr. Phillips, were alone sufficient to lay them open to any degree of neglect." Another light tap at the door, and this time it was Netta Grisworth, who entered, exclaiming, "I hear Ellen's voice, so I suppose I may come in. I am provoked," added she, as she kissed Emily's hand, and shook Gertrude's with a freedom and vivacity which seemed to spring partly from girlish hoydenism and partly from high-bred independence of manner, "to think that while I have been watching about the drawing-room doors for this half hour, so as to see you the first minute you came in, Ellen has been sitting here on a trunk, as sociable as all the world, enjoying your society, and telling you every bit of news." "Not every bit, Netta," said Ellen. "I have left several choice little morsels for you. Have you told Miss Flint about the Foxes and the Coxes that were here yesterday?" "Has she, Miss Flint?" "Not a word about them," said Gertrude. "Nor about the fright we had on board the steamboat?" "No." "Nor about Mr. Phillips being here?" "Oh, yes, she told us that." "Ah, she did!" exclaimed Netta, with an arch look, which called up her sister's blushes. "And did she tell you how he occupied this room, and how we heard him through the thin partition, pacing up and down all night, and how it kept me from sleeping, and gave me a terrible headache all the next day?" "No, she did not tell me that," said Gertrude. "You don't either of you walk all night, do you?" asked Netta. "Not often." "Oh, how thankful we ought to be to have you for neighbours," replied Netta. "If that horrible man had stayed here, and kept up that measured tread, there would have been a suicide either in his room or ours before many nights." "Do you think he was ill?" inquired Gertrude. "No, indeed," said Ellen. "It was nothing very remarkable not for him, at least. All his habits are peculiar. But it kept Netta awake an hour or two, and made her fidgety." "An hour or two, Ellen?" cried Netta. "It was the whole night." "My dear sis," said Ellen, "you don't know what a whole night is. You never saw one." A little sisterly discussion might have ensued about the length of Mr. Phillips's walk, and Netta's consequent wakefulness; but fortunately the gong sounded, and Netta flew off to her own room to brush out her puffs before tea. Saratoga is a queer place. One sees congregated there, at the height of the season, delegates from every part of our own and from many foreign countries. Fashion's ladder is transplanted thither, and all its rounds are filled. Beauty, wealth, pride, and folly are well represented, and so too are wit, genius, and learning. Idleness reigns supreme, and no one, not even the most active, busy, and industrious citizen of our working land, dares, in this her legitimate province, to dispute her temporary sway. Every rank of society, every profession, and almost every trade, meet each other on an easy and friendly footing. The acknowledged belle, the bearer of an aristocratic name, the owner of a well-filled purse, the renowned scholar, artist, or poet, having all a conspicuous sphere to shine in. There are many counterfeits, too. The nobodies at home stand a chance to be considered somebodies here, and the first people of a distant city, accustomed to consider themselves somebodies, sit in corners and pout at suddenly finding themselves nobodies. All come, however, from a common motive. All are in pursuit of amusement, recreation, and rest from labor; and in this search after pleasure a friendly and benevolent sentiment for the most part prevails. All are in motion, and the throngs of well-dressed people moving to and fro, on foot, on horseback, and in carriages, together with the gay assemblages crowded upon the piazzas of the hotels, constitute a lively and festive scene, and he who loves to observe human nature may study it here in its most animated form. It was a wholly new experience to Gertrude, and although, in the comparative retirement and privacy of Congress Hall, she saw only the reflection of Saratoga gaiety, and heard only the echo of its distant hum, there was enough of novelty and excitement to entertain, amuse, and surprise one who was a complete novice in the ways of fashionable life. In the circle of high-bred, polished, literary, and talented persons whom Madam Grisworth drew about her, and into which Dr. Jeremy's party were at once admitted as honored members, Gertrude found much that was congenial to her cultivated and superior taste, and she herself soon came to be appreciated and admired as she deserved. Madam Grisworth was a lady of the old school, one who had all her life been accustomed to the best society, and who continued, in spite of her advanced years, to enjoy and to adorn it. She was still an elegant-looking woman, tall and stately, and though a little proud, and to strangers a little reserved, she soon proved herself an agreeable companion to people of all ages. For the first day or two of their acquaintance, poor Mrs. Jeremy stood much in awe of her, and could not feel quite at ease in her presence. But this feeling wore off wonderfully quick, and the stout little doctor's lady soon became exceedingly confiding and chatty towards the august dame. One evening, when the Jeremys had now been a week at Saratoga, as Emily and Gertrude were leaving the tea-table, they were joined by Netta Grisworth, who, linking her arm in Gertrude's, exclaimed, in her usual gay manner, "Gertrude, I shall quarrel with you soon." "Indeed," said Gertrude, "on what ground?" "Jealousy." Gertrude blushed slightly. "Oh, you needn't turn so red. It's not on account of any grey-headed gentleman's staring at you all dinner-time from the other end of the table. No, I'm indifferent on that score. Ellen and you may disagree about Mr. Phillips's attentions, but I'm jealous of those of another person." "I hope Gertrude isn't interfering with your happiness in any way," said Emily, smiling. "She is, though," replied Netta. "My happiness, my pride, my comfort. She is undermining them all. She would not dare to conduct so, Miss Graham, if you could see her behaviour." "Tell me all about it," said Emily, coaxingly, "and I will promise to interest myself for you." "I doubt that," answered Netta. "I am not sure but you are a coadjutor with her. However, I will state my grievance. Do you not see how entirely she engrosses the attention of an important personage? Are you not aware that Peter has ceased to have eyes for any one else? For my own part, I can get nothing to eat or drink until Miss Flint is served, and I'm determined to ask papa to change our seats at the table. It isn't that I care about my food, but I feel insulted. My pride is essentially wounded. A few days ago I was a great favourite with Peter, and all my pet dishes were sure to be placed directly in front of me. But now the tune is changed, and this very evening I saw him pass Gertrude the blackberries, which the creature knows I delight in, while he pushed a dish of blues towards me in a contemptuous manner, which seemed to imply, 'Blueberries are good enough for you, miss.'" "I have noticed that the waiters are very attentive to us," said Emily. "Do you suppose Gertrude has been secretly bribing them?" "She says not," replied Netta. "Didn't you tell me so yesterday, Gertrude, when I was drawing a similar comparison between their devotion to you and to our party? Didn't you tell me that neither the doctor nor any of you ever gave Peter a cent?" "Certainly," answered Gertrude. "His attentions are all voluntary, but I attribute them entirely to Emily's influence and his desire to serve her." "It's no such thing," said Netta, emphasizing her remark by a mysterious little shake of the head. "It's sorcery, I'm sure of it. You've been practicing the black art, Gertrude, and I'll warn Peter this very day." As she spoke, they reached a corner of the drawing room where the old ladies Grisworth and Jeremy were sitting upon a sofa, engaged in earnest conversation, while Ellen, who had just returned from a drive with her father, stood talking with him and a Mr. Pentrincourt, who had that evening arrived from New York. The ladies on the sofa made room for Emily, and Netta and Gertrude seated themselves near by. Occasionally, Madam Grisworth cast glances of annoyance at a group of children on the other side of the room, who by their noisy shouts continually interrupted her remarks, and prevented her understanding those of her neighbour. Gertrude's attention soon became attracted by them also to such a degree that she did not hear more than half of the lively and gay sallies of wit and nonsense which Netta continued to pour forth. "Do go and play with those children, Gertrude," said Netta, at last. "I know you're longing to." "I'm longing to stop their play," exclaimed Gertrude, an apparently ill-natured remark, which we are bound to explain. Some half dozen gaily and fancifully dressed children, whose mothers were scattered about on the piazzas, and whose nurses were at supper, had collected around a strange little newcomer, whom they were subjecting to every species of persecution. Her clothes, though of rich material, were most untidily arranged, and appeared somewhat soiled by travelling. Her little black silk frock, for the child was clad in mourning, seemed to be quite outgrown, being much shorter than some of her other garments, and her whole appearance denoted great negligence on the part of her parents or guardians. When Madam Grisworth's evident disturbance first led Gertrude to notice the youthful group, this little girl was standing in their midst, looking wildly about her, as if for a chance to escape; but this the children prevented, and continued to ply her with questions, each of which called forth a derisive shout from all but the poor little object of attack, who, on her part, looked ready to burst into tears. Whether the scene reminded Gertrude of some of her own experiences, or merely touched the chord of a universal spirit of sympathy for the injured, she could not keep her eyes from the little party; and just as Netta was fairly launched upon one of her favourite topics, namely, Mr. Phillips and his unaccountable conduct, she sprung from her seat, exclaiming, "They shan't torment that child so!" and hastily crossed the room to the rescue. Netta burst into a hearty laugh at Gertrude's excited and enthusiastic manner of starting on her benevolent errand; and this, together with the unusual circumstance of her crossing the large and crowded room hastily and alone, drew the inquiries of all the circle whom she had left, and during her absence she unconsciously became the subject of discussion and remark. "What is the matter, Netta?" asked Madam Grisworth. "Where has Gertrude gone?" "To offer herself as a champion, grandmamma, for that little rowdy-dowdy looking child." "Is she the one who has been making all this noise?" "No, indeed, but I believe she is the cause of it." "It isn't every girl," remarked Ellen, "who could cross a great room like this so gracefully as Gertrude can." "She has a remarkably good figure," said Madam Grisworth, "and knows how to walk, a very rare accomplishment now a days." "She is a very well-formed girl," remarked Dr. Grisworth, who had observed Gertrude attentively as she crossed the room, and now, hearing her commented upon, turned to take his part in the criticism. "But the true secret of her looking so completely the lady lies in her having uncommon dignity of character, being wholly unconscious of observation, and independent of the wish to attract it, and therefore simply acting herself. She dresses well, too. Ellen, I wish you would imitate Miss Flint's style of dress. Nothing could be in better taste." "Or a greater savings to your purse, papa," whispered Netta. "Gertrude dresses very simply." "Miss Flint's style of dress would not become Miss Grisworth," said the fashionable Mrs. Pentricourt, who approached in time to hear the doctor's remark. "Your daughter, sir, is a noble, showy looking girl, and can carry off a great deal of dress." "So can a milliner's doll, Mrs. Pentricourt. However, I suppose, in a certain sense, you are right. The two girls are not sufficiently alike to resemble each other, if their dresses were matched with Chinese exactness." "Resemble each other! You surely would not wish to see your beautiful daughter the counterpart of one who has not half her attractions. Are you much acquainted with Miss Flint?" "Not at all, but Netta pointed her out to me at the tea table as being a particular friend." "Then you must excuse me, ma'am, if I remark that it is impossible you should have any idea of her attractions, as they certainly do not lie on the surface." "You confess, then, that you do not think her handsome, sir?" "To tell the truth, I never thought anything about it." "Ask Pentricourt; he is an acknowledged judge." And the doctor bowed in a flattering manner to the lady, who had been the belle of the season at the time her husband paid his addresses to her. "I will when I can get a chance, but he is standing too near the blind lady. Miss Flint's aunt, is she not?" "Particular friend, not her aunt." This conversation had been carried on in a low voice, that Emily might not hear it. Others, however, were either more careless or more indifferent to her presence, for Madam Grisworth began to speak of Gertrude without restraint, as she was at this moment saying, "One must see her under peculiar circumstances to be struck with her beauty at once. For instance, as I did yesterday, when she had just returned from horseback riding, and her face was in a glow from exercise and excitement; or as she looks when animated by her intense interest in some glowing and eloquent speaker; or when her feelings are suddenly touched, and the tears start into her eyes, and her whole soul shines out through them." "Why, grandmamma," cried Netta, "you are really eloquent." "So is Gertrude at such times as those I speak of. Oh, she is a girl after my own heart." "She must be a very agreeable young lady, from your account," said Mr. Pentricourt. "We must know her." "You will not find her at all the same stamp as most of the agreeable young ladies whom you meet in the gay circles. I must tell you what Horace Willard said of her. He is an accomplished man and a scholar. His opinion is worth something. He had been staying a fortnight at the United States Hotel, and used to call here occasionally to see us. The day he left he came to me and said, 'Where is Miss Flint? I must have one more refreshing conversation with her before I go. It is a perfect rest to be in that young lady's society, for she never seems to be making the least effort to talk with me, or to expect any attempt on my part. She is one of the few girls who never speak unless they have something to say. How she has contrived to quiet those children!" Mr. Pentricourt followed the direction of Madam Grisworth's eyes. "Is that the young lady you are speaking of?" asked he; "the one with great dark eyes, and such a splendid head of hair? I have been noticing her for some time." "Yes, that is she, talking to the little girl in black." "Madam Grisworth," said Dr. Jeremy, through the long open window, and stepping inside as he spoke, "I see you appreciate our Gertie. I did not say too much in praise of her good sense, did I?" "Not half enough, doctor. She is a very bright girl, and a very good one, I believe." "Good!" exclaimed the doctor. "I didn't know that goodness counted in these places. But if goodness is worth speaking of, I should like to tell you a little of what I know of that girl." And without going closely into particulars, he commenced dilating enthusiastically upon Gertrude's noble and disinterested conduct under trying circumstances, and warming with his subject, had recounted, in a touching manner, her devotion to one old paralytic, to another infirm, imbecile, and ill-tempered old man, and his slowly declining daughter, and would have proceeded, perhaps, to speak of her recent self-sacrificing labors in Emily's service, but Miss Graham touched his arm, spoke in a low voice, and interrupted him. He stopped abruptly. "Emily, my dear," said he, "I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were here, but what you say is very true. Gertrude is a private character, and I have no right to bring her before the public. I am an old fool certainly, But there, we are all friends." And he looked around the circle a little anxiously, cast a slightly suspicious glance at the Pentricourts, and finally rested his gaze upon a figure directly behind Ellen Grisworth. The latter turned, not having been previously aware that any stranger was in the neighborhood, and to her surprise found herself face to face with Mr. Phillips. "Good evening, sir," said she, on recognizing him; but he did not seem to hear her. Madam Grisworth, who had never seen him before, looked up inquiringly. "Mr. Phillips," said Ellen, "shall I make you acquainted with Mrs. Grisworth, my—" But before she could complete the introduction, he had darted quickly through the window, and was walking across the piazza with hasty strides. He drew forth his handkerchief, wiped the moisture from his brow, and, unseen and unsuspected, brushed away a tear. Chapter 38. Of the Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 38. It was not thus in other days we met. Hath time, hath absence, taught thee to forget? Mrs. Hemans. Later in the evening, when Gertrude, having resigned her little charge to the nurse who came to seek her, had again joined her party, the attention of every one assembled in the drawing-room was attracted by the entrance of a beautiful and showily dressed young lady, attended by 2 or 3 gentlemen. After glancing round the room for the person whom she came to seek, she advanced towards Mrs. Pentricourt, who, on her part, rose to receive her young visitor. Unexpected as the meeting was to Gertrude, she at once recognized Isabel Clinton, who, however, passed both her and Emily without observing them, and there being no vacant chair near at hand, seated herself with Mrs. Pentricourt on a couch a little farther up the room, and entered into earnest and familiar conversation. Nor did she change her position or look in the direction of Dr. Jeremy's party, until just as she was taking her leave. She would have passed them then without noticing their presence, but accidentally hearing Dr. Grisworth address Miss Flint by name, she half turned, caught Gertrude's eye, spoke a careless "How do you do?" with that sort of indifference which one salutes a very slight acquaintance, cast a look back at Emily, surveyed with an impertinent air of curiosity the rest of the circle to which they belonged, and without stopping to exchange words or inquiries, walked off whispering to her companions some satirical comments both upon the place and the company. "Oh, what a beauty!" exclaimed Netta to Mrs. Pentricourt. "Who is she?" Mrs. Pentricourt related what she knew of Miss Clinton, told how she had travelled with her in Switzerland, and met her afterwards in Paris, where she was universally admired. Then turning to Gertrude, she remarked, "You are acquainted with her, I see, Miss Flint." Gertrude replied that she knew her before she went abroad, but had seen nothing of her since her return. "She has but just arrived," said Mrs. Pentricourt. "She came with her father in the last steamer, and has been in Saratoga but a day or 2. She is making a great sensation at the United States, I hear, and has troops of beaux." "Most of whom are probably aware," remarked Mr. Pentricourt, "that she will have plenty of money one of these days." Emily's attention was by this time attracted. She had been conversing with Ellen Grisworth, but now turned to ask Gertrude if they were speaking of Isabel Clinton. "Yes," said Dr. Jeremy, taking upon himself to reply, "and if she were not the rudest girl in the world, my dear, you would not have remained so long in ignorance of her having been here." Emily forbore to make any comment. It did not surprise her to hear that the Clintons had returned home, as they had separated from the Grahams soon after the latter went abroad, and she had since heard nothing of their movements. Nor was she astonished at any degree of incivility from one who sometimes seemed ignorant of the most common rules of politeness. Gertrude was silent also, but she burned inwardly, as she always did, at any slights being offered to the gentle Emily. Gertrude and Dr. Jeremy were always among the earliest morning visitors at the spring. The doctor enjoyed drinking the water at this hour, and as Gertrude was an early riser and fond of walking before breakfast, he made it a point that she should accompany him, partake of the beverage of which he was himself so fond, and afterwards join him in a brisk pedestrian exercise until near the hour of the morning meal, which was as early as Mrs. Jeremy or Emily cared to have their slumbers disturbed. On the morning succeeding the evening of which we have been speaking, they had, as usual, presented themselves at the spring. Gertrude had gratified the doctor, and made a martyr of herself by imbibing a tumblerful of a water which she found very unpalatable, and he having quaffed his 7th glass, they had both proceeded some distance on one more walk around the grounds, when he suddenly missed his cane, and believing that he had left it at the spring, declared his intention to return and look for it. Gertrude would have gone back also, but as there might be some difficulty and delay in recovering it, he insisted upon her continuing her walk in the direction of the circular railway, promising to come round the other way and meet her. She had proceeded some little distance, and was walking thoughtfully along, when, at an abrupt winding in the path, she observed a couple approaching her, a young lady leaning on the arm of a gentleman. A straw hat partially concealed the face of the latter, but in the former she at once recognized Belle Clinton. It was equally evident, too, that Belle saw Gertrude and knew her, but did not mean to acknowledge her acquaintance. For, after the first glance, she kept her eyes obstinately fixed either upon her companion or the ground. This conduct did not disturb Gertrude in the least. Belle could not feel more indifferent about the acquaintance than she did, but being thus saved the necessity of awaiting and returning any salutation from that quarter, she naturally bestowed her passing glance upon the gentleman who accompanied Miss Clinton. He looked up at the same instant, fixed his full gray eyes upon her, with merely that careless look, however, with which one stranger regards another, then turning as carelessly away, made some slight remark to his companion. They pass on. They have gone some steps, but Gertrude stands fixed to the spot. She feels a great throbbing at her heart. She knows that look, that voice, as well as if she had seen and heard them yesterday. Could Gertrude forget Willie Sullivan? But he has forgotten her. Shall she run after him and stop him, and catch both his hands in hers, and compel him to see and know and speak to her? She started one step forward in the direction he had taken, then suddenly paused and hesitated. A crowd of emotions choked, blinded, suffocated her, and while she wrestled with them and they with her, he turned the corner and passed out of sight. She covered her face with her hands, always her first impulse in moments of distress, and leaned against a tree. It was Willie, there was no doubt of that, but not her Willie, the boy Willie. It was true, time had added but little to his height or breadth of figure, for he was a well-grown youth when he went away. But 6 years of Eastern life, including no small amount of travel, care, exposure, and suffering, had done the work that twice that time would ordinarily have accomplished. The fresh complexion of the boy had given place to the pallor, beard-darkened, and somewhat sun-browned tints that mark a ripened manhood. The joyous eye had a deeper cast of thought, the elastic step a more firm and measured tread, while the beaming, sunny expression of countenance had given place to a certain grave and composed look which marked his features when in repose. The winning attractiveness of the boy, however, had but given place to equal, if not superior qualities in the man, who was still eminently handsome and gifted with that inborn and natural grace and ease of deportment which win universal remark and commendation. The broad, open forehead, the lines of mild but firm decision about the mouth, the frank, fearless manner, were as marked as ever, and were alone sufficient to betray his identity to one upon whose memory these, and all his other characteristics, were indelibly stamped. And Gertrude needed not the sound of his well-known voice, though that, too, at the same moment fell upon her ear, to proclaim at once to her beating heart that Willie Sullivan had met her face to face, had passed on, and that she was left all alone, unrecognized, unknown, and, to all appearance, unthought of and uncared for. For a time, this bitter thought, "He does not know me," was alone present to her mind. It filled and engrossed her entire imagination, and sent a thrill of surprise and agony through her whole frame. She did not stop to reflect upon the fact that she was but a child when she parted from him, and that the change in her appearance must be immense. Far less did it occur to her to congratulate herself upon a transformation every shade of which had been to her a proportionate improvement and advantage. The one painful idea that she was forgotten and lost, as it were, to the dear friend of her childhood, obliterated every other recollection. Had they both been children, as in the earlier days of their brother and sisterhood, it would have been easy, and but natural, to dart forward, overtake, and claim him. But time, in the changes it had wrought, had built up a huge barrier between them. Gertrude was a woman now, with all a woman's pride, and delicacy and maiden modesty deterred her from the course which impulse and old affection prompted. Other feelings, too, soon crowded into her mind, in confused and mingled array. Why was Willie here, and with Isabel Clinton leaning on his arm? How came he on this side of the ocean? And how happened it that he had not immediately sought herself, the earliest, and, as she had supposed, almost the only friend he had left to welcome him back to his native land? Why had he not written and warned her of his coming? How should she account for his strange silence, and the still stranger circumstance of his hurrying at once to the haunts of fashion, without once visiting the city of his birth, and the sister of his adoption? Question after question, and doubt following doubt, rushed into her mind so confusedly that she could not reflect, could not come to any conclusion in the matter. She could only feel and weep, and giving way to her overpowering emotion, she burst into a flood of tears. Poor child! It was so different a meeting from what she had imagined and expected. For the 6 years that she had been growing into womanhood, it had been the dream of her waking hours, and had come as a beautiful though transient reality to her happy sleep. He could hardly have presented himself at any hour of the day or night, scarcely in any disguise, that would not have been foreseen and anticipated. He could have used no form of greeting that had not already rung in the ears of her fancy. He could bestow upon her no look that would not be familiar. What Willie would say when he first saw her, what he would do to express his delight, the questions he would ask, the exclamations he would utter, and the corresponding replies on her part, the happiness of them both, lately sobered and subdued to her imagination by the thought of the dear departed ones they had both loved so well. All this had been rehearsed by Gertrude again and again, in every new instance taking some new form, or varied by some additional circumstance. But among all her visions there had been none which in the least approached the reality of this painful experience that had suddenly plunged her into disappointment and sorrow. Her darkest dreams had never pictured a meeting so chilling. Her most fearful forebodings, and she had of late had many, had never prefigured anything so heartrending as this seemingly total annihilation of all the sweet and cherished relations that had subsisted between herself and the long absent and exiled wanderer. No wonder, then, that she forgot the place, the time, everything but her own overwhelming grief, and that, as she stood leaning against the old tree, her chest heaved with sobs too deep for utterance, and great tears trickled from her eyes, and between the little taper fingers that vainly sought to hide her disturbed countenance. She was startled from her position by the sound of an approaching footstep. Hastily starting forward, without looking in the direction from which it came, and throwing a lace veil, which, as the day was warm, was the only protection she wore upon her head, in such a manner as to hide her face, she wiped away her fast-flowing tears, and hastened on, to avoid being overtaken and observed by any of the numerous strangers who frequented the grounds at this hour. Half blinded, however, by the thick folds of the veil, and her sight rendered still dimmer by the tears which continued to fill her eyes, she was scarcely conscious of the unsteady course she was pursuing, when suddenly a loud whizzing noise, close to her ears, frightened and confused her so she knew not which way to turn, nor had she time to take a single step, for at the same instant an arm was suddenly flung round her waist, she was forcibly lifted from her feet with as much ease and lightness as if she had been a little child, and before she was conscious of what was taking place, found herself detained and supported by the same strong arm, while just in front of her a little hand-car containing 2 persons was rolling by at full speed. One step more and she would have reached the track of the miniature railway, and been exposed to serious, perhaps fatal injury from the rapidly moving vehicle. Flinging back her veil, she at once perceived her fortunate escape, and being at the same moment released from the firm grasp of her rescuer, she turned upon him a half confused, half grateful face, whose disturbed expression was much enhanced by her previous excitement and tears. Mr. Phillips, for it was he, looked upon her in the most tender and pitying manner. "Poor child," said he, soothingly, at the same time drawing her arm through his, "you were very much frightened. Here, sit down upon this bench," and he would have drawn her towards a seat, but she shook her head, and signified by a movement her wish to proceed towards the hotel. She could not speak; the kindness of his look and voice only served to increase her trouble and rob her of her power to articulate. So he walked on in perfect silence, supporting her, however, with the greatest care, and bestowing upon her many an anxious glance. At last, making a great effort to recover her calmness, she partially succeeded, so much so that he ventured to speak again, and asked, "Did I frighten you?" "You?" replied she, in a low and somewhat unsteady voice. "Oh, no, you are very kind." "I am sorry you are so disturbed," said he. "Those little cars are troublesome things. I wish they'd put a stop to them." "The car?" said Gertrude, in an absent way. "Oh, yes, I forgot." "You are a little nervous, I fear. Can't you get Dr. Jeremy to prescribe for you?" "The doctor? He went back for his cane, I believe." Mr. Phillips saw that she was bewildered. Obtuse he knew she never was, for within the last few days his acquaintance with her had grown and ripened by frequent intercourse. He forbore any attempt at conversation, and they continued their walk to the hotel without another word. Just before leaving her, however, he said, in a tone of the deepest interest, as he held her hand for a moment at parting, "Can I do anything for you? Can I help you?" Gertrude looked up at him. She saw at once, from his countenance, that he understood and realized that she was unhappy, not nervous. Her eyes thanked him as they again glistened behind a shower of tears. "No, no," gasped she, "but you are very good." And she hastened into the house, leaving him standing for more than a minute in the spot where she had left him, gazing at the door by which she had disappeared, as if she were still in sight and he were watching her. Gertrude's first thought, after parting from Mr. Phillips and gaining the shelter of the hotel, was, how she might best conceal from all her friends, and especially from Miss Graham, any knowledge of the load of grief she was sustaining. That she would receive sympathy and comfort from Emily there could be no doubt, but in proportion as she loved and respected her benefactress, did she shrink with jealous sensitiveness from any disclosure which was calculated to lessen Willie Sullivan in the estimation of one in whose opinion she was anxious that he should sustain the high place to which her own praises had exalted him. The chief knowledge that Emily had of Willie was derived from Gertrude, and with a mingled feeling of tenderness for him and pride on her account, did the latter dread to disclose the fact that he had returned after so many years of absence, that she had met him in the public walks of Saratoga, and that he had passed her carelessly by. The possibility naturally presented itself to her mind that he had indeed visited Boston, sought her, and learning where she might be found, had come hither purposely to see her. Nor, on calm reflection, did this supposition seem contradicted by his failing, on a mere casual glance, to recognize her; for she could not be ignorant or insensible of the vast change which had taken place both in her face and figure. But the ray of hope which this thought called up was quickly dissipated by the recollection of a letter received the previous evening from Mrs. Ellis, now acting as housekeeper at Dr. Jeremy's, which would certainly have mentioned the arrival of so important a visitor. There was, however, the still further possibility that this arrival might have taken place since the date of Mrs. Ellis's concise epistle, and that Willie might have but just reached his destination, and not yet had time to discover her temporary place of abode. Though the leisurely manner in which he was escorting Miss Clinton on her morning walk seemed to contradict the supposition, Gertrude, clinging fondly to this frail hope, and believing that the rest of the day would not pass without his presenting himself at the hotel, determined to concentrate all her energies in the effort to maintain her usual composure, at least until her fears should become certainties. It was very hard for her to appear as usual, and elude the vigilance of the affectionate and careful Emily, who, always deeply conscious of her responsibility towards her young charge, and fearful lest, owing to her blindness, she might often be an insufficient protection to one of so ardent and excitable a temperament, was keenly alive to every sensation and emotion experienced by Gertrude, especially to any fluctuation in her usually cheerful spirits. And Gertrude's spirits, even when she had armed herself with confidence and hope by the encouraging thought that Willie would yet prove faithful to his old friendship, could not but be sorely depressed by the consciousness now forced upon her that he could no longer be to her as he had once been, that they could never meet on the same footing on which they had parted, that he was a man of the world now, with new relations, new cares, new interests, and that she had been deceiving herself, and laboring under a fond delusion, and cherishing the belief that in their case the laws of nature would be suspended, and time have no power to alter or modify the nature and extent of their mutual affection. There was something in the very circumstance of her first meeting him in company with Isabel Clinton, which tended to impress her with this conviction. Isabel, of all people, one so essentially worldly, and with whom she had so little sympathy or congeniality. True, she was the daughter of Willie's early and generous employer, now the senior partner in the mercantile house to which he belonged, and would not only be likely to form his acquaintance, but would have an undoubted claim to every polite attention he might have it in his power to pay her. But still Gertrude could not feel but a greater sense of estrangement, a chilling presentiment of sorrow, from seeing him thus familiarly associated with one who had invariably treated her with scorn and incivility. There was but one thing for her to do, however, to call up all her self-command, bring pride even to her aid, and endeavour, in any event, to behave with serenity and composure. The very fear that one keen and searching pair of eyes had already penetrated her secret so far as to discover that she was afflicted in some form or other, served to put her still more upon her guard, and she therefore compelled herself to enter the room where Emily was awaiting her, bid her a cheerful good morning, and assist, as usual, in the completion of her toilet. Her face still bore indications of recent tears, but that Emily could not see, and by breakfast time even they were effectually removed. Now again new trials awaited her, for Dr. Jeremy, according to his promise, had, after recovering the missing cane, gone to meet her in the direction agreed upon, and finding her false to her appointment and nowhere to be found among the grounds, was full of inquiries as to the path she had taken, and her reasons for giving him the slip. Now for the first time she recollected the doctor's promise to rejoin her, and the stipulation that she should proceed in the path she was then following. But having, until these questions were put to her, quite forgotten the old gentleman, she was unprepared for a reply, blushed, and became very much confused. The truth was that when Gertrude heard Mr. Phillips approaching in the direction she should have taken, she, in her eagerness to avoid meeting anyone, took the contrary path that she had been pursuing, and after he joined her, retraced her steps to the hotel in the same way she had come, consequently eluding the search of the doctor. But before she could plead any excuse, Netta Grisworth came running up, evidently full of pleasantry and fun, and leaning over Gertrude's shoulder, said in a whisper loud enough to be heard by all the little circle, who were being delayed on their way to breakfast by the doctor's demand for an explanation, "Gertrude, my dear, such affecting partings ought to be private. I wonder you did allow them to take place directly at the doorstep." This remark did not lessen Gertrude's discomfiture, which became extreme on Dr. Jeremy's catching Netta by the arm as she was about to run off, and insisting upon knowing her meaning, declaring that he already had suspicions of Gertrude, and wanted to know who she had been walking with. "Oh, a certain tall young beau of hers, who stood gazing after her when she left him, until I began to fear the cruel creature had turned him into stone. What did you do to the poor man, Gertrude?" "Nothing," replied Gertrude. "He saved me from being thrown down by the little rail car, and afterwards walked home with me." Gertrude answered seriously. She could have laughed and joked with Netta at any other time, but now her heart was too heavy. The doctor did not perceive her growing agitation, however, and pushed the matter still further. "Quite romantic. Imminent danger. Providential rescue. Tete-a-tete walk home, carefully avoiding the old doctor, who might prove an interruption. I understand." Poor Gertrude, blushing scarlet and pitiably distressed, tried to offer some explanation, and stammered out, with a faltering voice, that she did not notice, she didn't remember. Ellen Grisworth gave her a scrutinizing glance, Emily an anxious one, and Netta, half pitying, half enjoying her confusion, dragged her off towards the breakfast hall, saying, "Never mind, Gertrude, it's no such dreadful thing after all." She made a pretence of eating breakfast, but could not conceal her want of appetite, and was glad, when Emily had finished her light repast, to accompany her to their own room, where, after relating circumstantially her escape from accident and Mr. Phillips's agency in that escape, she was permitted by her apparently satisfied hearer to sit down quietly and read aloud to her in a book lent them by that gentleman, to whom, however, owing to unfriendly fortune, no opportunity had ever yet occurred of introducing Emily. The whole morning passed away, and nothing was heard from Willie. Every time a servant passed through the entry, Gertrude was on the tiptoe of expectation, and on occasion of a tap at the door, such as occurred several times before dinner, she trembled so that she could hardly lift the latch. There was no summons to the parlour, however, and by noon the feverish excitement of alternate expectation and disappointment had brought a deep flush into her face, and she experienced, what was very unusual, symptoms of a severe headache. Conscious, however, of the wrong construction which would be sure to put upon her conduct, if upon any plea whatever, she on this day absented herself from the dinner table. She made the effort to dress with as much care as usual, and as she passed up the hall to her seat, it was not strange that, though suffering herself, the rich glow that mantled her cheeks, and the brilliancy which excitement had given to her dark eyes, attracted the notice of others beside Mr. Phillips, who, seated at some distance, continued during the short time that he remained at the table to observe her attentively. Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 39. O'er the wrung heart, from midnight's breathless sky, lone looks the pity of the eternal eye. New Timon. When Gertrude went to her room after dinner, which she did as soon as she had seen Emily comfortably established in the drawing room in conversation with Madam Grisworth, she found there a beautiful bouquet of the choicest flowers, which the chambermaid assured her she had been commissioned to deliver herself. She rightly imagined the source from whence they came, divined at once the motives of kindness and sympathy which had prompted the donor of so sweet and acceptable a gift, and felt that, if she must accept pity from any quarter, Mr. Phillips was one from whom she could more easily bear to receive it than from almost any other. Notwithstanding Netta's intimations, she did not for a moment suspect that any other motives than those of kindness and compassion had instigated the offering of the beautiful flowers. Nor had she reason to do so. Mr. Phillips's manner towards her was rather fatherly than lover-like, and though she began to look upon him as a valuable friend, that was the only light in which she had ever thought of viewing him, or believed that he ever regarded her. She placed the flowers in water, returned to the parlour, and constrained herself to talk on indifferent subjects, until she was happily relieved by the breaking up of their circle, part to ride on horseback, part to take a drive, and the rest a nap. Among these last was Gertrude, who availed herself of her headache as an excuse to Emily for this unwonted indulgence. But she could not sleep, and the day wore wearily on. Evening came at last, and with it an urgent invitation to Gertrude to accompany Dr. Grisworth, his daughters, and the Pentricourts, to a concert to be given at the United States Hotel. This she declined doing, and persisted in her refusal, in spite of every endeavour to shake her resolution. She felt that it would be impossible for her to undergo another such encounter as that of the morning. She should be sure to betray herself. And now that the whole day had passed, and Willie had made no attempt to see her, she felt that she would not, for the world, put herself in his way, and run the risk of being discovered and recognized by him in a crowded concert room. No, she would wait. She should see him soon, at the latest, and under the present circumstances she should not know how to meet him. She would preserve her incognito a little longer. So they all went without her, and many others from their hotel, and the parlour, being half deserted, was very quiet, a great relief to Gertrude's aching head and troubled mind. Later in the evening an elderly man, a clergyman, had been introduced to Emily, and was talking with her. Madam Grisworth and Dr. Jeremy were entertaining each other. Mrs. Jeremy was nodding, and Gertrude, believing that she should not be missed, was gliding out of the room to go and sit a while by herself in the moonlight, when she met Mr. Phillips in the hall. "What are you here all alone for?" asked he. "Why didn't you go to the concert?" "I have a headache." "I saw you had, at dinner. Is it no better?" "No, I believe not." "Come and walk with me on the piazza a little while. It will do you good." She went, and he talked very entertainingly to her, told her a great many amusing anecdotes, succeeded in making her smile, and even laugh, and seemed very much pleased at having done so. He related many amusing things he had seen and heard since he had been staying at Saratoga in the character of a spectator, and ended by asking her if she didn't think it was a heartless show. The question took Gertrude by surprise. She asked his meaning. "Don't you think there is something very ridiculous in so many thousand people coming here to enjoy themselves?" "I don't know," answered Gertrude, "but it has not seemed so to me. I think it's an excellent thing for those who do enjoy themselves." "And how many do?" "The greater part, I suppose." "Pshaw! No, they don't. More than half go away miserable, and nearly all the rest dissatisfied." "Do you think so? Now, I thought the charm of the place was seeing so many happy faces. They have nearly all looked happy to me." "Oh, that's all on the surface; and if you'll notice, those who look happy one day are wretched enough the next. Yours was one of the happy faces yesterday, but it isn't to day, my poor child." Then perceiving that his remark caused the hand which rested on his arm to tremble, while the eyes which had been attentively raised to his suddenly fell, and hid themselves under their long lashes, he continued, "However, we will trust soon to see it as bright as ever. But they should not have brought you here. Catskill Mountain was a fitter place for your lively imagination and reflecting mind. A sensitive nature should not be exposed to all the shafts of malice, envy, and ill will it is sure to encounter in one of these crowded resorts of selfish, base, and cruel humanity." "Oh!" exclaimed Gertrude, at once comprehending that Mr. Phillips suspected her to be smarting under some neglect, feeling of wounded pride, or, perhaps, serious injury. "You speak harshly. All are not selfish, all are not unkind." "Ah, you are young, and full of faith. Trust whom you can and as long as you can. I trust no one." "No one! Is there none, then, in the whole world whom you love and confide in?" "Scarcely. Certainly not more than one. Whom should I trust?" "The good, the pure, the truly great." "And who are they? How shall we distinguish them?" "I tell you, my young friend, that in my experience, and it has been rich, ay, very rich," and he set his teeth and spoke with bitterness, "the so called good, the honourable, the upright man, has proved but the varnished hypocrite, the highly finished and polished sinner. Yes," continued he, his voice growing deeper, his manner more excited as he spoke, "I can think of one, a respectable man, one of your first men, yes, and a church member, whose hardness, injustice, and cruelty made my life what it has been, a desert, a blank, or worse than that; and I can think of another, an old, rough, intemperate sailor, over whose head a day never passed that he did not take the name of his God in vain, who had, nevertheless, at the bottom of his heart, a drop of such pure, unsullied essence of virtue as could not be distilled from the souls of 10,000 of your polished rogues. Which, then, shall I trust, the good, religious men, or the low, profane, and abject ones?" "Trust in goodness wherever it be found," answered Gertrude; "but oh, trust all rather than none." "Your world, your religion, draws a closer line." "Call it not my world or my religion," said Gertrude. "I know of no such line. I know of no religion but that of the heart. Christ died for us all alike; and since few souls are so sunk in sin that they do not retain some spark of virtue and truth, who shall say in how many a light will at last spring up, by aid of which they may find their way to God?" "You are a good child, and full of hope and charity," said Mr. Phillips, pressing her arm closely to his side. "I will try and have faith in you. But see, our friends have returned from the concert; let us go and meet them." They had had a delightful time. Alboni had excelled herself, and they were so sorry Gertrude did not go. "But perhaps," whispered Netta, "you have enjoyed yourself more at home." She half repented of the sly intimation, even before the words had escaped her, for Gertrude, as she stood leaning unconcernedly upon Mr. Phillips's arm, looked so innocent of confusion or embarrassment that her very manner refuted Netta's suspicions. "Miss Clinton was there," continued Netta, "and looked beautifully. She had a crowd of gentlemen about her; but didn't you notice," and she turned to Mrs. Pentracourt, "that one seemed to meet with such marked favour that I wonder the rest were not discouraged? I mean that tall, handsome young man who waited upon her in the hall and went out soon after. She devoted herself to him while he stayed." "It was the same one, was it not?" asked Ellen, who afterwards, towards the close of the concert, came in and stood leaning against the wall for some minutes. "Yes," answered Netta, "but he only waited for Alboni to finish singing, and then approaching Miss Clinton, leaned over and whispered a word or two in her ear. After that she got up, left her seat, and they both went off, rather to the mortification of the other gentlemen. I noticed them pass by the window where we sat, and walk across the grounds together." "Yes, just in the midst of that beautiful piece from Lucia," said Ellen. "How could they go away?" "Oh, it is not strange, under the circumstances," said Mr. Pentricourt, "that Miss Clinton should prefer a walk with Mr. Sullivan to the best music in the world." "Why?" asked Netta. "Is he very agreeable? Is he supposed to be the favoured one?" "I should think there was no doubt of it," answered Mr. Pentricourt. "I believe it was generally thought to be an engagement. He was in Paris with them during the spring, and they all came home in the same steamer. Everybody knows it is the wish of Mr. Clinton's heart, and Miss Isabel makes no secret of her preference." "Oh, certainly," interposed Mrs. Pentricourt. "It is an understood thing. I heard it spoken of by 2 or 3 persons this evening." What became of Gertrude all this time? Could she, who for 6 years had nursed the fond idea that to Willie she was, and should still continue to be, all in all, could she stand patiently by, and hear him thus disposed of and given to another? She did do it, not consciously, however, for her head swam round, and she would have fallen but for the firm support of Mr. Phillips, who held her arm so tightly that though he felt, the rest could not see, how she trembled. Fortunately, too, none but he thought of noticing her blanched face, and as she stood somewhat in the shadow, he alone, fully aware of her agitation, was watching the strained and eager eyes, the parted and rigid lips, the death-like pallor of her countenance. Standing there, with her heart beating like a heavy drum, and almost believing herself in a horrid dream, she listened attentively, heard and comprehended every word. She could not, however, have spoken or moved for her life, and in an instant more accident might have betrayed her excited and almost alarming condition. But Mr. Phillips acted, spoke, and moved for her, and she was spared an exposure from which her delicate and sensitive spirit would have shrunk indeed. "Mr. Sullivan," said he. "Ah, a fine fellow. I know him. Miss Gertrude, I must tell you an anecdote about that young man." And moving forward in the direction in which they had been walking when they met the party from the concert, he made as if they were still intending to prolong their promenade. A promenade, however, in which he was the only walker, for Gertrude was literally borne upon his arm, until the rest of the company, who started at the same moment for the parlour, were hid within its shelter, and he and his companion were left the sole occupants of that portion of the piazza. Until then, he proceeded with his story, and went so far as to relate that he and Mr. Sullivan were, a few years previous, travelling together across an Arabian desert, when the latter proved of signal service in saving him from a sudden attack by a wandering tribe of Bedouins. By the time he had thus opened his narration, he perceived that all danger of observation was past, and hesitated not to stop abruptly, and without ceremony or apology, place her in an armchair which stood conveniently near. "Sit here," said he, "while I go and bring you a glass of water." He then wrapped her mantle tightly about her, and walked quickly away. Oh, how Gertrude thanked him in her heart for thus considerately leaving her and giving her time to recover herself! It was the most judicious thing he could have done, and the kindness. He saw that she would not faint, and knew that left alone she would soon rally her powers, perhaps be deceived by the idea that even he was only half aware of her agitation, and wholly ignorant of its cause. He was gone some minutes, and when he returned she was perfectly calm. She tasted the water, but he did not urge her to drink it; he knew she did not require it. "I have kept you out too long," said he. "Come, you had better go in now." She rose; he put her arm once more through his, guided her feeble steps to a window which opened into hers and Emily's room, and then, pausing a moment, said, in a meaning tone, at the same time enforcing his words by the fixed glance of his piercing eye, "You exhort me, Miss Gertrude, to have faith in everybody; but I bid you, all inexperienced as you are, to beware lest you believe too much. Where you have good foundation for confidence, abide by it, if you can, firmly and bravely; but trust nothing which you have not fairly tested, and especially, rest assured that the idle gossip of a place like this is utterly unworthy of credit. Good night." What an utter revulsion of feeling these words occasioned Gertrude! They came to her with all the force of a prophecy, and struck deep into her heart. Was there not wisdom in the stranger's counsel? It was true, she thought, that he spoke merely such simple axioms as a long experience of the world might dictate; but how forcible, in her case, was their application! Had not she, blindly yielding to her gloomy presentiments and fears, been willing to lend a too ready ear to the whisperings of her own jealous imagination, and a too credulous one to the idle reports of others? while in reality she had proved a traitor to a more noble trust. Who, during the many years she had known him, could have proved himself more worthy of confidence than Willie? Had he not, from his boyhood, been exemplary in every virtue, superior to every meanness and every form of vice? Had he not, in his early youth, forsaken all that he held most dear, to toil and labour beneath an Indian sun, that he might provide comforts and luxuries for those whose support he eagerly took upon himself? Had he not ever proved honourable, high-minded, sincere, and warm of heart? Above all, had he not been imbued from his infancy with the highest and purest of Christian principles? He had, indeed, been all this, and while Gertrude called it to mind, and dwelt upon each phase of his consistent course, she could not fail to remember, too, that Willie, whether as the generous, kind-hearted boy, the adventurous, energetic youth, the successful, respected, yet sorrow-tried man, had ever manifested towards her the same deep, ardent, enthusiastic attachment. The love which he had shown for her in her childhood, and during that period when, though still a child, she laboured under the full-grown care and sorrow entailed upon her by Uncle True's sickness and death, had seemed to grow and deepen in every successive day, month, and year of their separation. During their long and regular correspondence, no letter had come from Willie that did not breathe the same spirit of devoted affection for Gertrude, an exclusive affection, in which there could be no rivalship. All his thoughts of home and future happy days were inseparably associated with her; and although Mrs. Sullivan, with that instinctive reserve which was one of her characteristics, never broached the subject to Gertrude, her whole treatment of the latter sufficiently evinced that to her mind the event of her future union with her son was a thing certain. The whole declaration on Willie's part, conveyed in the letter received by Gertrude soon after his mother's death, that his hopes, his prayers, his labours were now all for her, was not a more convincing proof of the tender light in which he regarded her than all their previous intercourse had been. Should Gertrude then distrust him? Should she at once set aside all past evidences of his worth, and give ready credence to his prompt desertion of his early friend? No, she resolved immediately to banish the unworthy thought, to cherish still the firm belief that some explanation would shortly offer itself, which would yet satisfy her aching heart. Until then, she would trust him, bravely and firmly too would she trust, for her confidence was not without foundation. As she made this heroic resolve, she lifted up her drooping head, and gazed out into the night. The moon had gone down, and the sky was studded with stars, bright, clear, and beautiful. Gertrude loved a starry night; it invigorated and strengthened her; and now as she looked up, directly above her head stood the star she so much loved, the star which she had once fondly fancied it was Uncle True's blessed privilege to light for her. And, as in times long past these heavenly lights had spoken of comfort to her soul, she seemed now to hear ringing in her ears the familiar saying of the dear old man, "Cheer up, Bertie, for I'm of the 'pinion 'twill all come out right at last." Gertrude continued through the short remainder of the evening in an elevated frame of mind, which might almost be termed joyful; and thus sustained, she was able to go back to the drawing room for Emily, say good night to her friends with a cheerful voice, and before midnight she sought her pillow and went quietly to sleep. This composed state of mind, however, was partly the result of strong excitement, and therefore could not last. The next morning found her once more yielding to depressed spirits, and the effort which she made to rise, dress, and go to breakfast was almost mechanical. She excused herself from her customary walk with the doctor, for to that she felt quite unequal. Her first wish was to leave Saratoga; she longed to go home, to be in a quiet place, where so many eyes would not be upon her. And when the doctor came in with the letters which had arrived by the early mail, she looked at them so eagerly that he observed it, and said, smilingly, "None for you, Gertie, but one for Emily, which is the next best thing, I suppose." To Gertrude this was the very best thing, for it was a long expected letter from Mr. Graham, which would probably mention the time of his return from abroad, and consequently determine the continuance of her own and Emily's visit at Saratoga. To their astonishment, he had already arrived in New York, and desired them to join him there the following day. Gertrude could hardly conceal her satisfaction, which was, however, if noticed by her friends, merely attributed to the pleasure she probably felt at the return of Mr. and Mrs. Graham. and Emily, really delighted at the prospect of so soon meeting her father, to whom she was fondly attached, was eager to commence preparations for leaving. They therefore retired to their own room, and Gertrude's time until dinner was fully occupied in the business of packing. Throughout the whole of the previous day she had been anxiously hoping that Willie would make his appearance at their hotel. Now, on the contrary, she as earnestly dreaded such an event. To meet him in so public a manner, too, as must be here inevitable, would, under her present state of feelings, be insupportable. She would infinitely prefer to be in Boston when he should first see and recognize her. And if she tormented herself yesterday with the fear that he would not come, the dread that he might do so was a still greater cause of distress to her to-day. She was therefore relieved when after dinner Mr. Phillips kindly proposed a drive to the lake. Dr. Grisworth and one of his daughters had, he assured Gertrude, agreed to take seats in a carriage which he had provided, and he hoped she would not refuse to occupy the fourth. As it was an hour when Emily would not require her presence, and she would thus be sure to avoid Willie, she gladly consented to the arrangement. They had been at the lake nearly an hour. Dr. Grisworth and his daughter Ellen had been persuaded by a party whom they met there to engage in bowling. Mr. Phillips and Gertrude had declined taking part, but stood for some time looking on. The day, however, being warm, and the air in the building uncomfortably close, they had gone outside and seated themselves on a bench at a little distance, to wait until the game was concluded. As they sat thus, surveying the beautiful sheet of water, now rosy red with the rays of the descending sun, a couple approached and took up a position near them. Mr. Phillips was quite screened from their observation by the trunk of a huge tree, and Gertrude sufficiently so to be unnoticed, though the sudden paleness which overspread her face as they drew near was so marked as clearly to indicate that she saw and recognized William Sullivan and Isabel Clinton. The words which they spoke, also, fell distinctly upon her ear. "Shall I, then, be so much missed?" asked Isabel, looking earnestly into the face of her companion, who, with a serious air, was gazing out upon the water. "Missed!" replied he, turning towards her, and speaking in a slightly reproachful voice. "How can it be otherwise? Who can supply your place?" "But it will be only 2 days." "A short time, under ordinary circumstances," said Willie, "but an eternity " Here he checked himself, and made a sudden motion to proceed on their walk. Isabel followed him, saying, "But you will wait here until my return?" He again turned to reply, and this time the reproachful look which overspread his features was visible to Gertrude, as he said, with great earnestness, "Certainly; can you doubt it?" The strange, fixed, unnatural expression which took possession of Gertrude's countenance as she listened to this conversation, to her so deeply fraught with meaning, was fearful to witness. "Gertrude!" exclaimed Mr. Phillips, after watching her for a moment. "Gertrude, for heaven's sake, do not look so! Speak, Gertrude, what is the matter?" But she did not turn her eyes, did not move a feature of that stony face. She evidently did not hear him. He took her hand; it was cold as marble. His face now wore an appearance of distress almost equal to her own. Great tears rushed to his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. Once he stretched forth his arms, as if he would gladly clasp her to his bosom and soothe her like a little child, but with evident effort he repressed the emotion. "Gertrude," said he, at length, leaning forward and fixing his eyes full upon hers, "what have these people done to you? Why do you care for them? If that young man has injured you, the rascal, he shall answer for it!" And he sprung to his feet. The words and the action brought Gertrude to herself. "No, no," said she, "he is not that. I am better now. Do not speak of it. Don't tell," and she looked anxiously in the direction of the bowling alley. "I am a great deal better." And to his astonishment, for the fearful rigid look on her face had frightened him, she rose with perfect composure and proposed going home. He accompanied her silently, and before they were half way up the hill where they had left the carriage, they were overtaken by the rest of their party, and in a few moments were driving towards Saratoga. During the whole drive and the evening which followed, Gertrude preserved the same rigid, unnatural composure. Once or twice before they reached the hotel Dr. Grisworth asked her if she felt ill, and Mr. Phillips turned many an anxious glance towards her. The very tones of her voice were constrained, so much so that Emily, on her reaching the house, inquired at once, "What is the matter, my dear child?"
But she declared herself quite well, and went through all the duties and proprieties of the evening, bidding farewell to many of her friends, and when she parted from the Griesworths arranging to see them again in the morning. To the careless eye, Emily was the more troubled of the two, for Emily could not be deceived, and reflected back in her whole demeanour the better concealed sufferings of Gertrude. Gertrude neither knew at the time, nor could afterwards recall, one half of the occurrences of that evening. She never could understand what it was that sustained her, and enabled her, half unconsciously, to perform her part in them. How she so successfully concealed the misery she was enduring, she never could comprehend or explain. She remembered it only as if it had all been a dream. Not until the still hours of the night, when Emily appeared to be soundly sleeping by her side, did she venture for an instant to loosen the iron bands of restraint which she had imposed upon herself. But then, the barrier removed, the pent-up torrent of her grief burst forth without check or hindrance. She rose from her bed, and burying her face in the cushions of a low couch which stood near the window, gave herself up to blessed tears, every drop of which was a relief to her aching soul. Since her early childhood she had never indulged so long and unrestrained a fit of weeping, and the heaving of her chest, and the deep sobs she uttered, proved the depth of her agony. All other sorrows had found in her a great deal fortified and prepared, armed with a religious trust and encouraged by a holy hope. But beneath this sudden and unlooked-for blow she bent, staggered and shrunk, as the sapling of a summer's growth heaves and trembles beneath a wintry blast. That Willie was faithless to his first love she could not now feel a shadow of a doubt, and with this conviction she realized that the prop and stay of her life had fallen. Uncle True and Mrs. Sullivan were both her benefactors, and Emily was still a dear and steadfast friend. But all of these had been more or less dependent upon Gertrude, and although she could ever repose in the assurance of their love, two had long before they passed away come to lean wholly upon her youthful arm, and the other, the last one left, not only trusted her to guide her uncertain steps, but those steps were evidently now tending downwards to the grave. Upon whom, then, should Gertrude lean? To whom should she look as a staff of her young and inexperienced life? To whom could she, with confidence, turn for counsel, protection, support, and love? To whom but Willie? And Willie had given his heart to another, and Gertrude would soon be left alone. No wonder, then, that she wept as the broken-hearted weep, wept until the fountain of her tears was dry, and she felt herself sick, faint, and exhausted. And now she rose, approached the window, flung back from her forehead the heavy folds of her long hair, leaned out, and from the breath of the cool night breeze drank in a refreshing influence. Her soul grew calmer, as with her eyes fixed upon the bright lights which shone so sweetly and calmly down, she seemed to commune with holy things. Once more they seemed to compassionate her, and, as in the days of her lonely childhood, to whisper, "Gertie, Gertie, poor little Gertie." Softened and touched by their pitying glance, she gradually sunk upon her knees. Her uplifted face, her clasped hands, the sweet expression of resignation now gradually creeping over her countenance, all gave evidence that, as on the occasion of her first silent prayer to the then unknown God, her now enlightened soul was holding deep communion with its Maker, and once more her spirit was uttering the simple words, "Here I am, Lord." Ah, blessed religion which can sustain the heart in such an hour as this! Oh, blessed faith and trust, which when earthly support fails us, and our strongest earthly stay proves but a rope of sand, lifts the soul above all other need, and clasps it to the bosom of its God. And now a gentle hand is laid upon her head. She turns and sees Emily, whom she had believed to be asleep, but from whom anxiety had effectually banished slumber, and who, with fears redoubled by the sobs which Gertrude could not wholly repress, is standing by her side. "Gertrude," said she, in a grieved tone, "are you in trouble, and did you seek to hide it from me? Do not turn from me, Gertrude." And throwing her arms around her, she drew her head close to her bosom, and whispered, "Tell me all, my darling. What is the matter with my poor child?" And Gertrude unburdened her heart to Emily, disclosing to her attentive ear the confession of the only secret she had ever kept from her, and Emily wept as she listened, and when Gertrude had finished she pressed her again and again to her heart, exclaiming as she did so, with an excitement of tone and manner which Gertrude had never before witnessed in the usually calm and placid blind girl. "Strange, strange, that you too should be thus doomed. Oh, Gertrude, my darling, we may well weep together; but still, believe me, your sorrow is far less bitter than mine." And then, in the darkness of that midnight hour, was Gertrude's confidence rewarded by the revelation of that tale of grief and woe which 20 years before had blighted Emily's youth, and which, notwithstanding the flight of time, was still vivid to her recollection, casting over her life a dark shadow, of which her blindness was but a single feature. CHAPTER 39.
Chapter 40 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 40. When lo, arrayed in robes of light, a nymph celestial came. She cleared the mists that dimmed my sight. Religion was her name. She proved the chastisement divine, and bade me kiss the rod. She taught this rebel heart of mine submission to its God. Hannah More. "I was younger than you, Gertrude," said she, "when my trial came, and hardly the same person, in any respect, that I have been since you first knew me. You are aware, perhaps, that my mother died when I was too young to retain any recollection of her. But my father soon married again, and in this step parent, whom I remember with as much tenderness as if she had been my own mother, I found a love and care which fully compensated for my loss. I can recall her now as she looked towards the latter part of her life, a tall, delicate, feeble woman, with a very sweet but rather sad face. She was a widow when my father married her, and had one son, who became at once my sole companion, the partner of all my youthful pleasures. You told me, many years ago, that I could not imagine how much you loved Willie, and I was then on the point of confiding to you a part of my early history, and convincing you that my own experience might well have taught me how to understand such a love. But I checked myself, for you were too young then to be burdened with the knowledge of so sad a story as mine, and I kept silent. How dear my young playmate became to me, no words can express. The office which each filled, the influence which each of us exerted upon the other, was such as to create mutual dependence. For though his was the leading spirit, the strong and determined will, and I was ever submissive to a rule which to my easily influenced nature was never irksome, there was one respect in which my bold young protector and ruler ever looked to me for aid and support. It was to act as mediator between him and my father. For while the boy was almost an idol to his mother, he was ever treated with coldness and distrust by my father, who never understood or appreciated his many noble qualities, but seemed always to regard him with an eye of suspicion and dislike. To my supplicating looks and entreating words, however, he ever lent a willing ear, and all my eloquence was sure to be at the service of my companion when he had a favor to obtain or an excuse to plead. That my father's sternness towards her son was a great cause of unhappiness to our mother, I can have no doubt, for I well remember the anxiety with which she strove to conceal his faults and misdemeanors, and the frequent occasions on which she herself instructed me how to propitiate the parent, who, for my sake, would often forgive the boy, whose bold, adventurous, independent disposition was continually bringing him into collision with one of whose severity, when displeased, you have yourself had some opportunity to judge. My stepmother had been extremely poor in her widowhood, and her child, having inherited nothing which he could call his own, was wholly dependent upon my father's bounty. This was a stinging cause of mortification and trial to the pride of which even as a boy he had an unusual share, and often have I seen him chafed and irritated at the reception of favors which he well understood were far from being awarded by a paternal hand. My father, in the meantime, who did not understand this feeling, mentally accusing him of gross ingratitude. As long as our mother was spared to us we lived in comparative harmony. But at last, when I was just 16 years old, she was stricken with sudden illness, and died. Well do I remember, the last night of her life, her calling me to the bedside, and saying in a solemn voice, "Emily, my dying prayer is that you will be a guardian angel to my boy." "God forgive me!" ejaculated the now tearful blind girl.
if I have been faithless to the trust. He of whom I am telling you, for Emily carefully forbore to mention his name, was then about 18. He had lately become a clerk in my father's counting room, much against his will, for he earnestly desired a collegiate education. But my father was determined, and, at his mother's and my persuasion, he was induced to submit. My stepmother's death knit the tie between her son and myself more closely than ever. He still continued an inmate of our house, and we passed all the time that he could be spared from the office in the enjoyment of each other's society; for my father was much from home, and when there, usually shut himself up in his library, leaving us to entertain each other. I was then a schoolgirl, fond of books, and an excellent student. How often, when you have spoken of the assistance Willie was to you in your studies, have I been reminded of the time when I, too, received similar encouragement and aid from my own youthful companion and friend, who was ever ready to exert hand and brain in my behalf. We were not invariably happy, however. Often did my father's face wear that stern expression which I most dreaded to see, while the excited, disturbed, and occasionally angry countenance of his stepson denoted plainly that some storm had occurred, probably at the counting room, of which I had no knowledge, except from its after effects. My office of mediator, too, was suspended, from the fact that the difficulties which arose were usually concerning some real or supposed neglect or mismanagement of business matters on the part of the young and inexperienced clerk, a species of faults with which my father, a most thorough merchant and exact accountant, had very little patience, and to which the careless and unbusinesslike delinquent was exceedingly prone. Matters went on thus for about 6 months, when it suddenly became evident that my father had either been powerfully influenced by insinuations from some foreign quarter, or had himself suddenly conceived a new and alarming idea. He is, as you are aware, a plain man, honest and straightforward in his purposes, whatever they may be, and, even if it occurred to him to manoeuvre, incapable of carrying out successfully, or with tact, any species of artifice. Our eyes could not therefore long be closed to the fact that he was resolved to put an immediate check upon the freedom of intercourse which had hitherto subsisted between the two youthful inmates of his house; to forward which purpose he immediately introduced into the family, in the position of housekeeper, Mrs. Ellis, who has continued with us ever since. The almost constant presence of this stranger, together with the sudden interference of my father with such of our long established customs as favored his stepson's familiar intimacy with me, sufficiently proved his intention to uproot and destroy, if possible, the closeness of our friendship. Nor was it surprising, considering the circumstance that I had already reached the period of womanhood, and the attachment between us could no longer be considered a childish one, while any other might be expected to draw forth my father's disapproval, since his wife's idolized son was as far as ever from being a favorite with him. My distress at these proceedings was only equalled by the indignation of my companion in suffering, whom no previous conduct on my father's part had ever angered as this did, nor did the scheme succeed in separating him from me; for while he on every possible occasion avoided the presence of that spy, as he termed Mrs. Ellis, his inventive genius continually contrived opportunities of seeing and conversing with me in her absence, a course of behavior calculated to give still greater coloring to my father's suspicions. I am convinced that he was mainly actuated to this course by a deep sense of unkindness and injustice, and a desire to manifest his independence of what he considered unwarrantable tyranny; nor have I reason to believe that the idea of romance, or even future marriage with myself, entered at all into his calculations; and I, who at that time knew, or at least was influenced by no higher law than his will, lent myself unhesitatingly to a species of petty deception, to elude the vigilance which would have kept us apart. My father, however, as is frequently the case with people of his unsocial temperament and apparent obtuseness of observation, saw more of our manoeuvring than we were aware of, and imagined far more than ever in reality existed. He watched us carefully, and, contrary to his usual course of proceeding, forbore for a time any interference. I have since been led to think that he designed to wean us from each other in a less unnatural manner than that which he had first attempted, by availing himself of the earliest opportunity to transfer his stepson to a situation connected with his own mercantile establishment, either in a foreign country or a distant part of our own, and forbore, until his plans were ripe, to distress and grieve me by giving way to the feelings of annoyance and displeasure which were burning within him; for he was, and had ever been, as kind and indulgent toward his undeserving child as was consistent with the due maintenance of his authority. Before such a course could be carried out, however, circumstances occurred, and suspicions became aroused, which destroyed one of their victims, and plunged the other. Here Emily's voice failed her. She laid her head upon Gertrude's shoulder, and sobbed bitterly. "Do not try to tell me the rest, dear Emily," said Gertrude. "It is enough for me to know that you are so unhappy. Do not make yourself wretched by dwelling, for my sake, upon sorrows that are past." "Past!" replied Emily, recovering her voice and wiping away her tears. "No, they are never past. It is only because I am so little wont to speak of them that they overcome me now. Nor am I unhappy, Gertrude. It is but rarely that my peace is shaken. Nor would I now allow my weak nerves to be unstrung by imparting to another the secrets of that never to be forgotten time of trial, were it not that, since you know so well how harmoniously and sweetly my life is passing on to its great and eternal awakening, I desire to prove to my darling child the power of that heavenly faith which has turned my darkness into marvellous light, and made afflictions such as mine the blessed harbingers of final joy. But I have not much more to tell, and that shall be in as few words as possible." She then went on, in a firm though low and suppressed voice. "I was suddenly taken ill with a fever. Mrs. Ellis, whom I had always treated with coldness, and often with disdain, for you must remember I was a spoiled child, nursed me by night and day with a care and devotion which I had no right to expect at her hands; and under her watchful attendance and the skillful treatment of our good Dr. Jeremy, even then the family physician, I began, after some weeks, to recover. One day, when I was sufficiently well to be up and dressed for several hours at a time, I went for change of air and scene into my father's library, the room next to my own, and there, quite alone, lay half reclining upon the sofa. Mrs. Ellis had gone to attend to household duties, but before she left me she brought from the adjoining chamber, and placed within my reach, a small table, upon which were arranged various phials, glasses, etc., and among them everything which I could possibly require before her return. It was towards the latter part of an afternoon in June, and I lay watching the approach of sunset from an opposite window. I was oppressed with a sad sense of loneliness, for during the past 6 weeks I had enjoyed no society but that of my nurse, together with periodical visits from my father, and felt therefore no common satisfaction and pleasure when my most congenial but now nearly forbidden associate unexpectedly entered the room. He had not seen me since my illness, and after this unusually protracted and painful separation, our meeting was proportionately tender and affectionate. He had all the fire of a hot and ungoverned temper, a woman's depth of feeling, warmth of heart, and sympathizing sweetness of manner. Well do I remember the expression of his noble face, the manly tones of his voice, as seated beside me on the wide couch, he bathed the temples of my aching head with cologne, which he took from the table near by, at the same time expressing again and again his joy at once more seeing me. How long we had sat thus I cannot tell, but the twilight was deepening in the room when we were suddenly interrupted by my father, who entered abruptly, came towards us with hasty steps, but stopping short when within a yard or two, folded his arms and confronted his stepson with such a look of angry contempt as I had never before seen upon his face. The latter rose, and stood before him with a glance of proud defiance. And then ensued a scene which I have neither the wish nor the power to describe. It is sufficient to say that in the double accusation which my excited parent now brought against the object of his wrath, he urged the fact of his seeking, as he expressed it, by mean, base, and contemptible artifice, to win the affections, and with them the expected fortune, of his only child, as a secondary and pardonable crime, compared with his deeper, darker, and but just detected guilt of forgery of a large amount, and upon his benefactor's name. "To this day, so far as I know," said Emily, with feeling, "that charge remains uncontradicted; but I did not then, I do not now, and I never can believe it. Whatever were his faults, and his impetuous temper betrayed him into many, of this dark crime, though I have not even his own word in attestation, I dare pronounce him innocent. You cannot wonder, Gertrude, that in my feeble and invalid condition I was hardly capable of realizing at the time, far less of retaining any distinct recollection of the circumstances that followed my father's words. A few dim pictures, however, the last my poor eyes ever beheld, are still engraved upon my memory, and visible to my imagination. My father stood with his back to the light, and from the first moment of his entering the room I never saw his face again. But the countenance of the other, the object of his accusation, illumined as it was by the last rays of the golden sunset, stands ever in the foreground of my recollection. His head was thrown proudly back, conscious but injured innocence proclaimed itself in his clear, calm eye, which shrunk not from the closest scrutiny. His hand was clenched, as if he were vainly striving to repress the passion which proclaimed itself in the compressed lips, the set teeth, the deep and angry indignation which overspread his face. He did not speak. Apparently he could not command voice to do so, but my father continued to upbraid him, in language, no doubt, cutting and severe, though I remember not a word of it. It was fearful to watch the working of the young man's face, while he stood there listening to taunts and enduring reproaches which were no doubt believed by him who uttered them to be just and merited, but which wrought the youth to a degree of frenzy which it was terrible indeed to witness. Suddenly he took one step forward, slowly lifting the clenched hand which had hitherto hung at his side. I know not whether he might then have intended to call heaven to witness his innocence of the crime with which he was charged, or whether he might have designed to strike my father; for I sprang from my seat, prepared to rush between them, and implore them for my sake to desist, but my strength failed me, and with a shriek I sunk back in a fainting fit. Oh, the horror of my awakening! How shall I find words to tell it? And yet I must. Listen, Gertrude. He, the poor, ruined boy, sprung to help me, and maddened by injustice, he knew not what he did. Heaven is my witness, I never blamed him, and if in my agony I uttered words that seemed like a reproach, it was because I was too frantic, and knew not what I said." "What!" exclaimed Gertrude, "he did not "No, no, he did not put out my eyes," exclaimed Emily. "It was an accident. He reached forward for the cologne which he had just had in his hand. There were several bottles, and in his haste he seized one containing a powerful acid which Mrs. Ellis had found occasion to use in my sick room. It had a heavy glass stopper, and his hand was unsteady, and he spilt it all." "On your eyes?" shrieked Gertrude. Emily bowed her head. "Oh, poor Emily!" cried Gertrude, "and wretched, wretched young man!" "Wretched indeed!" ejaculated Emily. "Bestow all your pity on him, Gertrude, for his was the harder fate of the two." "Oh, Emily, how intense must have been the pain you endured! How could you suffer so and live?" "Do you mean the pain from my eyes? That was severe indeed, but the mental agony was worse." "What became of him?" said Gertrude. "What did Mr. Graham do?" I cannot give you any exact account of what followed. I was in no state to know anything of my father's treatment of his stepson. You can imagine it, however. He banished him from his sight and knowledge for ever, and it is easy to believe it was with no added gentleness, since he had now, beside the other crimes imputed to him, been the unhappy cause of his daughter's blindness. "And did you never hear from him again?" "Yes, through the good doctor, who alone knew all the circumstances, I learned, after a long interval of suspense, that he had sailed for South America, and in the hope of once more communicating with the poor exile, and assuring him of my continued love, I rallied from the wretched state of sickness, fever, and blindness into which I had fallen. The doctor had even some expectation of restoring sight to my eyes, which were in a much more hopeful condition. Several months passed away, and my kind friend, who was most diligent and persevering in his inquiries, having at length learned the actual residence and address of the ill-fated youth, I was commencing, through the aid of Mrs. Ellis, whom pity had now wholly won to my service, a letter of love and an entreaty for his return, when a fatal seal was put to all my earthly hopes. He died in a foreign land, alone, unnursed, untended, and uncared for. He died of that inhospitable southern disease which takes the stranger for its victim. and I, on hearing the news of it, sunk back into a more pitiable malady, and, alas for the encouragement the good doctor had held out of my gradual restoration to sight, I wept all his hopes away." Emily paused. Gertrude put her arms around her, and they clung closely to each other. Grief and sorrow made the union between them dearer than ever. "I was then, Gertrude," continued Emily, "a child of the world, eager for worldly pleasures, and ignorant of any other. For a time, therefore, I dwelt in utter darkness, the darkness of despair. I began again to feel my body's strength restored, and to look forward to a useless and miserable life. You can form no idea of the utter wretchedness in which my days were passed. Often have I since reproached myself for the misery I must have caused my poor father, who, though he never spoke of it, was, I am sure, deeply pained by the recollection of the terrible scenes we had lately gone through, and who would, I am convinced, have given worlds to restore the past. But at last there came a dawn to my seemingly everlasting night. It came in the shape of a minister of Christ, our own dear Mr. Arnold, who opened the eyes of my understanding, lit the lamp of religion in my now softened soul, taught me the way to peace, and led my feeble steps into that blessed rest which even on earth remaineth to the people of God. In the eyes of the world I am still the unfortunate blind girl, one who, by her sad fate, is cut off from every enjoyment. But so great is the awakening I have experienced, that to me it is far otherwise, and I am ready to exclaim, like him who in old time experienced his Saviour's healing power, 'Once I was blind, but now I see.'" Gertrude half forgot her own troubles while listening to Emily's sad story, and when the latter laid her hand upon her head, and prayed that she too might be fitted for a patient endurance of trial, and be made stronger and better thereby, she felt her heart penetrated with that deep love and trust which seldom come to us except in the hour of sorrow, and prove that it is through suffering only we are made perfect. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 41. But in that hour of agony the maid deserted not herself. Her very dread had calmed her, and her heart knew the whole horror, and its only part. Southey. As Mr. Graham had expressed in his letter the intention of being at the steamboat wharf in New York to meet his daughter and Gertrude on their arrival, Dr. Jeremy thought it unnecessary for him to accompany his charges further than Albany, where he could see them safely on their way, and then proceed to Boston with his wife over the Western Railroad. Mrs. Jeremy being now impatient to return home, and having, moreover, no disposition to revisit the great metropolis of New York during the warm weather. "Good bye, Gertie," said the doctor, as he bade them farewell on the deck of one of the Hudson River boats. "I'm afraid you've lost your heart in Saratoga. You don't look quite so bright as you did when we first arrived there. It can't have strayed far, however, I think, in such a place as that, so be sure and find it before I see you in Boston." He had hardly gone, and it wanted a few minutes only of the time for the boat to start, when a gay group of fashionables made their appearance, talking and laughing too loud, as it seemed to Gertrude, to be well bred, and conspicuous among them was Miss Clinton, whose companions were evidently making her the subject of a great deal of wit and pleasantry, by which, although she feigned to be teased and half offended, her smiling, blushing face gave evidence that she felt flattered and pleased. At length, the significant gestures of some of the party, and a half-smothered "hush," gave intimation of the approach of some one who must not overhear their remarks. And presently, William Sullivan, with a travelling bag in his hand, a heavy shawl thrown over one arm, and his countenance grave, as if he had not quite recovered from the chagrin of the previous evening, appeared in sight, passed Gertrude, whose veil was drawn over her face, and joined Isabel, placing his burden on a chair which stood near. He had hardly commenced speaking to Miss Clinton, however, before the violent ringing of the bell gave notice to all but the passengers to quit the boat, and he was compelled to make a hasty movement to depart. As he did so, he drew a step nearer Gertrude, a step further from her whom he was addressing, and the former plainly distinguished the closing words of his remark. "Then if you will do your best to return on Thursday, I will try not to be impatient in the meantime." A moment more, and the boat was on its way.
not, however, until a tall figure, who reached the landing just as she started, had, to the horror of the spectators, daringly leaped the gap that had already divided her from the shore, after which he sought the gentlemen's saloon, threw himself upon a couch, drew a book from his pocket, and commenced reading. As soon as the boat was fairly under way, and quiet prevailed in their neighborhood, Emily spoke softly to Gertrude, and said, "Didn't I just now hear Isabel Clinton's voice?" "She is here," replied Gertrude, "on the opposite side of the deck, but sitting with her back towards us." "Didn't she see us?" "I believe she did," answered Gertrude. "She stood looking this way while her party were arranging their seats." "And then chose one which commanded a different view?" "Yes." "Perhaps she is going to New York to meet Mrs. Graham." "Very possible," replied Gertrude. "I didn't think of it before." There was then quite a pause. Emily appeared to be engaged in thought. Presently she asked, in the softest of whispers, who was the gentleman who came and spoke to her just before the boat started. "William," was the tremulous response. Emily pressed Gertrude's hand, and was silent. She, too, had overheard his farewell remark, and felt its significance. Several hours passed away, and they had proceeded some distance down the river, for the motion of the boat was rapid, too rapid, as it seemed to Gertrude, for safety. At first occupied by her own thoughts, and unable to enjoy the beautiful scenery, which a few weeks previously had caused her such keen delight, she had sat, inattentive to all around, gazing down into the deep blue water, and communing with her own heart. Gradually, however, she was led to observe several circumstances which excited so much curiosity, and finally so much alarm, that, effectually aroused from the train of reflection she had been indulging, she had leisure only to take into view her own and Emily's present situation, and its probable consequences. Several times, since they left Albany, had the boat in which they were passengers passed and repassed another of similar size, construction, and speed, likewise responsibly charged with busy, living freight, and bound in the same direction. Occasionally during their headlong and reckless course, the contiguity of the two boats was such as to excite the serious alarm of one sex and the unmeasured censure of the other. The rumor began to be circulated that they were racing, and racing desperately. Some few, regardless of danger, and entering upon the interest of the chase with an insane and foolish excitement, watched with pleased eagerness the mad career of rival ambition; but by far the majority of the company, including all persons of reason and sense, looked on in indignation and fear. The usual stopping places on the river were either recklessly passed by, or only paused at, while, with indecent haste, passengers were shuffled backwards and forwards, at the risk of life and limb, their baggage, or somebody's else, unceremoniously flung after them, the panting, snorting engine in the meantime bellowing with rage at the check thus unwillingly imposed upon its freedom. Towards noon the fever of agitation had reached its height, and could not be wholly quieted even by the assurance from headquarters that there was no danger. Gertrude sat with her hand locked in Emily's, anxiously watching every indication of terror, and endeavoring to judge from the countenances and words of her most intelligent looking fellow travelers the actual degree of their insecurity. Emily, shut out from the sight of all that was going on, but rendered, through her acute hearing, vividly conscious of the prevailing alarm, was perfectly calm, though very pale, and from time to time questioned Gertrude concerning the vicinity of the other boat, a collision with which was the principal cause of fear. At length, their boat for a few moments distanced its competitor, the assurance of perfect safety was impressively asserted, anxiety began to be relieved, and most of the passengers being restored to their wonted composure, the various parties scattered about the deck resumed their newspapers or their conversation. The gay group to which Isabel Clinton belonged, several of whom had been the victims of nervous agitation and trembling, seemed reassured, and began once more to talk and laugh merrily. Emily, however, still looked pallid, and, as Gertrude fancied, a little faint. "Let us go below, Emily," said she. "It appears now to be very quiet and safe. There are sofas in the ladies' cabin, where you can lie down, and we can both get a glass of water." Emily assented, and in a few minutes was comfortably reclining in a corner of the saloon, where she and Gertrude remained undisturbed until dinner time. They did not go to the dinner table; it was not their intention from the first, and after the agitation of the morning was far from being desirable. so they stayed quietly where they were, while the greater part of the passengers crowded from every part of the boat, to invigorate themselves, after their fright, by the enjoyment of a comfortable meal, which they had reason to expect, as the racing appeared to have ceased, and everything was orderly and peaceable. Gertrude opened her travelling basket, and took out the package which contained their luncheon. It was not one of those luncheons which careful mothers provide for their travelling families, choice in its material and tempting in its arrangement, but consisted merely of such dry morsels as had been hastily collected and put up at their hotel in Albany by Dr. Jeremy's direction. Gertrude looked from the little withered slices of tongue and stale bread to the veteran sponge cakes which completed the assortment, and was hesitating which she could most conscientiously recommend to Emily, when a civil-looking waiter appeared, bearing a huge tray of refreshments, which he placed upon a table close by, at the same time turning to Gertrude and asking if there was anything else he could serve her with. "This is not for us," said Gertrude. "You have made a mistake." "No mistake," replied the man. "Orders was for de blind lady and handsome young miss. I only bays orders. Anyting furder, miss?" Gertrude dismissed the man with the assurance that they wanted nothing more, and then, turning to Emily, asked, with an attempt at cheerfulness, what they should do with this Aladdin-like repast. "Eat it, my dear, if you can," said Emily. "It is no doubt meant for us." "But to whom are we indebted for it?" "To my blindness and your beauty, I suppose," said Emily, smiling. She then continued, with wonderful simplicity, "Perhaps the chief steward, or master of ceremonies, took pity on our inability to come to dinner, and so sent the dinner to us. At any rate, my child, you must eat it before it is cold." "Aye," said Gertrude, conscious of her utter want of appetite. "I am not hungry, but I will select a nice bit for you." The sable waiter, when he came to remove the dishes, really looked sad to see how little they had eaten. Gertrude drew out her purse, and after bestowing a fee upon the man, inquired whom she should pay for the meal. "Pay, miss?" said the man, grinning. "Bless my stars, de gentleman pays for all." "Who? What gentleman?" asked Gertrude, in surprise. But before the man could give her any reply, another white-aproned individual appeared and beckoned to his fellow waiter, who thereupon snatched up his tray and trotted off, bending beneath its weight, and leaving Gertrude and Emily to wonder who the benevolent gentleman might be. They finally came to the conclusion that this unexpected attention was due to the thoughtfulness of Dr. Jeremy, who must have given orders to that effect before he left the boat, and great was the unmerited praise and the undeserved gratitude which the doctor received that day for an act of considerate politeness of which the old gentleman, with all his kindness of heart, would never have dreamed. Dinner concluded, Emily again laid down, advised Gertrude to do the same, and supposing that her advice was being followed, slept for an hour, while her companion sat by, watching the peaceful slumber of her friend, and carefully and noiselessly brushing away every fly that threatened to disturb a repose much needed by Miss Graham, who could, in her feeble state of health, ill afford to spare the rest she had been deprived of for 1 or 2 previous nights. "What time is it?" asked she, on awaking. "Nearly 3:15," replied Gertrude, glancing at her watch. A beautiful gift from a class of her former pupils. Emily started up. "We can't be far from New York," said she. "Where are we now?" "I don't know exactly," replied Gertrude. "I think we must be near the Palisades. If you will stay here, I will go and see." She passed across the saloon, and was about ascending the staircase, when she was startled and alarmed by a rushing sound, mingled with the hurried tread of feet. She kept on, however, though once or twice jostled by persons with frightened faces, who crowded past and pressed forward to learn the cause of the commotion. She had just gained the head of the stairway, and was looking fearfully around her, when a man rushed past, gasping for breath, his face of an ashen paleness, and shrieking the hurried word of alarm, "Fire! Fire!" A second more, and a scene of dismay and confusion ensued too terrible for description. Shrieks rose upon the air, groans and cries of despair burst forth from hearts that were breaking with fear for others, or maddened at the certainty of their own destruction. Each called upon each for help, when all were alike helpless. Those who had never prayed before poured out their souls in the fervent ejaculation, "Oh, my God!" Many a brain reeled in that time of darkness and peril. Many a brave spirit sickened and sunk under the fearfulness of their hour. Gertrude straightened her slight figure, and with her dark eyes almost starting from their sockets, gazed around upon her every side. All was a like tumult, but the destroyer was as yet discernible in one direction only. towards the centre of the boat, where the machinery, heated to the last degree, had fired the parched and inflammable vessel, a huge volume of flame was already visible, darting out its fiery fangs, and causing the stoutest hearts to shrink and crouch in horror. She gave but one glance, then bounded down the stairs, bent solely on rejoining Emily. But she was arrested at the very onset. One step only had she taken when she felt herself encircled by a pair of powerful arms, and a movement made to again rush with her upon deck, while a familiar voice gasped forth the words, "Gertrude, my child, my own darling! Be quiet, be quiet! I will save you!" Well might he urge her to be quiet, for she was struggling madly. "No, no!" shouted she. "Emily, Emily! Let me die, let me die, but I must find Emily!" "Where is she?" asked Mr. Phillips, for it was he. "There, there," pointed Gertrude, "in the cabin. Let me go, let me go." He cast one look around him, then said, in a firm tone, "Be calm, my child. I can save you both. Follow me closely." With a leap he cleared the staircase, and rushed into the cabin. In the farthest corner knelt Emily, her head thrown back, her hands clasped, and her face like the face of an angel. Gertrude and Mr. Phillips were by her side in an instant. He stooped to lift her in his arms, Gertrude at the same time exclaiming, "Come, Emily, come! He will save us!" But Emily resisted. "Leave me, Gertrude, leave me and save yourselves." "Oh," said she, looking imploringly in the face of the stranger, "leave me and save my child." Ere the words had left her lips, however, she was borne halfway across the saloon, Gertrude following closely. "If we can cross to the bows of the boat, we are safe," said Mr. Phillips, in a husky voice. To do so, however, proved impossible. The whole centre of the boat was now one sheet of flame. "Good heavens!" exclaimed he, "we are too late, we must go back." A moment more, and they had with much difficulty regained the long saloon. And now the boat, which as soon as the fire was discovered, had been turned towards the shore, struck upon the rocks and parted in the middle. Her bows were consequently brought near to the land, near enough to almost ensure the safety of such persons as were at that part of the vessel. But alas for those near the stern, which was far out in the river, while the breeze which blew fresh from the shore fostered and spread the devouring flame in the very direction to place those who yet clung to the broken fragment between two equally fatal elements. Mr. Phillips' first thought, on gaining the saloon, was to beat down a window sash, spring upon the guards, and drag Emily and Gertrude after him. Some ropes hung upon the guards. He seized one, and with the ease and skill of an old sailor, made it fast to the boat, then turned to Gertrude, who stood firm and unwavering by his side. "Gertrude," said he, speaking distinctly and steadily, "I shall swim to the shore with Emily. If the fire comes too near, cling to the guards. As a last chance, hold on to the rope. Keep your veil flying. I shall return." "No, no!" cried Emily. "Gertrude, go first." "Hush, Emily!" exclaimed Gertrude. "We shall both be saved." "Cling to my shoulder in the water, Emily," said Mr. Phillips, utterly regardless of her protestations. He took her once more in his arms. There was a splash, and they were gone. At the same instant Gertrude was seized from behind. She turned, and found herself grasped by Isabel Clinton, who, kneeling upon the platform, and frantic with terror, was clinging so closely to her as to utterly disable them both, at the same time shrieking, in pitiable tones, "Oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, save me!" Gertrude tried to lift her up, but she was immovable, and, without making the slightest effort to help herself, was madly winding Gertrude's thick travelling dress around her person, as if for a protection from the flames, while ever, as they darted forth new and nearer lightnings, the frightened girl would cling more wildly to her companion in danger, at the same time praying, with piercing shrieks, that she would help and save her. But so long as Gertrude stood thus imprisoned and restrained by the arms which were clasped entirely around her, she was powerless to do anything for her own or Isabel's salvation. She looked forth in the direction Mr. Phillips had taken, and to her joy she saw him returning. He had deposited Emily on board a boat, which was fortunately at hand, and was now approaching to claim another burden. At the same instant a volume of flame swept so near the spot where the two girls were stationed, that Gertrude, who was standing upright, felt the scorching heat, and both were almost suffocated with smoke. And now a new and heroic resolution took possession of the mind of Gertrude. One of them could be saved, for Mr. Phillips was within a few rods of the wreck. It should be Isabel. She had called on her for protection, and it should not be denied her. Moreover, Willie loved Isabel. Willie would weep for her loss, and that must not be. He would not weep for Gertrude, at least not much, and if one must die, it should be she. With Gertrude, to resolve was to do. "Isabel," said she, in a tone of such severity as one might employ towards a refractory child, with whom, as in this instance, milder remonstrances had failed, "Isabel, do you hear me? Stand up on your feet, do as I tell you, and you shall be saved. Do you hear me, Isabel?" She heard, shuddered, but did not move. Gertrude stooped down, and forcibly wrenching apart the hands which were convulsively clenched, said, with a sternness which necessity alone extorted from her, "Isabel, if you do as I tell you, you will be on shore in 5 minutes, safe and well; but if you stay there behaving like a foolish child, we shall both be burnt to death. For mercy's sake, get up quickly and listen to me." Isabel rose, fixed her eyes upon Gertrude's calm, steadfast face, and said, in a moaning tone, "What must I do? I will try." "Do you see that person swimming this way?" "Yes." "He will come to this spot. Hold fast to that piece of rope, and I will let you gradually down to the water. But stay," and snatching the deep blue veil from her own head, she tied it round the neck and flung it over the fair hair of Isabel. Mr. Phillips was within a rod or two. "Now, Isabel, now!" exclaimed Gertrude, "or you will be too late." Isabel took the rope between her hands, but shrunk back, appalled at the sight of the water. One more hot burst of fire, however, which issued forth through the window, gave her renewed courage to brave a mere seeming danger, and aided by Gertrude, who helped her over the guards, she allowed herself to be let down to the water's edge. Mr. Phillips was fortunately just in time to receive her, for she was so utterly exhausted with fear that she could not have clung long to the rope. Gertrude had no opportunity to follow them with her eye; her own situation, it may well be believed, was now all engrossing. The flames had reached her. She could hardly breathe, so enveloped was she in clouds of dark smoke, which had more than once been relieved by streaks of fire, which had darted out within a foot of her. She could hesitate no longer. She seized the piece of rope, now left vacant by Isabel, who was rapidly approaching a place of safety, and grasping it with all her might, leaped over the side of the fast consuming vessel. How long her strength would have enabled her thus to cling, how long the guards, as yet unapproached by the fire, would have continued a sure support for the cable, there was no opportunity to test, for just as her feet touched the cold surface of the river, the huge wheel, which was but a little distance from where she hung, gave one sudden, expiring revolution, sounding like a death dirge through the water, which came foaming and dashed up against the side of the boat, and as it swept away again, bore with it the light form of Gertrude. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 42. 'Tis reason's part to govern and to guard the heart, to lull the wayward soul to rest, when hopes and fears distract the breast. Cotton. Let us now revisit calmer scenes, and turn our eyes towards the quiet, familiar country seat of Mr. Graham. The old gentleman himself, wearied with travels, and society but little congenial to his years, is pacing up and down his garden walks, stopping now and then to observe the growth of some favourite tree, or the overgrowth of some petted shrub, whose neglected, drooping twigs call for the master's pruning hand. His contented, satisfied countenance, denoting plainly enough how rejoiced he is to find himself once more in his cherished homestead. Perhaps he would not like to acknowledge it, but it is nevertheless a fact, that no small part of his satisfaction arises from the circumstance that the repose and seclusion of his household is rendered complete and secure by the temporary absence of its bustling, excitable mistress, whom he has left behind him in New York. There is something pleasant, too, in being able to indulge his imagination so far as almost to deceive himself into the belief that the good old times have come back again, when he was his own master. For, to tell the truth, Mrs. Graham takes advantage of his years and growing infirmities, and rules him with wonderful tact. Emily and Gertrude, too, are closely associated with those good old times, and it adds greatly to the delusion of his fancy to dwell upon the certainty that they are both in the house, and that he shall see them at dinner, a cozy, comfortable dinner, at which Mrs. Ellis will preside with her wonted formality and precision, and which no noisy, intruding upstarts will venture to interrupt or disturb. Yes, Gertrude is there, as well as the rest, saved, she hardly knew how, from the watery grave that threatened and almost engulfed her, and established once more in the peaceful, venerable spot, now the dearest to her on earth. When with some difficulty restored to the consciousness which had utterly forsaken her in the protracted struggle between death and life, she was informed that she had been found and picked up by some humane individuals, who had hastily pushed a boat from the shore, and aided in the rescue of the sufferers; that she was clinging to a chair, which she had probably grasped when washed away by the sudden rushing of the water; and that her situation was such that, a moment more, and it would have been impossible to save her from the flames, close to which she was drifting. But all of this she had herself no recollection, from the moment when she committed her light weight to the frail tenure of the rope, until she opened her eyes in a quiet spot, and saw Emily leaning anxiously over the bed upon which she lay, all had been a blank to her senses. A few hours from the time of the terrible catastrophe brought Mr. Graham to the scene, and the next day restored all three in safety to the long deserted old mansion house in D. This respectable, venerable habitation, and its adjoining grounds, were nearly the same aspect as when they met the admiring eyes of Gertie on the first visit that she made Miss Graham in her early childhood; that long expected and keenly enjoyed visit, which proved a lasting topic for her youthful enthusiasm to dwell upon. The great elm trees, casting their deep shade upon the green and velvety lawn in front; the neat, smooth gravel walk, which led to the doorstep, and then wound off in several directions into the mass of embowered shrubbery on the right, and the peach orchard on the left; the old arbor, with its luxuriant growth of woodbine; the large summer house, with its knotted, untrimmed, rustic pillars; the little fish pond and fountain; and especially the flower garden, during the last season nearly restored, by Gertrude's true friend George, to its original appearance when under her superintendence. It had all the same friendly, familiar look as during the first happy summers, when Emily, sitting in her garden chair beneath the wide spreading tulip tree, listened with delight to the cheerful voice, the merry laugh, and the light step of the joyous little gardener, who, as she moved about in her favourite element among the flowers, seemed to her affectionate, loving, blind friend, the sweetest Flora of them all. Now and then a stray robin, the last of the numerous throng that had flocked to the cherry feast and departed long ago, came hopping across the paths and over the neatly trimmed box, lifting his head and looking about him with an air that seemed to say, "It is time for me, too, to be off." A family of squirrels, on the other hand, old pets of Gertrude's, whom she loved to watch as they played in the willow tree opposite her window, were just gathering in their harvest, and were busily journeying up and down, each with a nut in its mouth; for there were nut trees in that garden, and quiet corners, such as squirrels love. Last year they did not come, at least they did not stay, for Mrs. Graham and her new gardener voted them a nuisance; but this year they had had it all their own way, and were laying up rich stores for the coming winter. The old house itself had a look of contentment and repose. The hall door stood wide open. Mr. Graham's armchair was in its usual place. Gertrude's birds, of which Mrs. Ellis had taken excellent care, were hopping about on the slender perches of the great Indian cage which hung on the wide piazza. The old house dog lay stretched in the sun, sure that nobody would molest him. Plenty of flowers once more graced the parlor, and all was very still, very quiet, and very comfortable. And Mr. Graham thought so, as he came up the steps, patted the dog, whistled to the birds, sat down in the armchair, and took the morning paper from the hand of the neat housemaid, who came bringing it across the hall. The dear old place was the dear old place still. Time seemed only to lend it additional grace, to give it an air of greater peace, seclusion, and repose. But how is it with the inmates? Mr. Graham, as we have already hinted, has been having new experiences; and although some features of his character are too closely inwrought to be ever wholly eradicated, he is, in many respects, a changed man. The time had once been when he would have resisted courageously every innovation upon his domestic prejudices and comforts; but old age and ill health had somewhat broken his spirit, and subdued his hitherto invincible will. Just at this crisis, too, he united his fortunes with one who had sufficient energy of purpose, combined with just enough good nature and tact, to gain her point on every occasion when she thought it material to do so. She indulged him, to be sure, in his favourite hobbies, allowed him to continue in the fond belief that his sway, when he chose to exercise it, was indisputable, and yet contrived to decide herself in all important matters, and had at last driven him to such extremity that he had taken it for his maxim to get what comfort he could, and let things take their course. No wonder, therefore, that he looked forward to a few weeks of old-fashioned enjoyment much as a schoolboy does to his vacation. Emily is sitting in her own room, carelessly clad in a loose wrapper. She is paler than ever, and her face has an anxious, troubled expression. Every time the door opens, she starts, trembles, a sudden flush overspreads her face, and twice already during the morning she has suddenly burst into tears. Every exertion, even that of dressing, seems a labor to her. She cannot listen to Gertrude's reading, but will constantly interrupt her, to ask questions concerning the burning boat, her own and others' rescue, and every circumstance connected with the terrible scene of agony and death. Her nervous system is evidently fearfully shattered, and Gertrude looks at her and weeps, and wonders to see how her wonted calmness and composure have forsaken her. They have been together since breakfast, but Emily will not allow Gertrude to stay with her any longer. She must go away and walk, or, at least, change the scene. She may come back in an hour and help her dress for dinner, a ceremony which Miss Graham will by no means omit, her chief desire seeming to be to maintain the appearance of health and happiness in the presence of her father. Gertrude feels that Emily is in earnest, that she really wishes to be left alone, and believing that, for the first time, her presence even is burdensome, she retires to her own room, leaving Emily to bow her head upon her hands, and, for the third time, utter a few hysterical sobs. Gertrude is immediately followed by Mrs. Ellis, who shuts the door, seats herself, and with a manner of her own, alone sufficient to excite alarm, adds to the poor girl's fear and distress by declaiming at length upon the dreadful effect the recollection of that shocking accident is having upon poor Emily. "She's completely upset," is the housekeeper's closing remark, "and if she don't begin to get better in a day or two, I don't hesitate to say there's no knowing what the consequences may be. Emily is feeble and not fit to travel. I wish, for my part, she had stayed at home. I don't approve of travelling, especially in these shocking, dangerous times." Fortunately for poor Gertrude, Mrs. Ellis is at length summoned to the kitchen, and she is left to reflect upon the strange circumstances of the last few days fraught to her with the matter of thought for years, if so long a time had been allowed her. A moment, however, and she is again interrupted. The housemaid who carried Mr. Graham his paper has something for her, too, a letter. With a trembling hand she receives it, scarcely daring to look at the writing or postmark. Her first thought is of Willie, but before she could indulge either a hope or a fear on that score, the illusion is dispelled; for though the postmark is New York, and he might be there, the handwriting is wholly strange. Another idea, of scarcely less moment, flashes into her mind, and hardly able to breathe from the violence of the emotions by which she is oppressed, she breaks the seal and reads: "My darling Gertrude, my much-loved child, for such you indeed are, though a father's agony of fear and despair alone wrung from me the words that claimed you. It was no madness that, in the dark hour of danger, compelled me to clasp you to my heart and call you mine. A dozen times before I had been seized by the same emotion, and as often had it been subdued and smothered. And even now I would crush the promptings of nature, and depart and weep my poor life away alone. But the voice within me has spoken once, and cannot again be silenced. Had I seen you happy, gay, and light-hearted, I would not have asked to share your joy; far less would I have cast a shadow on your path. But you are sad and troubled, my poor child, and your grief unites the tie between us closer than that of kindred, and makes you 1,000 times my daughter, for I am a wretched, weary man, and know how to feel for others' woe. You have a kind and gentle heart, my child. You have wept once for the stranger's sorrows. Will you now refuse to pity, if you cannot love, the solitary parent, who, with a breaking heart and a trembling hand, writes the ill-fated word that dooms him, perhaps, to the hatred and contempt of the only being on earth with whom he can claim the fellowship of a natural tie? Twice before have I striven to utter it, and laying down my pen, have shrunk from the cruel task. But hard as it is to speak, I find it harder to still the beating of my restless heart. Therefore listen to me, though it may be for the last time. Is there one being on earth whom you shudder to think of? Is there one associated only in your mind with deeds of darkness and of shame? Is there one name which you have from your childhood learned to abhor and hate, and in proportion as you love your best friend, have you been taught to shrink from and despise her worst enemy? It cannot be otherwise. Ah, I tremble to think how my child will recoil from her father when she learns the secret, so long preserved, so sorrowfully revealed, that he is Philip Amory. As Gertrude looked up when she had finished reading this strange and unintelligible letter, her countenance expressed only complete bewilderment. Her eyes glistened with great tears. Her face was flushed with wonder and excitement, but she was evidently at a total loss to account for the meaning of the stranger's words. She sat for an instant wildly gazing into vacancy, then springing suddenly up, with the letter grasped in one hand, ran across the entry towards Emily's room, to share with her the wonderful contents, and eagerly ask her opinion of their hidden meaning. She stopped, however, when her hand was on the door lock. Emily was already ill, the victim of agitation and excitement. It would not do to distress or even disturb her, and retreating to her own room as hastily as she had come, Gertrude once more sat down to reperuse the singular words and endeavor to find some clue to the mystery. That Mr. Phillips and the letter writer were identical she at once perceived. It was no slight impression that his exclamation and conduct during the time of their imminent danger on board the boat had left upon the mind of Gertrude. During the 3 days that had succeeded the accident, the words, "My child, my own darling," had been continually ringing in her ears and haunting her imagination. Now the blissful idea would flash upon her that the noble, disinterested stranger, who had risked his life so daringly in her own and Emily's cause, might indeed be her father, and every fibre of her being had thrilled at the thought, while her head grew dizzy and confused with the strong sensation of hope that agitated and almost overwhelmed her brain. Then again she had repulsed the idea, as suggesting only the height of impossibility and folly, and had compelled herself to take a more rational and probable view of the matter, and believe that the stranger's words and conduct were merely the result of powerful and overwhelming excitement, or possibly the indications of a somewhat disordered and unsettled imagination, a supposition which much of his previous behavior seemed to warrant. Her first inquiries, on recovering consciousness, had been for the preserver of Emily and Isabel, but he had disappeared; no trace of him could be obtained, and Mr. Graham soon arriving and hurrying them from the neighborhood, she had been reluctantly compelled to abandon the hope of seeing him again, and was consequently left entirely to her own vague and unsatisfactory conjectures. The same motives which now induced her to forbear consulting Emily concerning the mysterious epistle had hitherto prevented her from imparting the secret of Mr. Phillips's inexplicable language and manner. But she had dwelt upon them none the less, and day and night had silently pondered, not only upon recent events, but on the entire demeanor of this strange man towards her, ever since the earliest moment of their acquaintance. The first perusal of the letter served only to excite and alarm her. It neither called forth distinct ideas and impressions, nor added life and colouring to those she had already formed. But as she sat for more than an hour gazing upon the page, which she read and reread until it was blistered and blotted with the great tears that fell upon it, the varying expression of her face denoted the emotions that, one after another, possessed her, and which at last, snatching a sheet of paper, she committed to writing with a feverish rapidity that betrayed how deeply, almost fearfully, her whole being, heart, mind, and body, bent and staggered beneath the weight of contending hopes, anxieties, warmly enkindled affections, and gloomy upstarting fears. My dear, dear father, if I may dare to believe that you are so, and if not that, my best of friends, how shall I write to you, and what shall I say, since all your words are a mystery? Father! Blessed word! Oh, that my noble friend were indeed my father! Yet tell me, how can this be? Alas! I feel a sad presentiment that the bright dream is all an illusion, an error. I never before remember to have heard the name of Philip Amory. My sweet, pure, and gentle Emily has taught me to love all the world, and hatred and contempt are foreign to her nature, and, I trust, to my own. Moreover, she has not an enemy in the wide world. Never had, or could have. One might as well war with an angel of heaven as with a creature so holy and lovely as she. Nor bid me to think of yourself as a man of sin and crime. It cannot be; it would be wronging a noble nature to believe it; and I say again, it cannot be. Gladly would I trust myself to repose on the bosom of such a parent; gladly would I hail the sweet duty of consoling the sorrows of one so self sacrificing, so kind, so generous, whose life has been so freely offered for me, and for others whose existence was dearer to me than my own. When you took me in your arms and called me your child, your darling child, I fancied that the excitement of that dreadful scene had for the moment disturbed your mind and brain so far as to invest me with a false identity, perhaps confound my image with that of some loved and absent one. I now believe that it was no sudden madness, but rather that I have been all along mistaken for another, whose glad office it may perhaps be to cheer a father's saddened life, while I remain unrecognized, unsought, the fatherless, motherless one I am accustomed to consider myself. If you have lost a daughter, God grant she may be restored to you, to love you as I would do, were I so blessed as to be that daughter. And I, consider me not a stranger. Let me be your child in heart; let me love, pray, and weep for you; let me pour out my soul in thankfulness for the kind care and sympathy you have already given me. And yet, though I disclaim it all, and dare not, yes, dare not dwell for a moment on the thought that you are otherwise than deceived in believing me your child, my heart leaps up in spite of me, and I tremble and almost cease to breathe as there flashes upon me the possibility, the blissful, God given hope. No, no, I will not think of it, lest I could not bear to have it crushed. Oh, what am I writing? I know not. I cannot endure the suspense long. Write quickly, or come to me, my father, for I will call you so once, though perhaps never again. Gertrude. Mr. Phillips, or rather Mr. Amory, for we will call him by his true name, had either forgotten or neglected to mention his address. Gertrude did not observe this circumstance until she had folded and was preparing to direct her letter. She then recollected the unfortunate omission, and for a moment experienced a severe pang in the thought that her communication would never reach him. She was reassured, however, on examining the postmark, which was evidently New York, to which place she unhesitatingly addressed her missive, and then, unwilling to trust it to other hands, tied on her bonnet, caught up a veil with which to protect and conceal her agitated face, and hastened to deposit the letter herself in the village post office. To persons of an excitable and imaginative temperament there is, perhaps, no greater or more painful state of trial than that occasioned by severe and long continued suspense. When we know precisely what we have to bear, we can usually call to our aid the needed strength and submission; but a more than ordinary patience and forbearance is necessary to enable us calmly and tranquilly to await the approach of an important crisis, big with events the nature of which we can have no means of foreseeing, but which will inevitably exercise an all controlling influence upon the life. One moment hope usurps the mastery, and promises a happy issue. We smile, breathe freely, and banish care and anxiety, but an instant more and some word, look, or even thought changes the whole current of our feelings; clouds take the place of smiles, the chest heaves with a sudden oppression, fear starts up like a nightmare, and in proportion as we have cherished a confident joy are we plunged into the torture of doubt or the agony of despair. Gertrude's case seemed a peculiarly trying one. She had been already, for a week past, struggling with a degree of suspense and anxiety which agitated her almost beyond endurance; and now a new occasion of uncertainty and mystery had arisen, involving in its issues an almost equal amount of self-questioning and torture. It seemed almost beyond the power of so young, so sensitive, and so inexperienced a girl to rally such self-command as would enable her to control her emotions, disguise them from observation, and compel herself to endure alone and in silence this cruel dispensation of her destiny. But she did do it, and bravely too, whether the greatness of the emergency called forth, as it ever does in a true-hearted woman, a proportionate greatness of spirit; whether the complication of her web of destiny compelled her, with closed hands and a submissive will, to cease all efforts for its disentanglement; or whether with that humble trust, which ever grew more deep and ardent as the sense of her own helplessness pressed upon her, she turned for help to Him whose strength is made perfect in weakness. It is certain that, as she took her way towards home after depositing the letter in the postmaster's hand, the firmness of her step, the calm uplifting of her eye, gave token that she that moment conceived a brave resolve, a resolve which, during the 2 days that intervened ere she received the expected reply, never for one moment deserted her. And it was this: she would endeavour to suspend for the present those vain conjectures, that fruitless weighing of probabilities, which served only to harass her mind, puzzle her understanding, and destroy her peace. She would ponder no more on matters which concerned herself, but with a desperate effort turn all her mental and all her physical energy into some other and more disinterested channel, and patiently wait until the cloud which hung over her fate should be dissipated by the light of truth, and explanation triumph over mystery. She was herself surprised afterwards, when she called to mind and brought up in long array the numerous household, domestic, and friendly duties which she almost unconsciously accomplished in those few days during which she was wrestling with thoughts that were ever struggling to be uppermost, and were only kept down by a force of will that was almost exhausting. She dusted and rearranged every book in Mr. Graham's extensive library, unpacked and put in their appropriate places every article of her own and Emily's long scattered wardrobe, aided Mrs. Ellis in her labours to restore order to the china closet and the linen press, and many other neglected or long postponed duties now found a time for their fulfilment. In these praiseworthy efforts to drive away such reflections as were fatal to her peace, and employ her hands, at least, if not her heart, in such services as might promote the comfort and well-being of others, let us leave her for the present. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 43. Thou neither dost persuade me to seek wealth, for empire's sake, nor empire to affect, for glory's sake, by all thy argument. Milton. In a well-furnished private parlor of one of those first-class hotels in which New York City abounds, Philip Amory sat alone. It was evening. The window curtains were drawn, the gas lamps burning brightly, bringing out the gorgeous colors of the gaily tinted carpet and draperies, and giving a cheerful glow to the room, the comfortable appearance of which contrasted strongly with the pale countenance and desponding attitude of its solitary inmate, who, with his head bowed upon his hands, leaned upon a table in the centre of the apartment. He had sat for nearly an hour in precisely the same position, without once moving or looking up. With his left hand, upon which his forehead rested, he had thrust back the wavy masses of his silvered hair, as if their light weight were too oppressive for his heated brow, and the occasional movement of his fingers, as they were slowly passed to and fro beneath the graceful curls, alone gave evidence that he had not fallen asleep. Suddenly he started up, straightened his commanding figure to its full height, and slowly commenced pacing the room. A light knock at the door arrested his measured steps. A look of nervous agitation and annoyance overspread his countenance. He again flung himself into his chair, and, in reply to the servant's announcing, "A gentleman, sir," was preparing to say, "I cannot be interrupted." But it was too late. The visitor had already advanced within the door, which the waiter quietly closed, and retreated. The newcomer, a young man, stepped quickly and eagerly forward, but checked himself, somewhat abashed at the unexpected coldness of the reception he met from his host, who rose slowly and deliberately to meet his guest, while the cloud upon his countenance and the frigid manner in which he touched the young man's cordially offered hand seemed to imply that the latter's presence was unwelcome. "Excuse me, Mr. Phillips," said William Sullivan, for it was he who had thus unintentionally forced an entrance to the secluded man. "I am afraid my visit is an intrusion." "Do not speak of it," replied Mr. Amory. "I beg you will be seated," and he politely handed a chair. Willie availed himself of the offered seat no further than to lean lightly upon it with one hand, while he still remained standing. "You are changed, sir," continued he, "since I last saw you." "Changed? Yes, I am. returned the other, absently. "Your health, I fear, is not." "My health is excellent," said Mr. Emery, interrupting his unfinished remark. Then, seeming for the first time to realize the necessity of exerting himself, in order to sustain the conversation, he added, "It is a long time, sir, since we met. I have not yet forgotten the debt I owe you for your timely interference between me and Ali, that Arab trader, with his rascally army of Bedouin rogues." "Do not name it, sir," replied Willie. "Our meeting was fortunate indeed, but the benefit was as mutual as the danger to which we were alike exposed." "I cannot think so. You seemed to have a most excellent understanding with your own party of guides and attendants, Arabs though they were." "True. I have had some experience in Eastern travel, and usually know how to manage these inflammable spirits of the desert. But at the time I joined you, I was myself entering the neighborhood of hostile tribes, and might soon have found our party overawed, but for the advantage of having joined forces with yourself." "You set but a modest value upon your conciliatory powers, my young man. To you, who are so well acquainted with the facts in the case, I can hardly claim the merit of frankness for the acknowledgment that it was only my own hot temper and stubborn will which exposed us both to the imminent danger which you were fortunately able to avert. No, no, you must not deprive me of the satisfaction of once more expressing my gratitude for your invaluable aid." "You are making my visit, sir," said Willie, smiling, "the very reverse of what it was intended to be. I did not come here this evening to receive, but to the best of my ability to render thanks." "For what, sir?" asked Mr. Emery, abruptly, almost roughly. "You owe me nothing." "The friends of Isabella Clinton, sir, owe you a debt of gratitude which it will be impossible for them ever to repay." "You are mistaken, Mr. Sullivan. I have done nothing which places that young lady's friends under a particle of obligation to me." "Did you not save her life?" "Yes, but nothing was further from my intention." Willie smiled. "It could have been no accident, I think, which led you to risk your own life to rescue a fellow passenger." "It was no accident, indeed, which led to Miss Clinton's safety from destruction. I am convinced of that. But you must not thank me. It is due to another than myself that she does not now sleep in death. May I ask to whom you refer? Your words are mysterious." "I refer to a dear and noble girl whom I swam to that burning wreck to save. Her veil had been agreed upon as a signal between us. That veil, carefully thrown over the head of Miss Clinton, whom I found clinging to the spot assigned to her whom I was seeking, deceived me, and I bore in safety to the shore the burden which I had ignorantly seized from the gaping waters, leaving my own darling, who had offered her life as a sacrifice, to—" "Oh, not to die!" exclaimed Willie. "No, to be saved by a miracle. Go thank her for Miss Clinton's life." "I thank God," said Willie, with fervor, "that the horrors of such scenes of destruction are half redeemed by heroism like that." The hitherto stern countenance of Mr. Amory softened as he listened to the young man's enthusiastic outburst of admiration at Gertrude's noble self devotion. "Who is she? Where is she?" continued Willie. "Ask me not," replied Mr. Amory, with a gesture of impatience. "I cannot tell you, if I would. I have not seen her since that ill fated day." His manner, even more than his words, seemed to intimate an unwillingness to enter into any further explanation regarding Isabel's rescue, and Willie, perceiving it, stood for a moment silent and irresolute. Then, advancing a step nearer, he said, "Though you so utterly disclaim, Mr. Phillips, any participation in Miss Clinton's happy escape, I feel that my errand here would be but imperfectly fulfilled if I should fail to deliver the message which I bring to one who was at least the final means, if not the original cause, of her safety. Mr. Clinton, the young lady's father, desired me to tell you that, in saving the life of his only surviving child, the last of 7, all of whom but herself were doomed to an early life, you have prolonged his own days, and rendered him grateful to that degree which words on his part are powerless to express; but that, as long as his feeble life is spared, he shall never cease to bless your name, and pray to heaven for its choicest gifts upon you and those who dwell next your heart." There was a slight moisture in the clear, penetrating eye of Mr. Amory, but a bland and courteous smile upon his lip, as he said, in reply to Willie's words, "All this from Mr. Clinton! Very gentlemanly and equally sincere, I doubt not. But you surely do not mean to thank me wholly in his name, my young friend. Have you nothing to say for your own sake?" Willie looked surprised at the question, but replied, unhesitatingly, "Certainly, sir, as one of a large circle of acquaintances and friends, whom Miss Clinton honors with her regard, you may rest assured that my admiration and gratitude for your disinterested exertions are unbounded, and not only on her account, but on that of every other whom you had the noble satisfaction of rescuing from a most terrific form of death and destruction." "Am I to understand by your words that you speak only as a friend of humanity, and that you felt no deep personal interest in any of my fellow passengers?" "I was unacquainted with nearly all of them. Miss Clinton was the only one whom I had known for any greater length of time than during 2 or 3 days of Saratoga intercourse; but I should certainly have felt deeply grieved at her death, since I was in the habit of meeting her familiarly in her childhood, have lately been continually in her society, and am aware that her father, my respected partner, an old and invaluable friend, who is now much enfeebled in health, could hardly survive so severe a shock as the loss, under such harrowing circumstances, of an only child, whom he almost idolizes." "You speak very coolly, Mr. Sullivan. Are you aware that the prevailing belief gives you credit for feeling more than a mere friendly interest in Miss Clinton?" The gradual dilating of Willie's large gray eyes, as he fixed them inquiringly upon Mr. Amory, the half scrutinizing, half astonished expression which crept over his face, as he deliberately seated himself in the chair, which, until then, he had not occupied, were sufficient evidence of the effects of the question so unexpectedly put to him. "Sir," said he, "I either misunderstood you, or the prevailing belief is a most mistaken one." "Then you never before heard of your own engagement?" "Never, I assure you. Is it possible that so idle a report has obtained an extensive circulation among Miss Clinton's friends?" "Sufficiently extensive for me, a mere spectator of Saratoga life, to hear it not only whispered from ear to ear, but openly proclaimed as a fact worthy of credit." "I am exceedingly surprised and vexed at what you tell me," said Willie, looking really disturbed and chagrined. "Nonsensical and false as such a rumor is, it will very naturally, if it should reach Miss Clinton, be a source of indignation and annoyance to her, and it is on that account, far more than my own, that I regret the circumstances which have probably given rise to it." "Do you refer to considerations of delicacy on the lady's part? Or have you the modesty to believe that her pride would be wounded by having her name thus coupled with that of her father's junior partner, a young man hitherto unknown to fashionable circles? But excuse me, perhaps I am stepping on dangerous ground, and your own pride may shrink from the frankness of my speech." "By no means, sir. You wrong me if you believe my pride to be of such a nature. But in answer to your question, I have not only reference to both the motives you name, but to many others, when I assert my opinion of the resentment Miss Clinton would probably cherish, if the foolish and unwarranted remarks you mention should chance to reach her ears." "Mr. Sullivan," said Mr. Amory, drawing his chair nearer to Willie's, and speaking in a tone of great interest, "are you sure you are not standing in your own light? Are you aware that undue modesty, coupled with false and overstrained notions of refinement, has before now stood in the way of many a man's good fortune, and is likely to interfere largely with your own?" "How so, sir? You speak in riddles, and I am ignorant of your meaning." "Handsome young fellows like you," continued Mr. Amory, "can, I know, often command almost any amount of property for the asking, but many such chances rarely occur to one individual, and the world will laugh at you if you waste so fair an opportunity as that which you now enjoy." "Opportunity for what? You surely do not mean to advise me?" "I do, though. I am older than you are, and I know something of the world. A fortune is not made in a day, nor is money a thing to be despised. Mr. Clinton's life is, I dare say, enfeebled and almost worn out in toiling after that wealth which will soon be the inheritance of his daughter. She is young, beautiful, and the pride of that high circle in which she moves. Both father and daughter smile upon you. You need not look disconcerted. I speak as between friends, and you know the truth of that which strangers have observed, and which I have frequently heard mentioned as beyond doubt. Why, then, do you hesitate? I trust you are not deterred from taking advantage of your position by any romantic and chivalrous sense of inferiority on your part, or unworthiness to obtain so fair a prize." "Mr. Phillips," said Willie, with hesitation and evident embarrassment. The comments of mere casual acquaintances, such as the greater part of those with whom Miss Clinton associated in Saratoga, are not in the least to be depended upon. The peculiar relations in which I stand towards Mr. Clinton have been such as of late to draw me into constant intercourse both with himself and his daughter. He is almost entirely without relatives, has scarcely any trustworthy friend at command, and therefore appears, perhaps to the world, more favorably disposed towards me than would be found to be the case should I aspire to his daughter's hand. The lady herself, too, has so many admirers, that it would be the height of vanity in me to believe " "Pooh, pooh!" exclaimed Mr. Phillips, springing from his chair, and as he commenced pacing the room, clapping the young man heartily upon the shoulder. "Tell that, Sullivan, to a greater novice, a more unsophisticated individual, than I am. It is very becoming in you to say so; but, though I hate to flatter, a few slight reminders will hardly harm a youth who has such a very low opinion in his own merits. Pray, who was the gentleman for whose society Miss Clinton was, a few nights since, so ready to forego the music of Albani, the brilliancy of the well lighted and crowded hall, and the smiles and compliments of a whole train of adorers? With whom, I say, did she, in comparison with all this, prefer a quiet moonlight walk in the garden of the United States Hotel?" Willie hesitated a moment, while endeavoring to rally his recollection. Then, as if the circumstance and its consequences had just flashed upon him, he exclaimed, "I remember; that, then, was one of the causes of suspicion. I was, on that occasion, a messenger merely, to summon Miss Isabel to the bedside of her father, by whom I had been anxiously watching for hours, and who, on awakening from a long protracted and almost lethargic sleep, which had excited the alarm of the physician, inquired for his daughter with such eagerness that I did not hesitate to interrupt the pleasure of the evening, and call her to the post of duty which awaited her in the cottage occupied by Mr. Clinton, at the furthest extremity of the grounds, to which I accompanied her by moonlight." Mr. Amory almost laughed outright, cast upon Willie, for the first time, that look of sweet benignity which, though rare, well became his fine countenance, and exclaimed, "So much for watering place gossip. I believe I must forbear speaking of any further evidences of a tender interest manifested by either of you. But these things apart, and there is every reason to believe, my dear Sullivan, that though the young lady's heart be still, like her fortune, in the united keeping of herself and her father, there is nothing easier than for you to win and claim them both. You are a rising young man, and possess business talent indispensable, I hear, to the elder party. If, with your handsome face, figure, and accomplishments, you cannot render yourself equally so to the younger, there is no one to blame but yourself." Willie laughed. "If I had that object in view, I know of no one to whom I would so soon come for encouragement as to you, sir; but the flattering prospect you hold out is quite wasted upon me." "Not if you are the man I think you," replied Mr. Amory. "I cannot believe you will be such a fool I beg your pardon for using so strong a term as to allow yourself to be blinded to the opportunity you see held out before you of making that appearance in society and taking that stand in life, to which your birth, your education, and your personal qualities entitle you. Your father was a respectable clergyman, always an honorable profession; you enjoyed and profited by every advantage in your youth, and have done yourself such credit in India as would enable you, with plenty of capital at command, to take the lead in a few years among mercantile men. All this, indeed, might not, probably would not, give you an opportunity to mingle freely and at once in the highest ranks of our aristocracy, but a union with Miss Clinton would entitle you immediately to such a position as years of assiduous effort could hardly win, and you would find yourself at 25 at the highest point in every respect to which you could possibly aspire. Not have you, I venture to say, lived for 6 years utterly deprived of female society, without becoming proportionately susceptible to such uncommon grace and beauty as Miss Clinton's. A man just returned from a long residence abroad is usually thought to be an easy prey to the charms of the first of his fair countrywomen into whose society he may chance to be thrown, and it can scarcely then be wondered at if you are subdued by such winning attractions as are rarely to be met with in this land of beautiful women. Nor can it be possible that you have for 6 years toiled beneath an Indian sun, without learning to appreciate as it deserves the unlooked for but happy and honorable termination of your toils, the easily attained rest from labor, whose crowning blessing will be the possession of your beautiful bride." A moment's pause ensued, during which Mr. Amory sat watching the countenance of Willie, while he awaited his reply. He was not kept long in ignorance of the effect his glowing picture had produced. "Mr. Phillips," said Willie, speaking with prompt decision and a nervous energy which proved how heartfelt were the words he uttered, "I have not, indeed, spent many of the best years of my life toiling beneath a burning sun and in a protracted exile from all that I held most dear, without being sustained and encouraged by high hopes, aims, and aspirations. But you misjudge me greatly if you believe that the ambition that has hitherto spurred me on can find its gratification in those rewards which you have so vividly presented to my imagination. No, sir! Believe me, though these advantages may seem beyond the grasp of most men, I aspire to something higher yet, and should think my best endeavors wasted indeed if my hopes and wishes tended not to a still more glorious good." "And to what quarter do you look for the fulfilment of such flattering prospects?" asked Mr. Amory, in an ironical tone of voice. "Not to the gay circles of fashion," replied Willie. "Not yet to that moneyed aristocracy which awards to each man his position in life. I do not depreciate an honorable standing in the eyes of my fellow men. I am not blind to the advantages of wealth, or insensible to the claims of grace and beauty, but these were not the things for which I left my home, and it is not to claim them that I have now returned. Young as I am, I have lived long enough, and seen enough of trial, to lay to the heart the belief that the only blessings worth striving for are something more enduring, more satisfying, than doubtful honors, precarious wealth, or fleeting smiles." "To what, then, may I ask, do you look forward?" "To a home, and that, not so much for myself, though I have long pined for such a rest, as for another with whom I hope to share it. A year since," and Willie's lip trembled, his voice shook with emotion, as he spoke, "and there were others, beside that dear one whose image now entirely fills my heart, whom I had fondly hoped, and should deeply have rejoiced, to see reaping the fruits of my exertions, but we were not permitted to meet again. And now but pardon me, sir, I did not mean to intrude upon you my private affairs." "Go on," said Mr. Amory, "go on. I deserve some degree of confidence, in return for the disinterested advice I have been giving you. Speak to me as to an old friend. I am much interested in what you say." "It is long since I have spoken freely of myself," said Willie, "but frankness is natural to me, and since you profess a desire to learn something of my aim in life, I know of no motive I have for reserve or concealment. But my position, sir, even as a child, was singular, and you must excuse me if I refer to it for a moment. I could not have been more than 12 or 14 years of age when I began to realize the necessity which rested upon me. My widowed mother and her aged father were the only relatives, almost the only friends, I knew. One was feeble, delicate, and quite unequal to active exertion. The other was old and poor, being wholly dependent upon the small salary he received for officiating as sexton of a neighboring church. You are aware, for I have mentioned it in our earlier acquaintance abroad, that in spite of these circumstances they maintained me for several years in comfort and decency, and gave me an excellent education. At an age when kites and marbles are wont to be all engrossing, I became possessed with an earnest desire to relieve my mother and grandfather of a part of their burden of care and labor, and with this purpose in view, sought and obtained a situation in which I was well treated and well paid, and which I retained until the death of my excellent master. Then for a time I felt bitterly the want of employment, became desponding and unhappy, a state of mind which was fostered by constant association with one of so melancholy and despairing a temperament as my grandfather, who, having met with great disappointment in life, held out no encouragement to me, but was forever hinting at the probability of my utterly failing in every scheme for success and advancement. I bitterly regretted, at the time, the depressing influence of the old man's innuendos, but I have since thought they answered a good purpose. For nothing so urged me on to ever increasing efforts as the indomitable desire to prove the mistaken nature of his gloomy predictions, And few things have given me more satisfaction than the assurances I have frequently received during the few past years, that he came at last to a full conviction that my prosperity was established beyond a doubt, and that one of his ill fated family was destined to escape the trials and evils of poverty. My mother was a quiet, gentle woman, small in person, with great simplicity, and some reserve of manner. She loved me like her own soul. She taught me everything I know of goodness. There is no sacrifice I would not have made for her happiness. I would have died to save her life, but we shall never meet again in this world. And I am learning to be resigned. For these two, and one other, whom I shall speak of presently, I was ready to go away, and strive and suffer and be patient. The opportunity came, and I embraced it. And soon one great object of my ambition was won. I was able to earn a competency for myself and for them. In the course of time, luxuries even were within my means, and I had begun to look forward to a not very distant day, when my long looked for return should render our happiness perfect and complete. I little thought then that the sad tidings of my grandfather's death were on their way, and the news of my mother's slow but equally sure decline so soon to follow. It is true, however, they are both gone, and I should now be so solitary as almost to long to follow them, but for one other, whose love will bind me to earth so long as she is spared." "And she?" exclaimed Mr. Amory, with an eagerness which Willie, engrossed with his own thoughts, did not observe. "It is a young girl," continued Willie, "without family, wealth, or beauty, but with a spirit so elevated as to make her great, a heart so noble as to make her rich, a soul so pure as to make her beautiful." Mr. Amory's attitude of fixed attention, his evident waiting to hear more, emboldened Willie to speak still further. "There lived in the same house which my grandfather occupied, an old man, a city lamplighter. He was poor, poorer even than we were. But, I will venture to say, there never was a better or a kinder hearted person in the world. One evening, when engaged in his round of duty, he picked up and brought home a little ragged child, whom a cruel woman had just thrust into the street to perish with cold or die a more lingering death in the almshouse, for nothing but such devoted care as she received from my mother and Uncle True, so we always called our old friend, could have saved the feeble, half-starved creature from the consequences of long-continued exposure and ill-treatment. Through their unwearied watching and efforts she was spared, to repay in after years all, and more than all, the love bestowed upon her. She was at that time miserably thin and attenuated, sallow, and extremely plain in her appearance, besides being possessed of a violent temper, which she had never been taught to restrain, and a stubbornness of will, which undoubtedly resulted from her having long lived in opposition to all the world. All this, however, did not repel Uncle True, under whose loving influence new and hitherto undeveloped virtues and capacities soon began to manifest themselves. In the atmosphere of love in which she now lived, she soon became a changed being, and when, in addition to the example and precepts taught her at home, a divine light was shed upon her life by one who, herself sitting in darkness, casts a halo forth from her own spirit to illumine those of all who are blessed with her presence, she became what she has ever since been, a being to love and trust for a lifetime. For myself, there were no bounds to the affection I soon came to cherish for the little girl, to whom I was first attracted by compassion merely. We were constantly together. We had no thoughts, no studies, no pleasures, sorrows, or interests, that were not shared. I was her teacher, her protector, the partner of all her childish amusements, and she, on her part, was by turns an advising, consoling, sympathizing, and encouraging friend. In this latter character she was indispensable to me, for she had a hopeful nature, and a buoyancy of spirit which often imparted itself to me. I well remember, when my kind employer died, and I was plunged in boyish grief and despair, the confidence and energy with which she, then very young, inspired me. The relation between her and Uncle True was beautiful. Boy as I was, I could not but view with admiration the old man's devoted love for the adopted darling of his latter years, his Birdie, as he always called her, and the deep and grateful affection which she bore him in return. During the first few years she was wholly dependent upon him, and seemed only a fond, affectionate child.
But a time came at last when the case was reversed, and the old man, stricken with disease, became infirm and helpless. It was then that the beauty of her woman's nature shone forth triumphant. And oh, how gently, child as she was, she guided his steps as he descended to the grave. Often have I gone to his room at midnight, fearing lest he might be in need of care which she, in her youth and inexperience, would be unable to render. And never shall I forget the little figure seated calmly by his bedside, at an hour when many of her years would be shrinking from fears conjured up by the night and the darkness, with a lamp dimly burning on a table before her, and she herself, with his hand in hers, sweetly soothing his wakefulness by her loving words, or with her eyes bent upon her little Bible, reading to him holy lessons. But all her care could not prolong his life, and shortly before I went to India he died, blessing God for the peace imparted to him through his gentle nurse. It was my task to soothe our little Gertie's sorrows, and do what I could to comfort her, an office which, before I left the country, I was rejoiced to transfer to the willing hands of the excellent blind lady who had long befriended both her and Uncle True. Before I went away, I solemnly committed to Gertie, who had in one instance proved herself both willing and able, the care of my mother and grandfather. She promised to be faithful to the trust, and nobly was that promise kept. In spite of the unkindness and deep displeasure of Mr. Graham, the blind lady's father, upon whose bounty she had for a long time been dependent, she devoted herself heart and hand to the fulfillment of duties which in her eyes were sacred and holy. In spite of suffering, labor, watching, and privation, she voluntarily forsook ease and pleasure, and spent day and night in the patient service of friends whom she loved with a greater love than a daughter's, for it was that of a saint. With all my earnestness of purpose, I could never have done half that she did. I might have loved as much, but none but a woman's heart could have conceived and planned, none but a woman's hand could have patiently executed, the deeds that Gertrude wrought. She was more than a sister to me before; she was my constant correspondent, my dearest friend. Now she is bound to me by ties that are not of earth nor of time. Chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 44. An opportunity I here have had, to try thee, sift thee, and confess, have found thee proof against all temptation. Milton. "Certainly," said Mr. Emery, who had waited patiently for the conclusion of Willie's story, "I can well understand that. A man of a generous spirit could hardly fail to cherish a deep and lasting gratitude for one who devoted herself so disinterestedly to a trying and toilsome attendance upon the last hours of beloved friends, to whose wants he himself was prevented from ministering; and the warmth with which you eulogize this girl does you credit, Sullivan. She must, too, be a young person of great excellence, to have fulfilled so faithfully and well a promise of such remote date that it would probably have been ignored by a less disinterested friend. But do not let any enthusiastic sense of honor induce you to sacrifice yourself on the shrine of gratitude. I shall find it hard to believe that a young man who has had the ambition to mark out, and the energy to pursue, such a course on the road to fortune as you have thus far successfully followed, can, in his sober senses, have made a serious resolve to unite himself and his prospects with an insignificant little playmate, of unacknowledged birth, without beauty or fortune, unless there is already a standing engagement, by which he is unwillingly bound, or he allows himself to be drawn on to matrimony by the belief that the highest compliment he can pay, namely, the offer of himself, will alone cancel the immense obligations under which he labors. May I ask if you are already shackled by promises?" "I am not," replied Willie. "Then listen to me a moment. My motives are friendly when I beg you not to act rashly in a matter which will affect the happiness of your whole life, and to hear with patience too, if you can, for Willie already gave symptoms of restlessness the few words which I have to say on the subject. You are much mistaken, my young friend, if you believe that the happiness of Gertie, as you call her, a very ugly name, by the way, can be insured any more than your own by an ill-assorted union, of which you will both find occasion to repent. You have not seen her for 6 years. Think, then, of all that has happened in the meantime, and beware how you act with precipitation. You have all this time been living abroad, engaged in active life, growing in knowledge of the world, and its various phases of society. In India, to be sure, you witnessed a mode of life wholly different from that which prevails with us, or in European cities; but the independence, both of character and manner, which you there acquired, fitted you admirably for the polished sphere of Parisian life, to which you were so suddenly introduced, and in which, I may say without flattery, you met with such marked success. Notwithstanding the privilege you enjoyed of being presented in polite circles as the friend of a man so well known and so much respected as Mr. Clinton, you cannot have been insensible to the marked attentions bestowed upon you by American residents abroad, or unaware of the advantage you enjoyed, on your return home, from having been known as the object of such favor. Though not so fortunate as to meet you in Paris, I was there at the same time with yourself, and had some opportunity of being acquainted with facts which I am sure you would have too much modesty to acknowledge. That you were not wholly devoid of taste for choice society it is easy to infer, since otherwise you would never have been able to render yourself an ornament to it, or even maintain a place within its precincts. It is also equally evident that your pride must have been flattered, and your views in life somewhat biased, by the favorable reception you have met, both abroad and at home, not only from your own sex, but also from the young, fair, and beautiful women who have honored you with their smiles, and among whom she whose name the crowd already associates with your own stands preeminent. When I think of all this, and of those pecuniary hopes you may so reasonably indulge, and on which I have already dilated, then imagine you suddenly flinging all these aside to chivalrously throw yourself at the feet of your mother's little nurse. I confess I find it impossible to keep silent, and avoid reminding you of the reaction that must come, the disappointment that must ensue, on finding yourself at once and forever shut out from participation in pleasures which have been within your reach, and voluntarily discarded. You must remember that much of the consideration which is to be paid to a young bachelor of growing prospects ceases to be awarded to him after marriage, and is never extended to his bride, unless she be chosen from the select circles to which he aspires. This unproportioned orphan, with whom you propose to share your fate, this little patient schoolmistress—" "I did not tell you she had ever been a teacher!" exclaimed Willie, stopping short in his walk up and down the room, which latterly he had been, in his turn, pacing impatiently, while he listened to Mr. Amory's words. "I did not tell you anything of the sort. How did you know it?" Mr. Amory, who by his negligence had thus betrayed more knowledge than he had been supposed to possess, hesitated a moment, but quickly recovering himself, answered, with apparent frankness, "To tell the truth, Sullivan, I have seen the girl, in company with an old doctor." "Dr. Jeremy?" asked Willie, quickly. "The same." "When did you see her? How did it happen?" "Do not question me," said Mr. Amory, petulantly, as if the matter were of little consequence, and he did not choose to be interrogated. "I happened to see the old gentleman in the course of my travels, and this Gertrude Flint was with him. He told me a few facts concerning her. Nothing to her disadvantage, however. In warning you against a mésalliance, I speak only in general terms." Willie looked at Mr. Amory in a half scrutinizing, half wondering manner, and appeared on the point of persisting in his attempt to learn further particulars; but Mr. Amory, taking up the thread of his previous conversation, went on, without giving him a chance to speak. "This Gertie, as I was saying, Sullivan, will be a dead weight upon your hands, a constant drawback to all your efforts for the attainment of fashionable society, in which it is hardly to be expected she can be exactly fitted to shine. You yourself pronounce her to be without wealth or beauty. Of her family you know nothing, and have certainly little reason to expect that, if discovered, it would do her any credit. I believe, then, that I only speak from the dictates of common sense, when I bid you beware how you make, in the disposal of yourself, such a very unequal bargain." "I am very willing to believe, sir," said Willie, resuming his seat, and settling himself into a composed attitude, "that the arguments you have so powerfully brought to bear upon a question most important to my welfare, are grounded upon calm reasoning and a disinterested desire to promote my prosperity. I confess you are the last man, judging from our short, but for the length of time, intimate acquaintance, from whom I should have expected such advice, for I had believed you so independent of the opinion and so indifferent to the applause of the world that they would weigh but little with you in forming estimates for the guidance of others. Still, though your suggestions have failed to influence or in the least degree change my sentiments or intentions, I fully appreciate and thank you for the sincerity and earnestness with which you have sought to mold my judgment by your own, and will reply to your arguments with such frankness as will, I think, persuade you that, so far from following the impulses of a blind enthusiasm, to plunge with haste and precipitation into a course of action hereafter to be deplored, I am actuated by feelings which reason approves and which have already stood the test of experience. You speak truly when you impute to me a natural taste for good society, a taste which poverty, and the retirement in which my boyhood was passed, gave me little opportunity to manifest, but which had, nevertheless, no small influence in determining my aims and ambition in life. The fine houses, equipages, and clothes of the rich, had far less charm to my fancy than the high-bred ease, refinement, and elegance of manner which distinguished some few of their owners who chanced to come under my observation; and, much as I desired the attainment of wealth for the sake of its own intrinsic advantages, and the means it would afford of contributing to the comfort and happiness of others, it would have seemed to me divested of half its value should it fail to secure to its possessor a free admittance to the polite and polished circles upon which I looked with admiring eyes. I needed not, therefore, the social deprivations I experienced in India to prepare me to enter with eager zest into the excitement and pleasure of Parisian life, to which, through the kindness and partiality of Mr. Clinton, I obtained, as you are, it seems, aware, a free and immediate introduction. It is true I was summoned thither at a time when my spirits had been for months struggling with the depression occasioned by sad news from home, and had not, therefore, the least disposition to avail myself of Mr. Clinton's politeness; but the feebleness of his health, and his inability to enter largely into the gaieties of the place, compelled me continually to offer myself as an escort to his daughter, who, fond of society, and reluctant to submit to any exclusion from it, invariably accepted my services, thus drawing me into the very whirl and vortex of fashionable life, in which, I confess, I soon found much to flatter, bewilder, and intoxicate. I could not be insensible to the privileges so unexpectedly accorded to me, nor could my vanity be wholly proof against the assaults made upon it. Nor was my manliness of character alone at stake. My position in fashionable circles threw other and more serious temptations in my way. The soundness of principle and simplicity of habit, implanted in me from childhood, and hitherto preserved intact, soon found themselves at stake. I had withstood every kind of gross temptation, but my new and refined associates now presented it to me in that more subtle form which often proves a snare to those over whom, had it come without disguise, it would have no power. The wine cup could never have enticed me to the coarse and disgusting scenes of drunken revelry, but held in the hands of the polished gentlemen, who had but a moment before been the recipients of popular favor and woman's smiles, it sparkled with a richer lustre, and its bitter dregs were forgotten. The professed gamester, the well-known rogue, would in vain have sought me for an accomplice, but I was not equally on my guard against the danger which awaited me from other and unexpected quarters. For how could I believe that my friends, Mr. Clinton's friends, the ornaments of the sphere in which they moved, would unfairly win my money, involve me in entanglements, and lead me on to ruin? I almost wonder, as I look back upon the few first weeks of my residence in Paris, that I did not finally fall a victim to some one of the numerous snares that were, on every side, spread for my destruction, and into which my social disposition, my fearless, and, at the same time, unsophisticated nature rendered me especially prone to fall. Nothing, I am persuaded, but the recollection of my pure-minded and watchful mother, whose recent death had given new freshness and life to the memory of her many warning counsels. At the time they were bestowed deemed by me unnecessary, but now, in the moment of danger, springing up and arming themselves with a solemn meaning. Nothing but the consciousness of her gentle spirit ever hovering around my path saddened by my conflicts, rejoicing in my triumphs, could ever have given me courage and perseverance to resist, shun, and finally escape altogether, the pitfalls into which my unwary steps would have plunged me. These darker evils, however, successfully combated and subdued, there were others of scarcely less magnitude awaiting me, and in which much of my future well being and usefulness were involved. In the unvaried round of pleasure in which my days, and nights even, were frequently passed, there was much to gratify my self love, foster my ambition, and annihilate every worthier emotion. And here, believe me, my safety lay in my success. Had I approached the outskirts of fashionable life, and been compelled to linger, with longing eyes, at the threshold, I might, even now, be loitering there, a deceived spectator of joys which it was not permitted to me to enter and share; or having gained a partial entrance, be eagerly employed in pushing my way onward. Admitted, however, at once into the very arcana of a sphere I was eager to penetrate, my eyes were soon opened to the vain, hollow, and worthless nature of the bauble fashion. Not that I did not meet within its courts the grace, wit, talent, and refinement, which I had hoped to find there, or that these were invariably accompanied by other and less attractive qualities. No, I truly believe there is no class which cannot boast of its heroes and heroines; that there are within the walls of fashionable life men and women who would grace a wilderness. Nor do I despise forms and ceremonies which are becoming in themselves, and conducive to elegance and good breeding. As long as one class is distinguished by education and refined manners, and another is marked by ignorance and vulgarity, there should be, and there must, in the nature of things, be a dividing line between the two, which neither, perhaps, would desire to overstep. But this barrier is not fashion, which, both abroad and at home, oftentimes excludes the former, and gives free admittance to the latter; and if I presume to adopt a higher standard, it is because I have had so close an acquaintance with that already set up, that I can judge how little it is to be trusted. "You are young," said Mr. Emory, "to be such a philosopher. Many a man has turned away with disgust from an aristocracy into which he could himself gain no admittance, but few renounce it voluntarily." "Few, perhaps," replied Willie. "Few young men, at least, have such opportunities as I have had to penetrate its secrets. I trust I may say without treachery, since I speak in general terms only, that I have seen more ignorance, more ill breeding, more meanness, and more immorality in the so called aristocracy of our country than I should have believed it possible would be tolerated there. I have frequently known instances in which the most accomplished gentleman, or the most beautiful lady, of a gay circle, has given evidence of unpardonable want of information on the most common topics. I have seen elegant evening assemblies disgraced by a degree of rudeness and incivility which reflected as little credit on the taste as on the feelings. I have seen the profuse and lavish expenditure of to day atoned for by a selfish and despicable parsimony on the morrow; and I have seen a want of principle exhibited by persons of both sexes, which proves that a high position on earth is no security against such contamination of the soul as must wholly unfit it for an exalted place hereafter." "I have witnessed no less myself," said Mr. Emory, "but my experiences have not been like those of other men, and my sight has been sharpened by circumstances. I am still astonished that you should have been awake to these facts." "I was not at first," answered Willie. "It was only gradually that I recovered from the dazzling, blinding effect which the glitter and show of fashion imposed upon the clearness of my perceptions. My suspicions of its falsehood and vanity were based upon instances of selfishness, folly, and cold heartedness, which, one after another, came to my knowledge. I could relate to you the thousand mean deceits, the contemptible rivalries, the gross neglect of sacred duties, which came under my immediate observation; but I will not betray the secrets of individuals, or weary you with their recital. Especially was I astonished at the effect of an uninterrupted pursuit of pleasure upon the sensibilities, the tempers, and the domestic affections of women. Though bearing within my heart an image of female goodness and purity, this sweet remembrance, this living ideal, might possibly have been driven from its throne, and supplanted by some one of the lovely faces which at first bewildered me by their beauty, had these last been the index to souls of equal perfection. There may be, I have no doubt there are, noble and excellent women, moving in the highest walks of life, whose beauty, grace, and other outward adornments, are less admirable than their own high natures. But among those with whom I became familiarly acquainted, there was not one who could in the least compare with her who was continually present in my memory, who is still, and ever must be, a model to her sex. It is no wonder that others failed to come up to my conception of all that is lovely in woman, since the character of Gertrude Flint was the standard by which each in my mind was measured. How could I help contrasting the folly, the worldliness, and the cold heartedness around me, with the cultivated mind, the self sacrificing and affectionate disposition, of one who possesses every quality that can adorn life, whether at home or abroad? You have indeed failed to convince me that Gertrude can in any way be a drawback or disadvantage to the man who shall be so fortunate as to call her his. For my own part, I desire no better, no more truly aristocratic position in life, than that to which she is so well entitled, and to which she would be one of the brightest ornaments, the aristocracy of true refinement, knowledge, grace, and beauty. You talk to me of wealth. Gertrude has no money in her purse, but her soul is the pure gold, tried in the furnace of sorrow and affliction, and thence come forth bright and unalloyed. You speak of family and an honorable birth. She has no family, and her birth is shrouded in mystery, but the blood that courses in her veins would never disgrace the race from which she sprung, and every throb of her unselfish heart allies her to all that is noble. You are eloquent on the subject of beauty. When I parted from Gertrude she was, in all but character, a mere child, being only 12 or 13 years of age. Though much altered and improved since the time when she first came among us, I scarcely think she could have been said to possess much of what the world calls beauty. For myself, it was a matter of which I seldom thought or cared; and, had I been less indifferent on the subject, she was so dear to me that I should have been utterly unable to form an impartial judgment of her claims in this respect. I well remember, however, the indignation I once felt at hearing a fellow clerk, who had accidentally met her in one of our walks, sneeringly contrast her personal appearance with that of our mutual employer's handsome daughter, the same Miss Clinton of whom we have been speaking, and the proportionate rapture with which I listened to the excellent teacher, Miss Brown, when on a certain occasion, being present at a school examination, I overheard her commenting to a lady upon Gertrude's wonderful promise in person as well as in mind. Whether the first part of this promise has been fulfilled, I have no means of judging; but as I recall her dignified and graceful little figure, her large, intelligent, sparkling eyes, the glow of feeling that lit up her whole countenance, and the peaceful, almost majestic expression which purity of soul imparted to her yet childish figures, she stands forth to my remembrance the embodiment of all that I hold most dear. 6 years may have outwardly changed her much, but they cannot have robbed her of what I prize the most. She has charms over which time can have no power, a grace that is a gift of heaven, a beauty that is eternal. Could I ask for more? Do not believe, then," continued he, after a short pause, "that my fidelity to my early playmate is an emotion of gratitude merely. It is true I owe her much, far more than I can ever repay; but the honest warmth of my affection for the noble girl springs from the truest love of a purity of character and singleness of heart which I have never seen equalled. What is there in the wearisome and foolish walks of fashion, the glitter and show of wealth, the homage of an idle crowd, that could so fill my heart, elevate my spirit, and inspire my exertions, as the thought of a peaceful, happy home, blessed by a presiding spirit so formed for confidence, love, and a communion that time can never dissolve and eternity will but render more secure and unbroken?" "And she, whom you love so well, are you sure?" asked Mr. Phillips, speaking with visible effort, and faltering ere he had completed his sentence. "No," answered Willie, anticipating the question. "I know what you would ask. I am not sure. I have no reason to indulge the hopes I have been dwelling upon so fondly, but I do not regret having spoken with such openness and candor; for, should she grieve my heart by her coldness, I should still be proud to have loved her. Until this time, ever since I gained my native land, I have been shackled with duties, which, sacred as they were, have chafed a spirit longing for freedom to follow its own impulses. In this visit to you, sir," and, as he spoke, he rose to depart, "I have fulfilled the last obligation imposed upon me by my excellent friend, and to morrow I shall be at liberty to go where duty alone prevented me from at once hastening." He offered his hand to Mr. Emery, who grasped it with a cordiality very different from the feeble greeting he had given him on his entrance. "Good bye," said he. "You carry with you my best wishes for a success which you seem to have so much at heart. But some day or other I feel sure you will be reminded of all I have said to you this evening." "Strange man!" thought Willie, as he walked towards his own hotel. "How warmly he shook my hand at parting, and with what a friendly manner he bade me farewell, notwithstanding the coldness of the reception he gave me, and the pertinacity with which, throughout my whole visit, I rejected his opinions and repelled his advice." Chapter 45 of The Lamplighter. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 45. Yet 'tis a weary task to school the heart, ere years of grief have tamed its fiery spirit, into that still and passive fortitude which is but learned from suffering. Hemans. "Miss Gertrude?" said Mrs. Prime, opening the parlor door, putting her head cautiously in, looking round, and then advancing with a stealthy pace, like that of a favorite family cat which is venturing to step a little beyond its usual limits. "My, how busy you are! Lor' sakes alive, if you ain't rippin' up them great curtains of Miss Graham's for the wash. I wouldn't be botherin' with 'em, Miss Graham. She won't be here for this fortnight, and Miss Alice will have time enough." "Oh, I have nothing else to do, Mrs. Prime. It's no trouble." Then, looking up pleasantly at the old cook, she added, "It seems very cozy for us all to be at home again, doesn't it?" "It seems beautiful," answered Mrs. Prime, with emphasis, "and I hope there's no harm in sayin' it I can't help thinkin' how nice it would be if we could all live on just as we are now, without no more intrusions." Gertrude smiled, and said, "Everything looks as it used to in old times, when I first came here. I was quite a child then," continued she, with a sigh. "Gracious me! What are you now?" said Mrs. Prime. "For mercy's sakes, Miss Gertrude, don't you begin to think about growin' old. There's nothin' like feelin' young to keep young. There's Miss Patty Pace, now." "I have been meaning to ask after her," exclaimed Gertrude, resuming her scissors, and commencing to rip out another window curtain. "Is she alive and well yet?" "She?" replied Mrs. Prime. "Lor', she won't never die. Old women like her, that feels themselves young gals, allers live for ever. But I came a purpose to speak to you about her. The baker's boy that fetched the loaves, this mornin', brought an errant from her, and she wants to see you the first chance she can get. But I wouldn't hurry, either, about going there, or anywhere, Miss Gertrude, till I got rested. For I believe you ain't well, and you look so spent, and kind o' tired out." "Did she wish to see me?" asked Gertrude. "Poor old thing, I'll go and see her, this very afternoon. And you needn't feel anxious about me, Mrs. Prime. I am quite well." And Gertrude went. It was now her second day of suspense, and this, like every other motive for action, was eagerly hailed. She found Miss Patty nearly bent double with rheumatism, dressed with less than her usual care, and crouching over a miserable fire built of a few chips and shavings. She appeared, however, to be in tolerable spirits, and hailed Gertrude's entrance by a cordial greeting. The curiosity for which she was always remarkable seemed to have increased, rather than diminished, with the infirmities of age. Innumerable were the questions she put to Gertrude regarding her own personal experiences during the past year, and the movements of the circles in which she had been living. She showed a special interest in Saratoga life, the latest fashions exhibited there, and the opportunities which the place afforded for forming advantageous matrimonial connections. "So you have not yet chosen a companion," said she, after Gertrude had patiently and good naturedly responded to all her queries. "That is a circumstance to be regretted. Not," continued she, with a little smirk, and a slight wave of the hand, "that it is ever too late in life for one to meditate the conjugal tie, which is often assumed with advantage by persons of 50 or more. And certainly you, who are still in the bloom of your days, need not despair of a youthful swain." However, existence, I may say, is twofold when it is shared with a congenial partner, and I had hoped that before now, Miss Gertrude, both you and myself would have formed such an alliance. Experience prompts me when I declare the protection of the matrimonial union one of its greatest advantages." "I hope you have not suffered from the want of it," said Gertrude. "I have, Miss Gertrude, suffered incalculably. Let me impress upon you, however, that the keenest pangs have been those of the sensibilities. Yes, the sensibilities, the finest part of our nature, and that which will least bear wounding." "I am sorry to hear that you have been thus grieved," said Gertrude. "I should have supposed that, living quite alone, you might have been spared this trial." "Oh, Miss Gertrude!" exclaimed the old lady, lifting up both hands, and speaking in such a pitiable tone as would have excited the compassion of her listener, if it had been one grain less ridiculous. "Oh, that I had the wings of a dove, wherewith to flee away from my kindred! I fondly thought to have distanced them, but within the last revolving year they have discovered my retreat, and I can no longer elude their vigilance. Hardly can I recover from the shock of one visitation, made, as I am convinced, for the sole purpose of taking an inventory of my possessions, and measuring the length of my days, before the vultures are again seen hovering round my dwelling. But," exclaimed the old lady, raising her voice and inwardly chuckling as she spoke, "they shall fall into their own snare, for I will dupe every one of them yet." "I was not aware that you had any relations," said Gertrude, "and it seems they are such only in name." "Name!" said Miss Pace, emphatically. "I am animated with gladness at the thought that they are not honoured with a cognomen which not one of them is worthy to bear. No, they pass by a different name, a name as plebeian as their own coarse souls. There are 3 of them, who stand to each other in a fraternal relation, and all are alike hateful to me. One, a contemptible coxcomb, comes here to overawe me with his presence, which he conceives to be imposing, calls me aunt, aunt, thus testifying by his speech to a consanguinity which he blindly fancies makes him nearer akin to my property." The old lady, excited to wrath, almost shrieked the last word. "And the other 2," continued she, with equal heat, "are beggars. Always were, always will be. Let 'em be. I'm glad of it." "You hear me, Miss Gertrude. You are a young lady of quick comprehension, and I avail myself of your contiguity, which, although you deny the charge, may shortly be interrupted by some eager lover, to request at your hands a favour, such as I little thought once I should ever feel compelled to seek. I want you I sent for you to write" Miss Patty lowered her voice to a whisper "the last will and testament of Miss Patty Pace." The poor woman's trembling voice evidenced a deep compassion for herself, which Gertrude could not help sharing, and she expressed a willingness to comply with her wishes as far as was in her power, at the same time declaring her utter ignorance of all the forms of law. To Gertrude's astonishment, Miss Patty announced her own perfect acquaintance with all the legal knowledge which the case demanded, and in so complete and faultless a manner did she dictate the words of the important instrument, that being afterwards properly witnessed, signed, and sealed, it was found at the end of a few months, at which time Miss Patty was called upon to give up her earthly trust, free from imperfection and flaw, and proved a satisfactory direction for the disposal of the inheritance. It may be as well to state here, however, that he who was pronounced sole heir to her really valuable property never availed himself of the bequest, otherwise than to make a careful bestowal of it among the most needy and worthy of her relatives. Notwithstanding the protestations of several respectable individuals, who were present at the attestation of the document, all of whom pronounced Miss Patty sane and collected to her last moments, he never would believe that a sound mind could have made so wild and erratic a disposal of the hardly earned and carefully preserved savings of years. This sole inheritor of her estates was William Sullivan, the knight of the rosy countenance, and the same chivalrous spirit which won Miss Patty's virgin heart and gained for him her lasting favor, prompted him to disclaim and utterly refuse the acceptance of a reward so wholly disproportioned to the slight service he had rendered the old lady. Though he could not fail to be amused, he was nevertheless deeply touched by the preamble to the will, in which Miss Patty set forth in a most characteristic manner the feelings and motives which had influenced her in the choice of an heir to her possessions. A gentlewoman of advanced years, who has clung to life and its hopes, and, in spite of many vexatious vicissitudes, feels something loath to depart, has been forcibly reminded by her relations that ere another smiling springtime she may have a call to join the deceased lines of Paces, a family which will, on her departure, here become extinct. With the most polite of courtesies, and a passing wave of the hand, Miss Patty acknowledges the forethought of her relations of the other branch, in reminding her, before it be too late, of the propriety of naming the individual for whose benefit it is her desire to make a testamentary provision. She has looked about the world, viewed all her fellows in the glass of memory, and made her final election. The youth himself, the most gallant young gentleman of his day, will open his eyes in astonishment and declare, "Madam, I know you not." But, sir, Miss Patty, old, ugly, and infirm, has a heart which feels as keenly as it did in youth. She has not forgotten, she means now to signify, by her last deeds, how vividly she remembers. The rosy cheeked youth who once raised her from the frosty earth, took her withered hand, placed it within his vigorous young arm, and with sunny smiles and cheering words escorted the rheumatic old woman to a refuge from the wintry elements. Miss Patty has a natural love of courtesy, and the deference offered by gay and beautiful youth to helpless and despised age has touched a sensitive chord. Miss Patty, it is no secret, has some little hoarded treasures, and, since she cannot be on the spot to superintend their expenditure, she has, after some struggles, resolved to secure them from pollution by awarding these savings of years to one possessed of such true gentility as Master William Sullivan, confidently assured that he will never disgrace the former owner of the property, or permit her wealth to flow into vulgar channels. Then followed an inventory of the estate, a most remarkable estate, consisting of odds and ends of everything, and finally a carefully and legally worded document, assigning the whole of the strange medley, without legacies or encumbrances, to the sole use and disposal of the appointed heir. Gertrude found it no easy task to gather and transfix in writing the exact idea which the old woman's rambling dictation was intended to convey, and it was 2 or 3 hours before the manuscript was completed, and the patient and diligent scribe permitted to depart. The sky was overcast, and a drizzling rain beginning to fall as she commenced walking towards home, but the distance was not great, and the only damage she sustained was a slight dampness to her garments. Emily perceived it at once, however. "Your dress is quite wet," said she. "You must go and sit by the parlor fire. I shall not go down until tea time, but father is there, and will be glad of your company. He has been alone all the afternoon." Gertrude found Mr. Graham sitting in front of a pleasant wood fire, half dozing, half reading. She took a book and a low chair, and joined him. Finding the heat too great, however, she soon retreated to a sofa, at the opposite side of the room. Hardly had she done so when there was a ring at the front door bell. The housemaid, who was passing by the door, opened it, and immediately ushered in a visitor. It was Willie. Gertrude rose, but trembling from head to foot, so that she dared not trust herself to take a step forward. Willie advanced into the center of the room, then looked at Gertrude, bowed, hesitated, and said, "Miss Flint, is she here?" The color rushed into Gertrude's face. She attempted to speak, but failed. It was not necessary, the blush was enough. Willie recognized her, and starting forward, eagerly seized her hand. "Gertie, is it possible?" The perfect naturalness and case of his manner, the warmth and earnestness with which he took and retained her hand, reassured the agitated girl. The spell seemed partially removed. For a moment he became in her eyes the Willie of old, her dear friend and playmate, and she found voice to exclaim, "Oh, Willie, you have come at last! I am so glad to see you!" The sound of their voices disturbed Mr. Graham, who had fallen into a nap, from which the ringing of the doorbell and the entrance of a strange step had failed to arouse him. He turned round in his easy chair, then rose. Willie dropped Gertrude's hand, and stepped towards him. "Mr. Sullivan," said Gertrude, with a feeble attempt at a suitable introduction. They shook hands, and then all three sat down. And now all Gertrude's embarrassment returned. It is not unfrequently the case that when the best of friends meet after a long separation they salute or embrace each other, and then, notwithstanding the weight of matter pressing on the mind of each, sufficient perhaps to furnish subjects of conversation for weeks to come, nothing of importance presents itself at once, and a pause ensues, which is finally filled up by some most trivial and unimportant question concerning the journey of the newly arrived party or the safety of his baggage. But to these latter questions, or any of a similar nature, Gertrude required no answer. She had seen Willie before; she was aware of his arrival, knew even the steamer in which he had come, but was anxious to conceal from him this knowledge. She could not tell him, since he seemed so ignorant of the fact himself that they had met before, and it may well be imagined that she was at an utter loss what to do or say, under the circumstances. Her embarrassment soon communicated itself to Willie, and Mr. Graham's presence, which was a restraint to both, made matters worse. Willie, however, first broke the momentary silence. "I should hardly have known you, Gertrude. I did not know you. How did you come?" asked Mr. Graham, abruptly, apparently unconscious that he was interrupting Willie's remark. "In the Europa," replied Willie. "She got into New York about a week ago." "Out here, I meant," said Mr. Graham, rather stiffly. "Did you come out in the coach?" "Oh, excuse me, sir," rejoined Willie. "I misunderstood you. No, I drove out from Boston in a chaise." "Did any one take your horse?" "I fastened him in front of the house." Willie glanced out of the window it was now nearly dusk to see that the animal was still where he had left him. Mr. Graham settled himself in his easy chair, and looked into the fire. There was another pause, more painful than the first. "You are changed, too," said Gertrude, at last, in reply to Willie's unfinished comment. Then, fearing he might feel hurt at what he must know to be true in more ways than one, the colour, which had retreated, mounted once more to her cheeks. He did not seem to feel hurt, however, but replied, "Yes, an eastern climate makes great changes, but I think I can hardly have altered more than you have. Why, only think, Gertie, you were a child when I went away. I suppose I must have known I should have found you a young lady, but I begin to think I never fully realized it." "When did you leave Calcutta?" "The latter part of February. I passed the spring months in Paris." "You did not write," said Gertrude, in a faltering voice. "No, I was expecting to come across by every steamer, and wanted to surprise you." Conscious that she had probably seemed far less surprised than he expected, she looked confused, but replied, "I was very disappointed about the letters, but I am very glad to see you again, Willie." "You can't be so glad as I am," said he, lowering his voice, and looking at her with great tenderness. "You seem more and more like yourself to me every minute that I see you. I begin to think, however, that I ought to have written and told you I was coming." Gertrude smiled. Willie's manner was so unchanged, his words so affectionate, that it seemed unkind to doubt his friendliness, although to his undivided love she felt she could have no claim. "No," said she, "I like surprises. Don't you remember, I always did." "Remember? Certainly," replied he. "I have never forgotten anything that you liked." Just at this moment Gertrude's birds, whose cage hung in the window at which Willie sat, commenced a little twittering noise, which they always made just at night. He looked up. "Your birds," said Gertrude, "the birds you sent me." "Are they all alive and well?" asked he. "Yes, all of them. You have been a kind mistress to the little things; they are very tender." "I am very fond of them." "You take such care of those you love, dear Gertie, that you are sure to preserve their lives as long as they may be." His tone, still more than his words, betrayed the deep meaning with which he spoke. Gertrude was silent. "Is Miss Graham well?" asked Willie. Gertrude related, in reply, that her nerves had been recently much disturbed by the terrible experiences through which she had passed, and this led to the subject of the recent disaster, at which Gertrude forbore to mention her having been herself present. Willie spoke with feeling of the sad catastrophe, and with severity of the reckless carelessness which had been the cause of it, and ended by remarking that he had valued friends on board the boat, but was unaware that Miss Graham, whom he loved for Gertrude's sake, was among them. Conversation between Gertrude and Willie had by this time assumed a footing of ease, and something of their former familiarity. The latter had taken a seat near her on the sofa, that they might talk more restrainedly; for, although Mr. Graham might have dropped asleep again, for anything they knew to the contrary, it was not easy wholly to forget his presence. There were many subjects, however, on which it would have seemed natural for them to speak, had not Gertrude purposely avoided them. The causes of Willie's sudden return, his probable stay, his future plans in life, and especially his reasons for having postponed his visit to herself until he had been in the country more than a week,
All these were inquiries which even ordinary interest and curiosity would have suggested, but to Gertrude they all lay under embargo. She neither felt prepared to receive, nor willing to force his confidence on matters which must inevitably be influenced by his engagement with Miss Clinton, and therefore preserved utter silence on these topics, even taking pains to avoid them. And Willie, deeply grieved at this strange want of sympathy on her part, forbore to thrust upon her notice these seemingly forgotten or neglected circumstances. They talked of Calcutta life, of Parisian novelties, of Gertrude's school keeping, and many other things, but spoke not a word of matters which lay nearest to the hearts of both. At length a servant appeared at the door, and, not observing that there was company, announced tea. Mr. Graham rose, and stood with his back to the fire. Willie rose also, and prepared to take leave. Mr. Graham, with frigid civility, urged him to remain, and Gertrude hesitated not to urge him to do so, but he declined with such decision that the latter understood plainly that he perceived and felt the neglect with which Mr. Graham had treated him and his visit. In addition to the fact that the old gentleman disliked young man as a class, and that Willie had intruded upon the rare and sacred privacy in which he was indulging, there was the bitter and still rankling recollection that Gertrude had once forsaken himself and Emily, for so he, in his own mind, styled her conscientious choice between conflicting duties, for the very family of which their visitor was the only remaining member, a recollection which did not tend to soften or conciliate the easily prejudiced and obstinate-minded man. Gertrude accompanied Willie to the door. The rain had ceased, but the wind whistled across the piazza. It seemed to be growing cold. Willie buttoned his coat, while he promised to see Gertrude on the following day. "You have no overcoat," said she. "The night is chilly, and you are accustomed to a hot climate. You had better take this shawl." And she took from the hat tree a heavy Scotch plaid, which always hung there to be used on occasions like the present. He thanked her, and threw it over his arm. Then taking both her hands in his, looked her steadily in the face for a moment, as if he would fain have spoken. Seeing, however, that she shrank from his mild and affectionate gaze, he dropped her hands, and with a troubled expression bade her good night, and ran down the door steps. Gertrude stood with the handle of the door in her hand until she heard the sound of his horse's hoofs as he drove down the road, then, hastily shutting it, ran and hid herself in her own room. Well as she had borne up during the longed-for and yet much dreaded meeting, calmly and naturally as she had sustained her part, her courage all forsook her now, and in looking forward to days, weeks, and months of frequent intercourse, she felt that the most trying part of the struggle was yet to come. Had Willie been wholly changed, had he seemed the thoughtless worldling, the fashionable man of society, the cold-hearted devotee of business or of gain, in one of which characters she had lately half fancied he would appear, had he greeted her with chilling formality, with heartless indifference, or with awkward restraint, she might, while she despised, pitied, or blamed, have learned to love him less. But he had come back as he went, open-hearted, generous, manly, and affectionate. He had manifested the same unaffected warmth of feeling, the same thoughtful tenderness, he had ever shown. In short, he was the Willie she had thought of, dreamed of, imagined, and loved. It was evident that in giving his heart to another he had never wholly forgotten her. While he loved Isabel, he would still feel a friendly, almost a brotherly regard for Gertrude. More than that it had never occurred to him to bestow. And she must school herself to the cruel task of seeing him day by day, hearing the story of his love for another, and wishing him all joy as a sister might do a kind and affectionate brother. She must learn to subdue the love whose depth and intensity she had scarcely known until now, and mould it into friendship. As she thought of all this, she found it impossible to still the wildly beating waves that swelled against her aching, throbbing heart. She threw herself upon the bed, buried her face in pillows, and wept. Presently there was a light tap at her door. Believing it to be a summons to the tea-table, she said, without rising, "Jane, is that you? I do not wish for any supper." "It isn't that, miss," said the girl, "but I have brought you a letter." Gertrude sprung up and opened the door. "A little boy handed it to me, and then ran off as fast as he could," said the girl, placing a package in her hand. "He told me to give it to you straight away." "Bring me a lamp," said Gertrude. The girl went for a lamp, Gertrude, in the meantime, endeavoring to judge what a package of such unusual size and thickness could contain. She thought it impossible that any letter could so soon arrive from Mr. Amory. The next morning was the earliest time at which she had expected one. Who then could it be from? And while she was wondering, Jane brought a lamp, by the light of which she at once detected his handwriting, and breaking the seal, she drew from the envelope several closely written pages, whose contents she perused with all the eagerness and excitement which the weight, import, and intense interest of the subject might well demand. Chapter 46. Of the Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 46. There are swift hours in life, strong, rushing hours, that do the work of tempests in their might. Hemans. It ran as follows: My daughter, my loving, tender-hearted girl, now that your own words encourage me with the assurance that my worst fear was unfounded, the fear that my name was already blasted to your young ears, and your father doomed by your young heart to infamy, now that I can appeal to you as to an impartial witness, I will disclose the story of my life, and, while I prove to you your parentage, will hope that my unprejudiced child, at least, will believe, love, and trust her father, in spite of a world's injustice. I will conceal nothing. I will plunge at once into those disclosures which I most dread to utter, and trust to after explanation to palliate the darkness of my tale. Mr. Graham is my stepfather, and my blessed mother, long since dead, was, in all but the tie of nature, a true mother to Emily. Thus allied, however, to those whom you love best, I am parted from them by a heavy curse, for not only was mine the ill-fated hand oh, hate me not yet, Gertrude which locked poor Emily up in darkness, but, in addition to that horrid deed, I stand accused in the eyes of my fellow men of another crime, deep, dark, and disgraceful. And yet, though living under a ban, wandering up and down the world, a doomed and broken-hearted man, I am innocent as a child of all intentional wrong, as you will learn, if you can trust to the truth of the tale I am about to tell. Nature gave and education fostered in me a rebellious spirit. I was the idol of my invalid mother, who, though she loved me with a love for which I bless her memory, had not the energy to tame and subdue the passionate and wilful nature of her boy. Though ungoverned, however, I was neither cruelly nor viciously disposed. And though my sway at home and among my schoolfellows was alike indisputable, I made many friends and not a single enemy. But a sudden check was at length put to my freedom. My mother married, and I soon came to feel, and feel bitterly, the check which her husband, Mr. Graham, was likely to impose upon my boyish independence. Had he treated me with kindness, had he won my affection, which he might easily have done, for my sensitive and impassioned nature disposed me to every tender and grateful emotion, it is impossible to measure the influence he might have had in molding my yet unformed character. But the reverse was the case. His behavior towards me was that of chilling coldness and reserve. He repelled with scorn the first advance on my part, which led me, at my mother's instigation, to address him by the paternal title, an offence of which I never again was guilty. And yet, while he seemed to ignore the relationship, he assumed its privileges and authority, thus wounding my feelings and my pride, and exciting a spirit of rebellious opposition to his commands. Two things served to embitter my sentiments and strengthen my growing dislike for my overbearing stepfather. One was the consciousness of my utter dependence upon his bounty; the other, a hint which I received through the mistaken kindness of a domestic who had always known the family, that Mr. Graham's dislike to me had its origin in an old enmity between himself and my own father, an honorable and high-minded man, whom it was ever my great pride to be told that I resembled. Great, however, as was the warfare in my heart, power rested with Mr. Graham, for I was yet but a child, and necessarily subject to government. Nor could I be deaf to my mother's entreaties, that for her sake I would learn submission. It was only occasionally, therefore, when I had been, as I considered, most unjustly thwarted, that I broke forth into direct rebellion, and even then there were influences ever at work to preserve at least outward harmony in our household. Thus years passed on, and though I did not learn to love Mr. Graham more,
The force of habit, the intense interest afforded by my studies, and a growing capability of self control, rendered my mode of life far less obnoxious to me than it had once been. There was one great compensation for my trials, and that was the love I cherished for Emily, who responded to it with equal warmth on her part. It was not because she stood between me and her father, a mediator and a friend. It was not because she submitted patiently to my dictation and aided me in all my plans. It was because our natures were made for each other, and as they grew and expanded, were bound together by ties which a rude hand only could snap and rend asunder. I pause not to dwell upon the tenderness and depth of this affection; it is enough to say that it became the life of my life. At length my mother died. I was at that time, sorely against my will, employed in Mr. Graham's counting house, and still continued an inmate of his family. And now, without excuse, or even warning, my stepfather commenced a course of policy as unwise as it was cruel, and so irritating to my pride, so torturing to my feelings, and so maddening to my hot nature, that it excited and angered me almost to frenzy. He tried to rob me of the only thing that sweetened and blessed my existence, the love of Emily. I will not here recount the motives I imputed to him, nor the means he employed. It is sufficient to say that they were such as to change my former dislike into bitter hatred, my unwilling obedience to his will into open and deliberate opposition. Instead of submitting to what I considered his tyrannical interference, I sought Emily's society on all occasions, and persuaded the gentle girl to lend herself to my schemes for thwarting her father's purposes. I did not speak to her of love; I did not seek to bind her to me by promises; I hinted not at marriage; a sense of honor forbade it. But with a boyish independence, which I have since feared was the height of folly and imprudence, I sought every occasion, even in her father's presence, to manifest my determination to maintain that constant freedom and familiarity of intercourse which had been the growth of circumstances, and could not, without force, be restrained. At length Emily was taken ill, and for 6 weeks I was debarred from her presence. As soon as she was sufficiently recovered to leave her room, I constantly sought and at last obtained an opportunity to see and speak with her. We had been together in the library more than an hour, when Mr. Graham suddenly entered, and came towards us with a face whose harshness and severity I shall not soon forget. I did not heed an interruption, for the probable consequences of which I believed myself prepared. I was little prepared, however, for the nature of the attack actually made upon me. That he would accuse me of disobedience to wishes which he had hinted in every possible way, and even intimate more plainly than before his resolve to place barriers between Emily and myself, I fully expected, and was ready with my replies; but when he burst forth with a torrent of unqualified and ungentlemanly abuse, when he stormed and raved, imputing to me mean, selfish, and contemptible motives, which had never for a moment influenced me, or even occurred to my mind, I was struck dumb with surprise, impatience, and anger. But this was not all. It was then, in the presence of the pure-minded girl whom I worshipped, that he charged me with a dark and horrid crime, the crime of forgery, asserting my guilt as recently discovered, but positive and undoubted. My spirit had raged before; now it was on fire. I lifted my hand and clenched my fist. What I would have done, I know not. Whether I should have found words to assert my innocence, fling back the lie, and refute a charge as unexpected as it was false; or whether, my voice failing me from passion, I should have swept Mr. Graham from my path, perhaps felled him to the floor, while I strode away to rally my calmness in the open air, I cannot now conjecture; for a wild shriek from Emily recalled me to myself, and turning, I saw her fall fainting upon the sofa. Forgetting everything, then, but the apparently dying condition into which the horror of the scene had thrown her, I sprung forward to her relief. There was a table beside her, and some bottles upon it. I hastily snatched what I believed to be a simple restorative, and in my agitation emptied the contents of the phial in her face. I know not what the exact character of the mixture could have been, but it matters not; its effect was too awfully evident. The deed was done, the fatal deed, and mine was the hand that did it. Brought suddenly to consciousness by the intolerable torture that succeeded, the poor girl sprung screaming from the sofa, flung her arms wildly above her head, rushed in a frantic manner through the room, and finally crouched in a corner. I followed, in an agony scarce less than her own, but she repelled me with her hands, at the same time uttering piercing shrieks. Mr. Graham, who for an instant had looked like one paralyzed by the scene, now rushed forward like a madman. Instead of aiding me in my efforts to lift poor Emily from the floor, and so far from compassionating my situation, which was only less pitiable than hers, he, with a fierceness redoubled at my being, as he considered, the sole cause of the disaster, attacked me with a storm of jeering taunts and cruel reproaches, declaring that I had killed his child. With words like these, which are still ringing in my ears, he drove me from the room and the house, a repulsion which I, overpowered by the misery of contrition and remorse, had neither the wish nor the strength to resist. Oh, the terrible night and day that succeeded! I can give you no idea how they were passed. I wandered out into the country, spent the whole night walking beneath the open sky, endeavoring to collect my thoughts and compose my mind, and still morning found me with a fevered pulse and excited brain. With the returning light, however, I began to realize the necessity of forming some future plan of action. Emily's sad situation, and my intense anxiety to learn the worst effects of the fatal accident, gave me the strongest motives for hastening, with the earliest morning, either openly or by stealth, to Mr. Graham's house. Everything also which I possessed, all my money, consisting merely of the residue of my last quarter's allowance, my clothing, and a few valuable gifts from my mother, were in the chamber which I had there occupied. There seemed, therefore, to be no other recourse for me than to return thither once more, at least, and having thus resolved, I retraced my steps to the city, determined, if it were necessary in order to gain the desired particulars concerning Emily, to meet her father face to face. As I drew near the house, however, I hesitated, and dared not proceed. Mr. Graham had exhausted upon me already every angry word, had threatened even deeds of violence, should I ever again cross his threshold, and I feared to trust my own fiery spirit to a collision in which I might be led on to an open resistance of the man whom I had already sufficiently injured. In the terrible work I had but yesterday done, a work of whose fatal effect I had even then a gloomy foreshadowing, I had blighted the existence of his worshipped child, and drawn a dark pall over his dearest hopes. It was enough. I would not for worlds be guilty of the added sin of lifting my hand against the man, who, unjust as he had been towards an innocent youth, had met a retaliation far, far too severe. Still, I knew his wrath to be unmitigated, as well aware of his power to excite my hot nature to frenzy, and resolved to beware how I crossed his path. Meet him I must, to refute the false charges he had brought against me, but not within the walls of his dwelling, the home of his suffering daughter. In the counting house, where the crime of forgery was said to have been committed, and in the presence of my fellow clerks, I would publicly deny the deed, and dare him to its proof. But first I must either see or hear from Emily, before I met the father at all. I must learn the exact nature and extent of the wrong I had done him in the person of his child. For this, however, I must wait, until, under cover of the next night's darkness, I could enter the house unperceived. So I wandered about all day in torment, without tasting or even desiring food or rest, the thought of my poor darling tortured Emily ever present to my wretched thoughts. The hours seemed interminable. I remember that day of suspense as if it had been a whole year of misery. But night came at last, cloudy, and the air thickened with a heavy fog, which, as I approached the street where Mr. Graham lived, enveloped the neighborhood, and concealed the house until I was directly opposite to it. I shuddered at the sight of the physician's chaise standing before the door, for I knew that Dr. Jeremy had closed his visits to Emily more than a week previously, and must have been summoned to attend her since the accident. Finding him there, and thinking it probable Mr. Graham was also in the house at this hour, I forbore to enter, but stood effectually concealed by the cloud of mist, and watching my opportunity. Once or twice Mrs. Ellis, the housekeeper, passed up and down the staircase, as I could distinctly see through the side lights of the door, which afforded me a full view of the entryway, and presently Dr. Jeremy descended slowly, followed by Mr. Graham. The doctor would have passed hastily out, but Mr. Graham detained him, to question him regarding his patient, as I judged from the deep anxiety depicted on my stepfather's countenance, while, with one hand resting on the shoulder of this old friend of the family, he sought to read his opinion in his face. The doctor's back was towards me, and I could only judge of his replies by the effect they produced on the questioner, whose haggard, worn appearance became more fearfully distressed at every syllable that fell from the honest and truthful lips of the medical man, whose words were oracles to all who knew his skill. I needed, therefore, no further testimony to force upon me the conviction that Emily's fate was sealed; and, as I looked with pity upon the afflicted parent, and shudderingly thought how immediate had been my agency in the work of destruction, I felt that the unhappy father could not curse me more bitterly than I cursed myself. Deeply, however, as I mourned, and have never ceased to repent, my share in the exciting of that storm wherein the girl had been so cruelly shipwrecked, I could not forget the part that Mr. Graham had borne in the transaction, or forgive the wicked injustice and insults which had so unnerved and unmanned me as to render my hand a fit instrument only of ruin. And as, immediately after the doctor's departure, I watched my stepfather also come down the steps and walk away, and saw, by a street lamp, that the look of pain had passed from his face, giving place to his usual composed, self-complacent, and arrogant expression, and understood by the loud and measured manner in which he struck his cane upon the pavement, that he was far from sharing my humble penitent mood, I ceased to waste upon him a compassion which he seemed so little to require or deserve; and pitying myself only, I looked upon his stern face with a soul which cherished him for no other sentiment than that of unmitigated hatred. Do not shrink from me, Gertrude, as you read this frank confession of my passionate, and at that moment deeply stirred nature. You know not perhaps what it is to hate, but have you ever been tried as I was? As Mr. Graham turned the corner of the street I approached his house, drew forth a pass key of my own, by means of which I opened the door, and went in. It was perfectly quiet within, and no person was to be seen in any of the lower rooms. I then passed noiselessly upstairs, and entered a little chamber at the head of the passage, which communicated with Emily's room. I waited here a long time, hearing no sound and seeing no one. At length, fearing that Mr. Graham would shortly return, I determined to ascend to my own room, which was in the next story, collect my money and a few articles of value, which I was unwilling to leave behind, and then make my way to the kitchen and gain what news I could of Emily from Mrs. Prime, the cook, a kind-hearted woman, who would, I felt sure, befriend me. The first part of my object was accomplished, and I had descended the back staircase to gain Mrs. Prime's premises, when I suddenly encountered Mrs. Ellis coming from the kitchen, with a bowl of gruel in her hand. This woman was a recent addition to the household, introduced there a few weeks before as a spy upon my actions, and intolerable to me on that account. She was well acquainted with all the particulars of the accident, and had been a witness to my expulsion from the house. She stopped short on seeing me, gave a slight scream, dropped the bowl of gruel, and prepared to make her escape, as if from a wild beast, which I doubt not that I resembled, since wretchedness, fasting, suffering, and desperation must all have been depicted in my features. I placed myself in her path, and compelled her to stop and listen to me; but before my eager questions could find utterance, an outburst from her confirmed my worst fears. "Let me go!" she exclaimed. "You villain, you will be putting my eyes out next." "Where is Emily?" I cried. "Let me see her." "See her!" replied she. "You horrid wretch! No, she has suffered enough from you; she is satisfied herself now, so let her alone." "What do you mean?" shouted I, shaking the housekeeper violently by the shoulder, for her words seared my very soul, and I was frantic. "Mean!" continued she. "I mean that Emily will never see anybody again, and if she had 1,000 eyes, you are the last person upon whom she would wish to look." "Does Emily hate me too?" burst from me then, in the form of a soliloquy rather than a question. The reply was ready, however. "Hate you? Yes, more than that. She cannot find words that are bad enough for you. She mutters, even in her pain, 'Cruel, wicked,' and so on. She even shudders at the sound of your name, and we are all forbidden to speak it in her presence." I waited to hear no more, but turning, rushed out of the house. That moment was the crisis of my life. The thunderbolt had fallen upon and crushed me. My hopes, my happiness, my fortune, my good name, had gone before; but one solitary light had, until now, glimmered in the darkness. It was Emily's love. I had trusted in that only. It had passed away, and with it my youth, my faith, my hope of heaven. I was a blank on the earth, and cared not whither I went, or what became of me. From that moment I ceased to be myself. Then fell upon me the cloud in which I have ever since been shrouded. and under the shadow of which you have seen and known me. In that instant the blight had come, under the gnawing influence of which my happy laugh changed to the bitter smile, my frank and pleasant speech to tones of ill-concealed irony and sarcasm. My hair became prematurely gray, my features sharp, and oftentimes severe. My fellow men, to whom it had been my noblest hope to prove some day a benefactor, were henceforth the armed hosts of antagonists, with whom I would wage endless war, and the God whom I had worshipped, whom I had believed in, as a just and faithful friend and avenger. Who was he? Where was he? And why did he not right my cause? What direful and premeditated deed of darkness had I been guilty of, that he should thus desert me? Alas! greatest of all misfortunes, I lost my faith in Heaven. I know not what direction I took on leaving Mr. Graham's house. I have no recollection of any of the streets through which I passed, though doubtless they were all familiar; but I paused not, until, having reached the end of a wharf, I found myself gazing down into the deep water, longing to take one mad leap and lose myself in everlasting oblivion. But for this final blow, beneath which my manhood had fallen, I would have cherished my life, at least until I could vindicate its fair name. I would never have left a blackened memory for men to dwell upon, and for Emily to weep over. But now what cared I for my fellow men? And Emily, she had ceased to love, and would not mourn, and I longed for nothingness and the grave. There are moments in human life when a word, a look, or a thought, may weigh down the balance in the scales of fate, and decide a destiny. So it was with me. I was incapable of forming any plan for myself, but accident as it were decided for me. I was startled from the apathy into which I had fallen by the sudden splashing of oars in the water beneath, and in a moment a little boat was moored to a pier within a rod of the spot where I stood. At the same instant I heard quick footsteps on the wharf, and turning, saw by the light of the moon, which was just appearing from behind a heavy cloud, a stout seafaring man, with a heavy pea jacket under one arm and an old-fashioned carpet-bag in his left hand. He had a ruddy, good-humored face, and as he approached and was about to pass me and leap into the boat, where two sailors, with their oars dipped and ready for motion, were awaiting him, he slapped me heartily on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Well, my fine fellow, will you ship with us?" I answered as readily in the affirmative, and with one look in my face and a glance at my dress, which seemed to assure him of my station in life, and probable ability to make compensation for the passage, he said in a laughing tone, "In with you, then." To his astonishment, for he had scarcely believed me in earnest, I sprang into the boat, and in a few moments was on board of a fine bark, bound I knew not whither. The vessel's destination proved to be Rio Janeiro, a fact which I did not learn, however, till we had been 2 or 3 days at sea, and to which, even then, I felt wholly indifferent. There was one other passenger beside myself, the captain's daughter, Lucy Gray, whom, during the first week, I scarcely noticed, but who appeared to be as much at home, whether in the cabin or on deck, as if she had passed her whole life at sea. I might, perhaps, have made the entire passage without giving another thought to this young girl, half child, half woman, had not my strange and mysterious behavior led her to conduct in a manner which at first surprised and finally interested me. My wild and excited countenance, my constant restlessness, avoidance of food, and apparent indifference to everything that went on about me, excited her wonder and sympathy to the utmost. She at first believed me partially deranged, and treated me accordingly. She would take a seat on deck directly opposite mine, look in my face for an hour, either ignorant or regardless of my observing her, and then walk away with a heavy sigh. Occasionally she would come and offer me some little delicacy, begging that I would try and eat; and as, touched by her kindness, I took food more readily from her hand than any other, these little attentions became at last habitual. As my manners and looks grew calmer, however, and I settled into a melancholy, which, though equally deep, was less fearful than the feverish torment under which I had labored, she became proportionately reserved, and when at last I began to appear somewhat like my fellow men, went regularly to the table, and instead of pacing the deck all night, spent a part of it, at least, quietly in my stateroom, Lucy absented herself wholly from that part of the vessel where I passed the greater portion of the day, and I seldom exchanged a word with her, unless I purposely sought her society. We experienced much stormy weather, however, which drove me to the cabin, where she usually sat on the transom, reading, or watching the troubled waves, and as the voyage was very long, we were necessarily thrown much in each other's way. Especially as Captain Gray, the same individual who had invited me to ship with him, and who seemed still to take an interest in my welfare, good naturedly encouraged an intercourse by which he probably hoped I might be won from a state of melancholy that seemed to astonish and grieve the jolly shipmaster almost as much as it did his kind hearted, sensitive child. Lucy's shyness, therefore, wore gradually away, and before our tedious passage was completed I ceased to be a restraint upon her. She talked freely with, or rather to me, for while, notwithstanding her occasional intimations of curiosity, I maintained a rigid silence concerning my own past experiences, of which I could scarcely endure to think, much less to speak, she exerted herself freely for my entertainment, and related, with simple frankness, almost every circumstance of her past life. Sometimes I listened attentively; sometimes, absorbed in my own painful reflections, I would be deaf to her voice, and forgetful of her presence. In the latter case, I would often observe, however, that she had suddenly ceased speaking, and starting from my reverie and looking quickly up, would find her eyes fixed upon me so reproachfully that, rallying my self command, I would endeavor to appear, and not unfrequently really became, seriously interested in the artless narratives of my little entertainer. She told me that until she was 14 years old she lived with her mother in a little cottage on Cape Cod, their home being only occasionally enlivened by the return of her father from his long absences at sea. They would then usually make a visit to the city where his vessel lay, pass a few weeks in uninterrupted enjoyment, and at length return home to mourn the departure of the cheerful, light hearted sea captain, and patiently count the weeks and months until he would come back again. She told me how her mother died at last, how bitterly she mourned her loss, and how her father wept when he came home and heard the news; how she had lived on shipboard ever since, and how sad and lonely she felt in time of storms, when, the master at his post of duty, she sat alone in the cabin, listening to the roar of wind and waves. Tears would come into her eyes when she spoke of these things, and I would look upon her with pity, as one whom sorrow made my sister. Trial, however, had not yet robbed her of an elastic, buoyant spirit, and when, 5 minutes after the completion of some eloquent little tale of early grief, the captain would approach unseen, and surprise her by a sudden joke, exclamation, or sly piece of mischief, thus provoking her to retaliate, she was always ready and alert for a war of wits, a laughing frolic, or even a game of romps. Her sorrow forgotten, and her tears dried up, her merry voice and her playful words would delight her father, and the cabin or the deck would ring with his joyous peals of laughter; while I, shrinking from a mirth and gaiety sadly at variance with my own unhappiness, and the sound of which was discordant to my sensitive nerves, would retire to brood over miseries for which it was hopeless to expect sympathy, which could not be shared, and with which I must dwell alone. Such a misanthrope had my misfortunes made me, that the sportive raillery between the captain and his merry daughter, and the musical laugh with which he would respond to the occasional witticisms of one or two old and privileged sailors, grated upon my ears like something scarce less than personal injuries; nor could I have believed it possible that one so little able as Lucy to comprehend the depths of my sufferings, could feel any sincere compassion for them, had I not once or twice been touched to see how her innocent mirth would give place to sudden gravity and sadness of countenance, if she chanced unexpectedly to encounter my woe-begone face, rendered doubly gloomy when contrasted with the gaiety of herself and her companions. But I must not linger too long upon the details of our life on shipboard, for I have to relate events which occupied many years, and must confine myself, as far as possible, to a concise statement of facts. I must forbear giving any account of a terrific gale that we encountered, during which, for 2 days and a night, poor Lucy was half frantic with fear, while I, careless of outward discomforts, and indifferent to personal danger, was afforded an opportunity to requite her kindness by such protection and encouragement as I was able to render. But this, and various other incidents of the voyage, all bore a part in inspiring her with a degree of confidence in me, which by the time we arrived in port was put to a severe and somewhat embarrassing test. Chapter 47. Of the Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage.
The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 47. Do not spurn me, in my prayer, for this wandering ever longer, evermore, hath overworn me, and I know not on what shore I may rest from my despair. E.B. Browning. Captain Gray died. We were within a week's sail of our destination when he was taken ill, and 3 days before we were safely anchored in the harbor of Rio, he breathed his last. I shared with Lucy the office of ministering to the suffering man, closed his eyes at last, and carried the fainting girl in my arms to another part of the vessel. With kind words and persuasions I restored her to her senses, and then, as the full consciousness of her desolation rushed upon her, she sunk at once into a state of hopeless despondency, more painful to witness than her previous condition of utter insensibility. Captain Gray had made no provision for his daughter. Indeed, it would have been impossible for him to do so, as the state of his affairs afterwards proved. Well might the poor girl lament her sad fate, for she was without a relative in the world, penniless, and approaching a strange shore, which afforded no refuge to the orphan. We buried her father in the sea, and, that sad office fulfilled, I sought Lucy, and endeavored, as I had several times tried to do without success, to arouse her to a sense of her situation, and advise with her concerning the future, for we were now so near our port that in a few hours we might be compelled to leave the vessel and seek quarters in the city. She listened to me without replying. At length I hinted at the necessity of my leaving her, and begged to know if she had any plans for the future. She answered me only by a burst of tears. I expressed the deepest sympathy for her grief, and begged her not to weep. And then, with many sobs, and interrupting herself by frequent outbreaks and exclamations of vehement sorrow, she threw herself upon my compassion, and with unaffected simplicity and childlike artlessness entreated me not to leave, or, as she termed it, to desert her. She reminded me that she was all alone in the world, that the moment she stepped foot on shore she should be in a land of strangers, and, appealing to my mercy, besought me not to forsake and leave her to die alone. What could I do? I had nothing on earth to live for. We were both alike orphaned and desolate. There was but one point of difference. I could work and protect her; she could do neither for herself. It would be something for me to live for; and for her, though but a refuge of poverty and want, it was better than the exposure and suffering that must otherwise await her. I told her plainly how little I had to offer, that my heart even was crushed and broken, but that I was ready to labor in her behalf, to guard her from danger, to pity, and perhaps, in time, learn to love her. The unsophisticated girl had never thought of marriage. She had sought the protection of a friend, not a husband, but I explained to her that the latter tie only would obviate the necessity of our parting, and in the humility of sorrow she finally accepted my unflattering offer. The only confidant to our sudden engagement, the only witness of the marriage, which within a few hours ensued, was a veteran mariner, an old weather-beaten sailor, who had known and loved Lucy from her childhood, and whose name will be, perhaps, familiar to you, Ben Grant. He accompanied us on shore, and to the church, which was our first destination. He followed us to the humble lodgings with which we contrived for the present to be contented, and devoted himself to Lucy with self-sacrificing, but in one instance, alas! as you will soon learn, with mistaken and fatal zeal. After much difficulty, I obtained employment from a man in whom I accidentally recognized an old and valued friend of my father. He had been in Rio several years, was actively engaged in trade, and willingly employed me as clerk, occasionally dispatching me from home to transact business at a distance. My duties being regular and profitable, we were soon not only raised above want, but I was enabled to place my young wife in a situation that ensured comfort, if not luxury. The sweetness of her disposition, the cheerfulness with which she endured privation, the earnestness with which she strove to make me happy, were not without effect. I perseveringly rallied from my gloom. I succeeded in banishing the frown from my brow, and the premature wrinkles, which her little hand would softly sweep away, finally ceased to return. The few months that I passed with your mother, Gertrude, form a sweet episode in the memory of my stormy life. I came to love her much, not as I loved Emily, that could not be expected, but as the solitary flower that bloomed on the grave of all my early hopes. She cast a fragrance round my path, and her child is not more dear to me because a part of myself than as the memento of the cherished blossom, snatched hastily from my hand and rudely crushed. About 2 months after your birth, my child, and before your eyes had ever learned to brighten at the sight of your father, who was necessarily much from home, the business in which I was engaged called me, in the capacity of an agent, to a station at some distance from Rio. I had been absent nearly a month, and had extended my journey beyond my original intentions, and had written regularly to Lucy, informing her of all my movements, though I have since believed that the letters never reached her, when the neighborhood in which I was stationed became infected with the fatal malaria. For the sake of my family, I took every measure to ward off contagion, but failed. I was seized with the terrible fever, and lay for weeks at the point of death. I was cruelly neglected during my illness, for I had no friends near me, and my slender purse held out little inducement for mercenary service. But my sufferings and forebodings on account of Lucy and yourself were far greater than any which I endured from my bodily torments, though the latter were great indeed. I conjured up every fear that the imagination could conceive, but nothing, alas! which could compare with the reality that awaited me, when, after an almost interminable illness, I made my way, destitute, ragged, and emaciated, back to Rio. I sought my former home. It was deserted, and I was warned to flee from its vicinity, as the fearful disease of which I had already been the prey had nearly depopulated that and the neighboring streets. I made every inquiry, but could obtain no intelligence of my wife and child. I hastened to the horrible charnel house where, during the raging of the pestilence, the unrecognized dead were exposed. But among the disfigured and moldering remains it was impossible to distinguish friends from strangers. I lingered about the city for weeks, in hopes to gain some information concerning Lucy, but could find no one who had ever heard of her. All day I wandered about the streets and on the wharves, the latter being places which Ben Grant, in whose faithful charge I had left your mother and yourself, was in the habit of frequenting, but not a syllable could I learn of any persons that answered my description. My first thought had been that they would naturally seek my employer, to learn, if possible, the cause of my prolonged absence, and on finding my home empty I had hastened in search of him. But he, too, had, within a recent period, fallen a victim to the prevailing distemper. His place of business was closed, and the establishment broken up. I prolonged my search, and continued my inquiries until hope died within me. I was assured that scarce an inmate of the fatal neighborhood where I had left my family had escaped the withering blast, and convinced finally that my fate was still pursuing me with an unmitigated wrath, of which this last blow was but a single expression, that I might have foreseen and expected, I madly agreed to work my passage in the first vessel which promised me an escape from scenes so fraught with harrowing recollections. And now commenced in truth that course of wretched wandering, which, knowing neither pause nor cessation, has made up the sum of my existence. With varied ends in view, following strongly contrasted employments, and with fluctuating fortune, I have travelled over the world. My feet have trodden almost every land, I have sailed upon every sea, and breathed the air of every clime. I am familiar with the city and the wilderness, the civilized man and the savage. I have learned the sad lesson that peace is nowhere, and friendship for the most part but a name. If I have taught myself to hate, shun, and despise humanity, it is because I know it well. Once, during my wanderings, I visited the home of my boyhood. Unseen and unknown, I trod familiar ground, and gazed on familiar, though time-worn faces. I stood at the window of Mr. Graham's library, saw the contented, happy countenance of Emily, happy in her blindness and her forgetfulness of the past. A young girl sat near the fire, endeavoring to read by its flickering light. I knew not then what gave such a charm to her thoughtful features, nor why my eyes dwelt upon them with a rare pleasure, for there was no voice to proclaim to the father's heart that he looked on the face of his child. I am not sure that the strong impulse which prompted me then to enter, acknowledge my identity, and beg Emily to speak to me a word of forgiveness, might not have prevailed over the dread of her displeasure. But Mr. Graham at the moment made his appearance, cold and implacable as ever. I looked upon him an instant, then fled from the house, and the next day departed for other lands. Although, in the various labors which I was compelled to undertake, to earn for myself a decent maintenance, I had more than once met with such success as to give me temporary independence, and enable me to indulge myself in expensive travelling. I had never amassed a fortune; indeed, I had not cared to do so, since I had no use for money, except to employ it in the gratification of my immediate wants. Accident, however, at last thrust upon me a wealth which I could scarcely be said to have sought. After a year spent in the wilderness of the West, amid adventures the relation of which would seem to you almost incredible, I gradually continued my retreat across the country, and after encountering innumerable hardships in a solitary journey, which had in it no other object than the indulgence of my vagrant habits, I found myself in that land which has recently been termed the land of promise, but which has proved to many a greedy emigrant a land of falsehood and deceit. For me, however, who sought it not, it showered gold. I was among the earliest discoverers of its treasure vaults, one of the most successful, though the least laborious of the seekers after gain. Nor was it merely, or indeed chiefly, at the mines that fortune favored me. With the first results of my labors, I chanced to purchase an immense tract of land, little dreaming at the time that those desert acres were destined to become the streets and squares of a great and prosperous city. So it was, however, and without effort, almost without my knowledge, I achieved the greatness which springs from untold wealth. But this was not all. The blessed accident which led me to this golden land was the means of disclosing a pearl of price, a treasure in comparison with which California and all its mines shrink to my mind into insignificance. You know how the war cry went forth to all lands, and men of every name and nation brought their arms to the field of fortune. Famine came next, with disease and death in its train, and many a man, hurrying on to reap the golden harvest, fell by the wayside, without once seeing the waving of the yellow grain. Half scorning the greedy rabble, I could not refuse, in this my time of prosperity, to minister to the wants of such as fell in my way, and now for once my humanity found its own reward. A miserable, ragged, half starved, and apparently dying man crept to the door of my tent, for these were the primitive days, when that land afforded no better habitation, and asked in a feeble voice for charity. I did not refuse to admit him into my narrow domicile, and to the extent of my ability relieve his suffering condition. He proved to be the victim of want rather than disease, and, his hunger appeased, the savage brutality of his coarse nature soon manifested itself in the dogged indifference with which he received a stranger's bounty, and the gross ingratitude with which he abused my hospitality. A few days sufficed to restore him to his full strength, and then, anxious to dismiss my visitor, whose conduct had already excited suspicions of his good faith, I gave him warning that he must depart, at the same time placing in his hands a sufficient amount of gold to ensure his support until he could reach the mines, which were his professed destination. He appeared dissatisfied, and begged permission to remain until the next morning, as the night was near, and he had no shelter provided. To this I made no objection, little imagining how base a serpent I was harboring. At midnight, I was awakened from my light and easily disturbed sleep, to find my lodger busily engaged in rifling my property, and preparing to take an unceremonious leave of my dwelling. Nor did his villainy end here. Upon my seizing and charging him with the theft, he snatched a weapon which lay near at hand, and attempted the life of his benefactor. I was prepared, however, to ward off the stroke, and by means of my superior strength succeeded in a few moments in subduing and mastering my desperate antagonist. He now crouched at my feet in such abject and mean submission as might have been expected from so contemptible a knave. Well might he tremble with fear, for the lynch law was then in full force, and summary in its execution of justice upon criminals like him. I should probably have handed the traitor over to his fate, but ere I had time to do so, he by chance held out to my cupidity a bribe so tempting that I forgot the deserving of my knavish guest in the eagerness with which I bartered his freedom as the price of its possession. He freely emptied his pockets at my bidding, and restored to me the gold, for the loss of which I never should have repined. As the base metal rolled at my feet, however, there glittered among the coins a jewel as truly mine as any of the rest, but which, as it met my sight, filled me with greater surprise and rapture than if it had been a new fallen star. It was a ring of peculiar design and workmanship, which had once been the property of my father, and after his death had been worn by my mother until the time of her marriage with Mr. Graham, when it was transferred to myself. I had ever prized it as a precious heirloom, and it was one of the few valuables which I took with me when I fled from my stepfather's house. The ring, with a watch and some other trinkets, had been left in the possession of Lucy when I parted with her at Rio, and the sight of it once more seemed to me like a voice from the grave. I eagerly sought to learn from my prisoner the source whence it had been obtained, but he maintained an obstinate silence. It was now my turn to plead, and at length the promise of instant permission to depart, unwhipped by justice, at the conclusion of his tale, wrung from him a secret fraught to me with vital interest. What I learned from him, in disjointed and often incoherent phrases, I will relate to you in few words. This man was Stephen Grant, the son of my old friend Ben. He had heard from his father's lips the story of your mother's misfortunes, and the circumstance of a violent quarrel which arose between Ben and his vixen wife, at the young stranger's introduction to their household, impressed the tale upon his recollection. From his account, it appeared that my long continued absence from Lucy, during the time of my illness, was construed by her honest but distrustful counsellor and friend into voluntary and cruel desertion. The poor girl, to whom my early life was all a mystery which she had never shared, and to whom much of my character and conduct was consequently inexplicable, began soon to feel convinced of the correctness of the old sailor's suspicions and fears. She had already applied to my employer for information concerning me, but he, who had heard of the pestilence to which I was exposed, and fully believed me to be among the dead, forbore to distress her by communication of his belief, and replied to her questionings with an obscurity which served to give new force to her hitherto vague and uncertain surmises. She positively refused, however, to leave our home, and clinging to the hope of my final return thither, remained where I had left her until the terrible fever began its ravages. Her small stock of money was by this time consumed. Her strength both of mind and body gave way, and Ben, becoming every day more confident that the simple-hearted Lucy had been betrayed and forsaken, persuaded her at last to sell her fortune, and with the sum thus raised flee the infected country before it should be too late. She sailed for Boston in the same vessel in which Ben shipped before the mast, and on reaching that port her humble protector took her immediately to the only home he had to offer. There your mother's sad fate found a mournful termination, and you, her infant child, were left to the mercy of the cruel woman, who, but for her consciousness of guilt and her fear of its betrayal, would doubtless have thrust you at once from the miserable shelter her dwelling afforded. This guilt consisted in a foul robbery committed by Nan and her already infamous son upon your innocent and hapless mother, now rendered, through her feebleness, an easy prey to their rapacity. The fruits of this vile theft, however, were never participated in by Nan, whose promising son so far exceeded her in duplicity and craft, that having obtained possession of the jewels for the alleged purpose of bartering them away, he reserved such as he thought proper, and appropriated to his own use the proceeds of the remainder. The antique ring which I now hold in my possession, the priceless relic of a mournful tragedy, would have shared the fate of the rest, but for its apparent worthlessness. To the luckless Stephen, however, it proved at last a temporary salvation from the felon's doom which must finally await that hardened sinner. And to me, to me, it remains to be proved whether the knowledge of the secrets to which it has been the key will bless my future life, or darken it with a heavier curse. Notwithstanding the information thus gained, and the exciting idea to which it gave rise, that my child might be still living and finally restored to me, I could not yet feel any security that these daring hopes were not destined to be crushed in their infancy, and that my newly found treasure might not again elude my eager search. To my inquiries concerning you, Gertrude, Stephen, who had no longer any motives for concealing the truth, declared his inability to acquaint me with any particulars of a later period than the time of your residence with Truman Flint. He knew that the Lamplighter had taken you to his home, and was accidentally made aware, a few months later, of your continuance in that place of refuge, from the old man's being, to use my informant's expression, such a confounded fool as to call upon his mother and voluntarily make compensation for injury done to her windows in your outburst of childish revenge. Further than this I could learn nothing, but it was enough to inspire all my energies, and fill me with one desire only, the recovery of my child. I hastened to Boston, had no difficulty in tracing your benefactor, and though he had been long since dead, found many a truthful witness to his well known virtues. Nor, when I asked for his adopted child, did I find her forgotten in the quarter of the city where she had passed her childhood. More than one grateful voice was ready to respond to my questioning, and to proclaim the cause they had to remember the girl who, having experienced the trials of poverty, made it both the duty and the pleasure of her prosperity to administer to the wants of a neighborhood whose sufferings she had aforetime both witnessed and shared. But alas! to complete the sum of sad vicissitudes with which my unhappy destiny was already crowded, at the very moment when I was assured of my daughter's safety, and my ears were drinking in the sweet praises that accompanied the mention of her name, there fell upon me, like a thunderbolt, the startling words, "She is now the adopted child of sweet Emily Graham, the blind girl." Oh, strange coincidence! Oh, righteous retribution, which at the very moment when I was picturing to myself the consummation of my cherished hopes, crushed me once more beneath the iron hand of a destiny that would not be cheated of its victim. My child, my only child, bound by the gratitude and love of years to one in whose face I scarcely dared to look, lest my soul should be withered by the expression of condemnation which the consciousness of my presence would inspire. The seas and lands, which had hitherto divided us, seemed not to my tortured fancy so insurmountable a barrier between myself and my long lost daughter, as the dreadful reflection that the only earthly being whose love I had hoped in time to win, had been reared from her infancy in a household where my very name was a thing abhorred. Stung to the quick by the harrowing thought that all my prayers, entreaties, and explanations could never undo her early impressions, and that all my labors and all my love could never call forth other than a cold and formal recognition of my claims, or, worse still, a feigned and hypocritical pretense of filial affection, I half resolved to leave my child in ignorance of her birth, and never seek to look upon her face, rather than subject her to the terrible necessity of choosing between the friend whom she loved and the father from whose crimes she had learned to shrink with horror and dread. After wrestling and struggling long with contending and warring emotions, I resolved to make one endeavor to see and recognize you, Gertrude, and at the same time guard myself from discovery. I trusted, and as it proved, not without reason, to the immense change which time had wrought in my appearance, to conceal me effectually from all eyes but those which had known me intimately, and therefore approached Mr. Graham's house without the slightest fear of betrayal. I found it empty, and apparently deserted. I now directed my steps to the well remembered counting room, and here learned from a clerk, who was as it proved, but ill informed concerning the movements of his master's family, that the whole household, including yourself, had been passing the winter in Paris and were at present at a German watering place. Without hesitation, or further inquiry, I took the steamer to Liverpool, and from thence hastened to Baden Baden, a trifling excursion in the eyes of a traveler of my experience. Without risking myself in the presence of my stepfather, I took an early opportunity to obtain an introduction to Mrs. Graham, and thanks to her unreserved conversation, made myself master of the fact that Emily and yourself were left in Boston, and were at that time under the care of Dr. Jeremy. It was on my return voyage, which was immediately undertaken, that I made the acquaintance of Dr. Grisworth and his daughter, an acquaintance which accidentally proved of great value in facilitating my intercourse with yourself. Once more in Boston, Dr. Jeremy's house also wore a desolate appearance, and looked as if closed for the season. There was a man, however, making some repairs about the doorstep, who informed me that the family were absent from town. He was not himself aware of the direction they had taken, but the servants were at home, and could, no doubt, acquaint me with their route. Upon this, I boldly rung the doorbell. It was answered by Mrs. Ellis, the woman who, nearly 20 years before, had cruelly and unpityingly sounded in my ears the death knell of all my hopes in life. I saw at once that my incognito was secure, as she met my keen and piercing glance without quailing, shrinking, or taking flight, as I fully expected she would do at the sight of the ghost of my former self. She replied to my queries as coolly and collectedly as she had probably done during the day to some dozen of the doctor's disappointed patients, telling me that he had left that very morning for New York, and would not be back for 2 or 3 weeks. Nothing could have been more favorable to my wishes than the chance thus afforded of overtaking your party, and in the character of a travelling companion, introduced myself gradually to your notice. You know how this purpose was effected.
how now in the rear and now in advance I nevertheless maintained a constant proximity to your footsteps. To add one particle to the comfort of yourself and Emily, to learn your plans, forestall your wishes, secure to your use the best of rooms, and bribe to your service the most devoted of attendants, I spared myself neither pains, fatigue, trouble, nor expense. For much of the freedom with which I approached you, and made myself an occasional member of your circle, I was indebted to Emily's blindness; for I could not doubt that otherwise time and its changes would fail to conceal from her my identity, and I should meet with a premature recognition. Nor, until the final act of the drama, when death stared us all in the face, and concealment became impossible, did I once trust my voice to her hearing. How closely, during those few weeks, I watched and weighed your every word and action, seeking even to read your thoughts in your face, none can tell whose acuteness is not sharpened and vivified by motives so all engrossing as mine; and who can measure the anguish of the fond father, who day by day, learning to worship his child with a more absorbing idolatry, and yet not dared to clasp her to his heart. Especially when I saw you the victim of grief and trouble, did I long to assert a claim to your confidence, and more than once my self-control would have given way, but for the dread inspired by the gentle Emily, gentle to all but me. I could not brook the thought that with my confession I should cease to be the trusted friend, and become the abhorred parent. I preferred to maintain my distant and unacknowledged guardianship of my child, rather than that she should behold in me the dreaded tyrant who might tear her from the home from which he had himself been driven, and the hearts which, though warm with love for her, were ice and stone to him. And so I kept silent, and sometimes present to your sight, but still oftener hid from view. I hovered around your path, until that dreadful day, which you will long remember, when, everything forgotten but the safety of yourself and Emily, my heart spoke out, and betrayed my secret. And now you know all, my follies, misfortunes, sufferings, and sins. Can you love me, Gertrude? It is all I ask. I seek not to steal you from your present home, to rob poor Emily of a child whom she values perhaps as much as I. The only balm my wounded spirit seeks is the simple, guileless confession that you will at last try to love your father. I have no hope in this world, and none, alas, beyond, but in yourself. Could you feel my heart now beating against its prison bars, you would realize, as I do, that unless soothed it will burst ere long. Will you soothe it by your pity, my sweet, my darling child? Will you bless it by your love? If so, come clasp your arms around me, and whisper to me words of peace. Within sight of your window, in the old summer house at the end of the garden, with straining ear, I wait listening for your footsteps. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 48. Around her path a vision's glow is cast. Back, back her loved one comes in hues of morn. For her the gulf is filled, the dark night fled, whose mystery parts the living and the dead. Hemans. As Gertrude's eyes, after greedily devouring the manuscript, fell upon its closing words, she sprung to her feet, and the next instant her little room, the floor strewed with the scattered sheets, which had dropped from her lap as she rose, is left vacant. She has flown down the staircase, escaped through the hall door, and bounding over a lawn at the back of the house, now wet with the evening dew, she approaches the summer house from the opposite entrance to that at which Mr. Amory, with folded arms and a fixed countenance, is watching for her coming. So noiseless is her light step, that before he is conscious of her presence, she has thrown herself upon his bosom, and her whole frame trembling with the vehemence of long suppressed, and now uncontrolled agitation, she bursts into a torrent of passionate tears, interrupted only by frequent sobs, so deep and so exhausting that her father, with his arms folded tightly around her, and clasping her so closely to his heart that she feels its irregular beating, endeavors to still the tempest of her grief, whispering softly, as to an infant, "Hush, hush, my child, you frighten me." And gradually, soothed by his gentle caresses, her excitement subsides, and she is able to lift her face to his and smile upon him through her tears. They stand thus for many minutes, in a silence that speaks far more than words.
wrapped in the folds of his heavy cloak to preserve her from the evening air, and still encircled in his strong embrace, Gertrude feels that their union of spirit is not less complete; while the long banished man, who for years has never felt the sweet influence of a kindly smile, glows with a melting tenderness which hardening solitude has not had the power to subdue. Again and again the moon retires behind a cloud, and peeps out to find them still in the attitude in which she saw them last. At length, as she gains a broad and open expanse, and looks clearly down, Mr. Amory, lifting his daughter's face, and gazing into her glistening eyes, while he gently strokes the disordered hair from her forehead, asks, in an accent of touching appeal, "You will love me, then?" "Oh, I do, I do!" exclaimed Gertrude, sealing his lips with kisses. His hitherto unmoved countenance relaxes at this fervent assurance. He bows his head upon her shoulder, and the strong man weeps. Not long, however. Her self-possession all restored at seeing him thus overcome, Gertrude places her hand in his, and startles him from his position by the firm and decided tone with which she whispers, "Come." "Whither?" exclaims he, looking up in surprise. "To Emily." With a half shudder and a mournful shake of the head he retreats, instead of advancing in the direction in which she would lead him. "I cannot." "But she waits for you; she, too, weeps and longs and prays for your coming." "Emily? You know not what you are saying, my child." "Indeed, indeed, my father, it is you who are deceived. Emily does not hate you; she never did. She believed you dead long ago, but your voice, though heard but once, has half robbed her of her reason. So wholly, so entirely does she love you still. Come, and she will tell you, better than I, what a wretched mistake has made martyrs of you both." Emily, who had heard the voice of Willie Sullivan as he bade Gertrude farewell on the doorstep, and rightly conjectured that it was he, forbore making any inquiries for the absent girl at the tea table, and thinking it probable that she preferred to remain undisturbed, retired to the sitting room at the conclusion of the meal, where, as Mr. Graham sought the library, she remained alone for more than an hour. It was a delightful, social looking room. The fire still burned brightly, sending forth a ruddy glow, and, as the evening was unusually chilly for the season, rendering the temperature of the great old fashioned parlor highly agreeable. There were candles under the mirror, but they did not give light enough to destroy the pleasant effect of the shadows which the firelight made upon the wall and about the couch where Emily was reclining. The invalid girl, if we may call her such, for in spite of ill health she still retained much of the freshness and all of the loveliness of her girlhood, had by chance chosen such a position, opposite to the cheerful blaze, that its flickering light played about her face, and brought to view the rich and unwonted bloom which inward excitement had called up in her usually pale countenance. The exquisite and refined taste which had always made Emily's dress an index to the soft purity of her character was never more strikingly developed than when she wore, as on the present occasion, a flowing robe of white cashmere, fastened at the waist with a silken girdle, and with full drapery sleeves, whose lining and border of snowy silk could only have been rivalled by the delicate hand and wrist which had escaped from beneath their folds, and somewhat nervously played with the heavy crimson fringe of a shawl, worn in the chilly dining room, and now thrown carelessly over the arm of the sofa. Supporting herself upon her elbow, she sat with her head bent forward, and as she watched the images reflected in the glass of memory, one who knew her not, and was unaware of her want of sight, might have believed that, looking forth from her long drooping eyelashes, she were tracing imaginary forms among the shining embers, so intently was her face bent in that direction. Occasionally, as the summer wind sighed among the branches of the trees, causing them to beat lightly against the window pane, she would lift her head from the hand on which it rested, and gracefully arching her slender throat, incline in a listening attitude, and then, as the trifling nature of the sound betrayed itself, she would sink, with a low sigh, into her former somewhat listless position. Once Mrs. Prime opened the door, looked around the room in search of the housekeeper, and not finding her, retreated across the passage, saying to herself as she did so, "Law, dear sakes alive, I wish she only had eyes now, to see how like a picture she looks." At length a low, quick bark from the house dog once more attracted her attention, and in a moment steps were heard crossing the piazza.
Before they had gained the door, Emily was standing upright, straining her ear to catch the sound of every footfall; and when Gertrude and Mr. Amory entered, she looked more like a statue than a living figure, as with clasped hands, parted lips, and one foot slightly advanced, she silently awaited their approach. One glance at Emily's face, another at that of her agitated father, and Gertrude was gone. She saw the completeness of their mutual recognition, and with instinctive delicacy forbore to mar by her presence the sacredness of so holy an interview. As the door closed upon her retreating figure, Emily parted her clasped hands, stretched them forth into the dim vacancy, and murmured, "Philip!" He seized them between both of his, and with one step forward, fell upon his knees. As he did so, the half fainting girl dropped upon the seat behind her. Mr. Amory bowed his head upon the hands, which, still held tightly between his own, now rested on her lap, and hiding his face upon her slender fingers, tremblingly uttered her name. "The grave has given up its dead!" exclaimed Emily. "My God, I thank thee!" And extracting her hands from his convulsive grasp, she flung her arms around his neck, rested her head upon his bosom, and whispered, in a voice half choked with emotion, "Philip, dear, dear Philip, am I dreaming, or have you come back again?" The conventional rules, the enforced restrictions, which often set limits to the outbursts of natural feeling, had no existence for one so wholly the child of nature as Emily. She and Philip had loved each other in their childhood. Before that childhood was fully past they had parted, and as children they met again. During the lapse of many years, in which, shut out from the world, she had lived among the cherished memories of the past, she had been safe from worldly contagion, and had retained all the guileless simplicity of girlhood, all the freshness of her springtime; and Philip, who had never willingly bound himself by any ties save those imposed upon him by circumstance and necessity, felt his boyhood come rushing upon him once more, as with Emily's soft hand resting on his head, she blessed heaven for his safe return. She could not see how time had silvered his hair, and sobered and shaded the face that she loved; whether he came in the shape of the fiery eyed youth that she saw him last, the middle aged man with hoary hair, whose years the curious found it hard to determine, or the glorified angel which she had pictured to herself in every dream of heaven, it was all alike to one whose world was a world of spirits. And to him, as he beheld the face he had half dreaded to encounter beaming with the holy light of sympathy and love, the blind girl's countenance seemed encircled with a halo not of earth, and therefore this union had in it less of earth than heaven. Had they wakened on the other side of the grave, and soul met soul in that happy land where the long parted meet, their rapture could scarcely have been more pure, their happiness more unalloyed. Not until, seated beside each other, with their hands still fondly clasped, Philip had heard from Emily's lips the history of her hopes, her fears, her prayers, and her despair; and she, while listening to the sad incidents of his life, had dropped upon the hand she held many a kiss and tear of sympathy, did either fully realize the mercy, so long delayed, so fully accorded now, which promised even on earth to crown their days. Emily wept at the tale of Lucy's trials and her early death, and when she learned that it was hers and Philip's child whom she had taken to her heart and fostered with the truest affection, she sent up a silent prayer of gratitude that it had been allotted to her apparently bereaved and darkened destiny to fulfill so blessed a mission. "If I could love her more, dear Philip," exclaimed she, while the tears trickled down her cheeks, "I would do so for your sake, and that of her sweet, innocent, suffering mother." "And you forgive me, then, Emily?" said Philip, as both having finished their sad recitals of the past, they gave themselves up to the sweet reflection of their present joy. "Forgive! Oh, Philip, what have I to forgive?" "The deed that locked you in prison darkness," he mournfully replied. "Philip!" exclaimed Emily, in a reproachful tone, "could you for one moment believe that I attributed that to you, that I blamed you for an instant even in my secret thought?" "Not willingly, I am sure, dear Emily; but oh, you have forgotten what I can never forget, that in your time of anguish, not only the obtruding thought, but the lip that gave utterance to it, proclaimed how your soul refused to pity and forgive the cruel hand that wrought you so much woe." "You cruel, Philip? Never, even in my wild frenzy, did I so abuse and wrong you. If my unfilial heart sinfully railed against the cruel injustice of my father, it was never guilty of such treachery towards you."
"That fiendish woman lied, then, when she told me that you shuddered at my very name?" "If I shuddered, Philip, it was because my whole nature recoiled at the thought of the wrong that you had sustained. And oh, believe me, if she gave you any other assurance than of my continued love, it was because she labored under a sad and unhappy error." "Good heavens!" ejaculated Philip. "How wickedly have I been deceived!" "Not wickedly," replied Emily. "Mrs. Ellis, with all her stern formality, was in that instance the victim of circumstances. She was a stranger among us, and believed you other than you were. But had you seen her a few weeks later, sobbing over her share in the unhappy transaction which drove you to desperation, and, as we then supposed, to death, you would have felt, as I did, that we had greatly misjudged her in return, and that she carried a heart of flesh beneath a stony disguise. The bitterness of her grief astonished me at the time, for I never until now had reason to suspect that it was mingled with remorse at the recollection of her own harshness. Let us forget, however, the sad events of the past, and trust that the loving hand which has thus far shaped our course has but afflicted us in mercy." "In mercy!" exclaimed Philip. "What mercy does my past experience give evidence of, or your life of everlasting darkness? Can you believe it a loving hand which made me the ill-fated instrument, and you the lifelong sufferer, from one of the dreariest misfortunes that can afflict humanity?" "Speak not of my blindness as a misfortune," answered Emily. "I have long ceased to think it such. It is only through the darkness of the night that we discern the lights of heaven, and only when we shut out from earth that we enter the gates of paradise. With eyes to see the wonderful working of nature and nature's God, I nevertheless closed them to the evidences of Almighty love that were around me on every side. While enjoying the beautiful and glorious gifts that were showered on my pathway, I forgot to thank and praise the Giver, but with an ungrateful heart walked sinfully and selfishly on, little dreaming of the beguiling and deceitful snares which entangle the footsteps of youth. And therefore did He, who is ever over us for good, arrest with fatherly hand the child who was wandering from the only road that leads to peace. And though the discipline of His chastening rod was sudden and severe, mercy still tempered justice. From the tomb of my buried joys sprang hopes that will bloom in immortality. From the clouds and the darkness broke forth a glorious light. What was hidden from my outer sight became manifest to my awakened soul, and even on earth my troubled spirit gained its eternal rest. Then grieve not, dear Philip, over the fate that, in reality, is far from sad, but rejoice with me in the thought of that blessed and not far distant awakening, when, with restored and beautified vision, I shall stand before God's throne, in full view of that glorious presence, from which, but for the guiding light which has burst upon my spirit through the veil of earthly darkness, I might have been eternally shut out." As Emily finished speaking, and Philip, gazing with awe upon the rapt expression of her soul-illumined face, beheld the triumph of an immortal mind, and pondered on the might, the majesty and power, of the influence wrought by simple piety, the door of the room opened abruptly, and Mr. Graham entered. The sound of the well-known footstep disturbed the soaring thoughts of both, and the flush of excitement which had mounted into Emily's cheeks subsided into more than her wonted paleness, as Philip, rising slowly and deliberately from his seat at her side, stood face to face with her father. Mr. Graham approached with the puzzled and scrutinizing air of one who finds himself called upon in the character of a host to greet a visitor who, though an apparent stranger, may possibly have claims to recognition, and glanced at his daughter as if hoping she would relieve the awkwardness by an introduction. But the agitated Emily maintained perfect silence, and every feature of Philip's countenance remained immovable as Mr. Graham slowly came forward. He had advanced within one step of the spot where Philip stood waiting to receive him, when, struck by the stern look and attitude of the latter, he stopped short, gazed one moment into the eagle eyes of his stepson, then staggered, grasped at the mantelpiece, and would have fallen, but Philip, starting forward, helped him to his armchair, which stood opposite to the sofa. And yet no word was spoken. At length Mr. Graham, who having fallen into the seat, sat still gazing into the face of Mr. Amory, ejaculated in a tone of wondering excitement, "Philip Amory! Oh, my God!" "Yes, father," exclaimed Emily, suddenly rising and grasping her father's arm, "it is Philip! He, whom we have so long believed among the dead, restored to us in health and safety.
Mr. Graham rose from his chair, and leaning heavily on Emily's shoulder, again approached Mr. Amory, who, with folded arms, stood fixed as marble. His step tottered with a feebleness never before observable in the sturdy frame of the old man, and the hand which he extended to Philip was marked by an unusual tremulousness. But Philip did not offer to receive the proffered hand, or reply by word to the rejected salutation. Mr. Graham turned towards Emily, and forgetting that this neglect was shut from her sight, exclaimed, half bitterly, half sadly, "I cannot blame him. God knows I wronged the boy." "Wronged him?" cried Philip, in a voice so deep as to be almost fearful. "Yes, wronged him indeed, blighted his life, crushed his youth, half broke his heart, and wholly blasted his reputation." "No!" exclaimed Mr. Graham, who had quailed beneath these accusations, until he reached the final one. "Not that, Philip, not that! I never harmed you there. I discovered my error before I had doomed you to infamy in the eyes of one of your fellow men." "You acknowledge, then, the error?" "I do, I do. I imputed to you the deed which proved to have been accomplished through the agency of my most confidential clerk. I learned the truth almost immediately, but too late, alas! to recall you. Then came the news of your death, and I felt that the injury had been irreparable. But it was not strange, Philip, you must allow that. Archer had been in my employment more than 20 years. I had a right to believe him trustworthy." "No, oh no!" replied Philip. "It was nothing strange that, a crime committed, you should have readily ascribed it to me. You thought me capable only of evil." "I was unjust, Philip," answered Mr. Graham, with an attempt to rally his dignity, "but I had some cause. "Perhaps so," responded Philip. "I am willing to grant that." "Let us shake hands upon it, then," said Mr. Graham, "and endeavor to forget the past." Philip did not again refuse to accede to this request, though there was but little warmth or eagerness in the manner of his compliance. Mr. Graham, seeming now to think the matter quite ended, looked relieved, and as if he had shaken off a burden which had been weighing upon his conscience for years. For he had a conscience, though not a very tender one, and subsiding into his armchair, begged to learn the particulars of Philip's experience during the last 20 years. The outline of the story was soon told, Mr. Graham listening to it with attention, and inquiring into its particulars with an interest which proved that, during a lengthened period of regret and remorse, his feelings had sensibly softened towards the stepson with every memory of whom there had come to his heart a pang of self-reproach. Mr. Amory was unable to afford any satisfactory explanation of the report of his own death, which had been confidently affirmed by Dr. Jeremy's correspondent at Rio. Upon a comparison of dates, however, it seemed probable that the doctor's agent had obtained this information from Philip's employer, who for some weeks previous to his own death had every reason to believe that the young man had perished of the infection prevailing in the low and unhealthy region to which he had been dispatched. To Philip himself it was an almost equal matter of wonder that his friends should ever have obtained knowledge of his flight and destination. But this was more easily accounted for, since the vessel in which he had embarked returned directly to Boston, and there were among her crew and officers those who had ample means of replying to the inquiries which the benevolent doctor had set on foot some months before, and which, being accompanied by the offer of a liberal reward, had not yet ceased to attract the attention of the public. Notwithstanding the many strange and romantic incidents which were unfolding themselves, none seemed to produce so great an impression upon Mr. Graham's mind as the singular circumstance that the child who had been reared under his roof, and endeared herself to him in spite of some clashing of interests and opinions, should prove to be Philip's daughter. As he left the room, at the conclusion of the tale, and again sought the solitude of his library, he muttered to himself more than once, "Singular coincidence! Very singular, very!" Hardly had he departed, before another door was timidly opened, and Gertrude looked cautiously in. Her father went quickly towards her, and passing his arm around her waist, drew her towards Emily, and clasped them both in a long and silent embrace. "Philip," exclaimed Emily, "can you still doubt the mercy and love which have spared us for such a meeting?" "Oh, Emily," replied he, "I am deeply grateful. Teach me how and where to bestow my tribute of praise." On the hour of sweet communion which succeeded we forbear to dwell, the silent rapture of Emily, the passionately expressed joy of Philip, or the trusting, loving glances which Gertrude cast upon both. It was nearly midnight when Mr. Amory rose, and announced his intention to depart. Emily, who had not thought of his leaving the spot which she hoped he would now consider his home, entreated him to remain, and Gertrude, with her eyes, joined in the eager petition. But he persisted in his resolution with a firmness and seriousness which proved how vain would be the attempt to shake it. "Philip," said Emily, at length, laying her hand upon his arm, "you have not yet forgiven my father." She had divined his thoughts; he shrank under her reproachful tones, and made no answer. "But you will, dear Philip, you will?" continued she, in a pleading voice. He hesitated, then glanced at her once more, and replied, "I will, dearest Emily, I will, in time." When he had gone, Gertrude lingered a moment at the door to watch his retreating figure, just visible in the light of the waning moon, then returned to the parlor, drawing a long breath and saying, "Oh, what a day this has been!" but checked herself at the sight of Emily, who, kneeling by the sofa, with clasped hands, uplifted face, and with her white garments sweeping the floor, looked the very impersonation of purity and prayer. Throwing one arm around her neck, Gertrude knelt on the floor beside her, and together they sent up to the throne of God the incense of thanksgiving and praise. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 49. Thee I have loved, thou gentlest, from a child, and borne thine image with me o'er the sea. Thy soft voice in my soul, speak! Oh, yet live for me! Hemans. When Uncle True died, Mr. Cooper reverently buried his old friend in the ancient graveyard which adjoined the church where he had long officiated as sexton. It was a dilapidated looking place, whose half fallen and moss grown stones proclaimed its recent neglect and disuse. But long before the adjacent and time worn building gave place to a more modern and more imposing structure, the hallowed remains of Uncle True had found a quieter resting place. With that good taste and good feeling which, in latter days, has dedicated to the sacred dead some of the fairest spots on earth, a beautiful piece of undulating woodland in the neighborhood of Mr. Graham's country residence had been consecrated as a rural cemetery, and in the loveliest nook of this sweet and venerated spot the ashes of the good old lamplighter found their final repose. This lot of land, which had been purchased through Willie's thoughtful liberality, selected by Gertrude, and by her made fragrant and beautiful with summer rose and winter ivy, now enclosed also the forms of Mr. Cooper and Mrs. Sullivan, and over these three graves Gertrude had planted many a flower, and watered it with her tears. Especially did she view it as a sacred duty and privilege to mark the anniversary of the death of each by a tribute of fresh garlands; and with this pious purpose in view, she left Mr. Graham's house one beautiful afternoon, about a week after the events took place which are narrated in the previous chapter. She carried on her arm a basket, which contained her offering of flowers, and as she had a long walk before her, started at a rapid pace. Let us follow her, and briefly pursue the train of thought which accompanied her on her way. She had left her father with Emily. She would not ask him to join her in her walk, though he had once expressed a desire to visit the grave of Uncle True, for he and Emily were talking together so contentedly it would have been a pity to disturb them. And for a few moments Gertrude's reflections were engrossed by the thought of their calm and tranquil happiness. She thought of herself, too, as associated with them both, of the deep and long-tried love of Emily, and of the fond outpourings of affection daily and hourly lavished upon her by her newly found parent, and felt that she could scarcely repay their kindness by the devotion of a lifetime. Now and then, as she dwelt in her musings upon the sweet tie between herself and Emily, which had gained strength with every succeeding year, and the equally close and kindred union between father and child, which, though recent in its origin, was scarcely capable of being more firmly cemented by time, her thoughts would, in spite of herself, wander to that earlier formed and not less tender friendship, now, alas, sadly ruptured and wounded, if not wholly uprooted and destroyed.
She tried to banish the remembrance of Willie's faithlessness and desertion, deeming it the part of an ungrateful spirit to mourn over past hopes, regardless of the blessings that yet remained. She tried to keep in mind the resolutions lately formed to forget the most painful feature in her past life, and consecrate the remainder of her days to the happiness of her father and Emily. But it would not do; the obtruding and painful recollection presented itself continually, notwithstanding her utmost efforts to repress it, and at last, ceasing the struggle, she gave herself up for the time to a deep and saddening reverie. She had received 2 visits from Willie since the one already mentioned, but the second meeting had been in its character very similar to the first, and on the succeeding occasion the constraint had increased instead of diminishing. Several times Willie had made an apparent effort to break through this unnatural barrier, and speak and act with the freedom of former days, but a sudden blush, or sign of confusion and distress on Gertrude's part, deterred him from any further attempt to put to flight the reserve and want of confidence which subsisted in their intercourse. Again Gertrude, who had resolved, previous to his last visit, to meet him with the frankness and cordiality which he might reasonably expect, smiled upon him affectionately at his coming, and offered her hand with such sisterly freedom that he was emboldened to take and retain it in his grasp, and was evidently on the point of unburdening his mind of some weighty secret, when she turned abruptly away, took up some trivial piece of work, and while she seemed wholly absorbed in it, addressed to him an unimportant question, a course of conduct which put to flight all his ideas, and disconcerted him for the remainder of his stay. As Gertrude pondered the awkward and distressing results of every visit he had made her, she half hoped he would discontinue them altogether, believing that the feelings of both would be less wounded by total separation than by interviews which must leave on the mind of each a still greater sense of estrangement. Strange as it may seem, she had not yet acquainted him with the event so deep in its interest to herself, the discovery of her dearly loved father. Once she tried to speak of it, but found herself so overcome, at the very idea of imparting to the confidant of her childhood an experience of which she could scarcely yet think without emotion, that she paused in the attempt, fearing that, should she, on any topic, give way to her sensibilities, she should lose all restraint over her feelings, and lay open her whole heart to Willie. But there was one thing that distressed her more than all others. In his first vain attempt to throw off all disguise, Willie had more than intimated to her his own unhappiness, and ere she could find an opportunity to change the subject, and repel a confidence for which she still felt herself unprepared, he had gone so far as to speak mournfully of his future prospects in life. The only construction which Gertrude could give to this confession was that it had reference to his engagement with Isabel, and it gave rise at once to the suspicion that, infatuated by her beauty, he had impulsively and heedlessly bound himself to one who could never make him wholly happy. The little scenes to which she had herself been a witness corroborated this idea, as, on both occasions of her seeing the lovers and overhearing their words, some cause of vexation seemed to exist on Willie's part. He loves her, thought Gertrude, and is also bound to her in honor, but he sees already the want of harmony in their natures. Poor Willie! It is impossible he should ever be happy with Isabel. And Gertrude's sympathizing heart mourned not more deeply over her own grief than over the disappointment that Willie must be experiencing, if he had ever hoped to find peace in a union with so overbearing, ill-humored, and unreasonable a girl. Wholly occupied with these and similar musings, she walked on with a pace of whose quickness she was scarcely herself aware, and soon gained the shelter of the heavy pines which bordered the entrance to the cemetery. Here she paused for a moment to enjoy the refreshing breeze that played beneath the branches, and then, passing through the gateway, entered a carriage road at the right, and proceeded slowly up the gradual ascent. The place, always quiet and peaceful, seemed unusually still and secluded, and save the occasional carol of a bird, there was no sound to disturb the perfect silence and repose. As Gertrude gazed upon the familiar beauties of those sacred grounds, which had been her frequent resort during several years, as she walked between beds of flowers, inhaled the fragrant and balmy air, and felt the solemn appeal, the spiritual breathings, that haunted the holy place, every emotion that was not in harmony with the scene gradually took its flight,
and she experienced only that sensation of sweet and half joyful melancholy which was awakened by the thought of the happy dead. After a while she left the broad road which she had been following, and turned into a little by path. This she pursued for some distance, and then, again diverging through another and still narrower foot track, gained the shady and retired spot which, partly from its remoteness to the public walks, and partly from its own natural beauty, had attracted her attention and recommended itself to her choice. It was situated on the slope of a little hill. A huge rock protected it on one side from the observation of the passer-by, and a fine old oak overshadowed it upon the other. The iron enclosure, of simple workmanship, was nearly overgrown by the green ivy, which had been planted there by Gertrude's hand, and the moss-grown rock also was festooned by its graceful and clinging tendrils. Upon a jutting piece of stone, directly beside the grave of Uncle True, Gertrude seated herself, as was her wont, and after a few moments of contemplation, during which she sat with her elbow upon her knee and her head resting upon her hand, she straightened her slight figure, sighed heavily, and then, lifting the cover of her basket, emptied her flowers upon the grass, and with skilful fingers commenced weaving a graceful chaplet, which, when completed, she placed upon the grave at her feet. With the remainder of the blossoms she strewed the other mounds, and then, drawing forth a pair of gardening gloves and a little trowel, she employed herself for nearly an hour among the flowers and vines with which she had embowered the spot. Her work at last being finished, she again placed herself at the foot of the old rock, removed her gloves, pushed back from her forehead the simple but heavy braids of her hair, and appeared to be resting from her labors. It was 7 years that day since Uncle True died, but the time had not yet come for Gertrude to forget the simple, kind old man. Often did his pleasant smile and cheering words come to her in her dreams, and both by day and night did the image of him who had gladdened and blessed her childhood encourage her to the imitation of his humble and patient virtue. As she gazed upon the grassy mound that covered him, and scene after scene rose up before her in which that earliest friend in herself had whiled away the happy hours, there came, to embitter the otherwise cherished remembrance, the recollection of that third and seldom absent one, who completed and made perfect the memory of their fireside joys; and Gertrude, while yielding to the inward reflection, unconsciously exclaimed aloud, "Oh, Uncle True, you and I are not parted yet, but Willie is not of us." "Oh, Gertrude," said a reproachful voice close at her side, "is Willie to blame for that?" She started, turned, saw the object of her thoughts, with his mild, sad eyes fixed inquiringly upon her, and without replying to his question, buried her face in her hands. He threw himself upon the ground at her feet, and as on the occasion of their first childish interview, gently lifted her bowed head from the hands upon which it had fallen, and compelled her to look him in the face, saying, at the same time, in the most imploring accents, "Tell me, Gertie, in pity tell me why I am excluded from your sympathy." But still she made no reply, except by the tears that coursed down her cheeks. "You make me miserable," continued he, vehemently. "What have I done that you have so shut me out of your affection? Why do you look so coldly upon me, and even shrink from my sight?" added he, as Gertrude, unable to endure his steadfast, searching look, turned her eyes in another direction, and strove to free her hands from his grasp. "I am not cold, I do not mean to be," said she, her voice half choked with emotion. "Oh, Gertrude," replied he, relinquishing her hands and turning away, "I see you have wholly ceased to love me. I trembled when I first beheld you, so lovely, so beautiful, and so beloved by all, and feared lest some fortunate rival had stolen your heart from its boyish keeper. But even then I did not dream that you would refuse me, at least, a brother's claim to your affection." "I will not!" exclaimed Gertrude eagerly. "Oh, Willie, you must not be angry with me. Let me be your sister." He smiled a most mournful smile. "I was right, then," continued he. "You feared lest I should claim too much, and discouraged my presumption by awarding me nothing. Be it so; perhaps your prudence was for the best. But oh, Gertrude, it has made me heart-broken." "Willie!" exclaimed Gertrude with excitement, "do you know how strangely you are speaking?" "Strangely?" responded Willie, in a half offended tone.
Is it so strange that I should love you? Have I not for years cherished the remembrance of our past affection, and looked forward to our reunion as my only hope of happiness? Has not this fond expectation inspired my labours, and cheered my toils, and endeared to me my life in spite of its bereavements? And can you, in the very sight of these cold mounds, beneath which lie buried all else that I held dear on earth, crush and destroy, without compassion, this solitary but all engrossing " "Willie," interrupted Gertrude, her calmness suddenly restored, and speaking in a kind but serious tone, "is it honourable for you to address me thus? Have you forgotten " "No, I have not forgotten," exclaimed he, vehemently. "I have not forgotten that I have no right to distress or annoy you, and I will do so no more. But oh, Gertie, my sister Gertie, since all hope of a nearer tie is at an end, blame me not and wonder not if I fail at present to perform a brother's part. I cannot stay in this neighbourhood. I cannot be the patient witness of another's happiness. My services, my time, my life you may command, and in my far distant home I will never cease to pray that the husband you have chosen, whoever he may be, may prove himself worthy of my noble Gertrude, and love her one half as well as I do." "Willie," said Gertrude, "what madness is this? I am bound by no such tie as you describe, but what shall I think of your treachery to Isabel?" "To Isabel!" cried Willie, starting up, as if seized with a new idea. "And has that silly rumour reached you too? And did you put faith in the falsehood?" "Falsehood!" exclaimed Gertrude, lifting her hitherto drooping eyelids, and casting upon him, through their wet lashes, a look of earnest scrutiny. Calmly returning a glance which he had neither avoided nor quailed under, Willie responded, unhesitatingly, and with a tone of astonishment not unmingled with reproach. "Falsehood, yes. With the knowledge you have both of her and myself, could you doubt its being such for a moment?" "Oh, Willie!" cried Gertrude, "could I doubt the evidence of my own eyes and ears? Had I trusted to less faithful witnesses, I might have been deceived. Do not attempt to conceal from me the truth to which my own observation can testify. Treat me with frankness, Willie. Indeed, indeed, I deserve it at your hands." "Frankness, Gertrude! It is you only who are mysterious. Could I lay my whole soul bare to your gaze, you would be convinced of its truth, its perfect truth, to its first affection. And as to Isabel Clinton, if it is to her that you have reference, your eyes and your ears have both played you false, if " "Oh, Willie, Willie!" exclaimed Gertrude, interrupting him. "Have you so soon forgotten your devotion to the belle of Saratoga, your unwillingness to sanction her temporary absence from your sight, the pain which the mere suggestion of the journey caused you, and the fond impatience which threatened to render those few days an eternity?" "Stop, stop!" cried Willie, a new light breaking in upon him, "and tell me where you learned all this." "In the very spot where you spoke and acted. Mr. Graham's parlour did not witness our first meeting. In the public promenade ground, on the shore of Saratoga Lake, and on board the steamboat at Albany, did I both see and recognize you, myself unknown. There too did your own words serve to convince me of the truth of that which from other lips I had refused to believe. The sunshine which gilds the morning is scarcely more bright and gladsome than the glow of rekindled hope which now animated the face of Willie. Listen to me, Gertrude," said he, in a fervent and almost solemn tone, "and believe that in sight of my mother's grave, and in the presence of that pure spirit," and he looked reverently upward, "who taught me the love of truth, I speak with such sincerity and candor as are fitting for the ears of angels. I do not question the accuracy with which you overheard my expostulations and entreaties on the subject of Miss Clinton's proposed journey, or the impatience I expressed at parting for her speedy return. I will not pause, either, to inquire where the object of all my thoughts could have been at the time, that notwithstanding the changes of years, she escaped my eager eyes. Let me first clear myself of the imputation under which I labor, and then there will be room for all further explanations. I did, indeed, feel deep pain at Miss Clinton's sudden departure for New York, under pretext which ought not to have weighed with her for a moment. I did indeed employ every argument to dissuade her from her purpose, and when my eloquence had failed to induce the abandonment of the scheme, I availed myself of every suggestion and motive which might possibly influence her to shorten her absence, not because the society of the selfish girl was essential, or even conducive to my own happiness, far from it, but because her excellent father,
who so worshipped and idolized his only child that he would have thought no sacrifice too great by means of which he could add one particle to her enjoyment, was at that very time, amid all the noise and discomfort of a crowded watering place, hovering between life and death, and I was disgusted at the heartlessness which voluntarily left the fondest of parents deprived of all female tending, to the charge of a hired nurse, and an unskilled though willing youth like myself. That eternity might, in Miss Clinton's absence, set a seal to the life of her father, was a thought which, in my indignation, I was on the point of uttering. But I checked myself, unwilling to interfere too far in a matter which came not within my rightful province, and perhaps excite unnecessary alarm in Isabel. If selfishness mingled at all in my views, dear Gertie, and made me over impatient for the return of the daughter to her post of duty, it was that I might be released from almost constant attendance upon my invalid friend, and hasten to her from whom I hoped such warmth of greeting as I was only too eager to bestow. Can you wonder, then, that your reception struck cold upon my throbbing heart?" "But you understand the cause of that coldness now," said Gertrude, looking up at him through a rain of tears, which like a summer sun shower reflected itself in rainbow smiles upon her happy countenance. "You know now why I dared not let my heart speak out." "And this was all, then?" cried Willie. "And you are free, and I may love you still?" "Free from all bonds, dear Willie, but those which you yourself clasped around me, and which have encircled me from my childhood." And now, with heart pressed to heart, they pour in each other's ear the tale of a mutual affection, planted in infancy, nourished in youth, fostered and strengthened amid separation and absence, and perfected through trial, to bless and sanctify every year of their after life. "But Gertie," exclaimed Willie, as confidence restored they sat side by side, conversing freely of the past, "how could you think, for an instant, that Isabel Clinton would have power to displace you in my regard? I was not guilty of so great an injustice towards you; for even when I believed myself supplanted by another, I fancied that other some hero of such shining qualities as could scarcely be surpassed." "And who could surpass Isabel?" inquired Gertie. "Can you wonder that I trembled for your allegiance, when I thought of her beauty, her fashion, her family, and her wealth, and remembered the forcible manner in which all these were presented to your sight and knowledge? But what are all these, Gertie, to one who knows her as we do? Do not a proud eye and a scornful lip destroy the effect of beauty? Can fashion excuse rudeness, or noble birth cover natural deficiencies? And as to money, what did I ever want of that, except to employ it for the happiness of yourself and them?" And he glanced at the graves of his mother and grandfather. "Oh, Willie, you are so disinterested." "Not in this case. Had Isabel possessed the beauty of a Venus and the wisdom of a Minerva, I could not have forgotten how little happiness there could be with one who, while devoting herself to the pursuit of pleasure, had become dead to natural affections, and indifferent to the holiest of duties. Could I see her flee from the bedside of her father to engage in the frivolities and drink in the flatteries of an idle crowd, or when unwillingly summoned thither, shrink from the toils and the watchings imposed by his feebleness, and still imagining that such a woman could bless and adorn a fireside? Could I fail to contrast her unfeeling neglect, ill-concealed petulance, flagrant levity and irreverence of spirit, with the sweet and loving devotion, the saintly patience, and the deep and fervent piety of my own Gertrude, I should have been false to myself as well as to you, dearest, if such traits of character as Miss Clinton constantly evinced could have weakened my love and admiration for yourself. And now, to see the little playmate whose image I cherished so fondly matured into the lovely and graceful woman, her sweet attractions crowned by so much beauty as almost to place her beyond recognition, and still her heart as much my own as ever. Oh, Gertie, it is too much happiness. Would that I could impart a share of it to those who loved us both so well." And who can say that they did not share it, that the spirit of Uncle True was not there, to witness the completion of his many hopeful prophecies; that the old grandfather was not there, to see all his doubts and fears giving place to joyful certainties; and that the soul of the gentle mother, whose rapt slumbers had, even in life, foreshadowed such a meeting, and who, by the lessons she had given to her child in his boyhood, the warnings spoken to his later years, and the ministering guidance of her disembodied spirit, had fitted him for the struggle with temptation, sustained him through its trials,
and restored him triumphant to the sweet friend of his infancy. Who shall say that, even now, she hovered not over them with parted wings, realizing the joy prefigured in that dreamy vision which pictured to her sight the union between the son and daughter of her love, when the one, shielded by her fond care from every danger, and snatched from the power of temptation, should be restored to the arms of the other, who, by long and patient continuance in well doing, had earned so full a recompense, so all sufficient a reward. Chapter 49.